Good morning, everybody. All right, let's jump right into this trial because I'm a little smidgen a bit late. Okay. And it'll give me a second to fix my headphones. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties here. So let's jump in the trial. I'll fix my headphones and we'll give some commentary.
So does Agent Sands also, is he someone that could also request that certain evidence be analyzed at the crime lab?
That's correct. We can request.
So either you might request, Agent Sands might request, might request, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you request any analysis on that Marlboro cigarette pack?
So the evidence submission forms were made and the cigarette pack was submitted to the crime lab, but it would be a better question for Agent Sands than it would be for myself.
Okay. Well, you specifically did not request any particular analysis on the Marlboro cigarette pack, correct?
That's correct.
We mentioned the bottles and the cans and that you could get latent prints off of those, or you have at times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you also get DNA evidence off like a Coca-Cola can?
Certainly, it's a possibility.
But in this case, you collected none of those, correct?
That's correct.
And let's move to 311 East 65th Street in Savannah. So we'll talk about that for a bit. You called that a crime scene in your testimony. Why did you call that a crime scene?
It's sort of a shorthand for saying that it's a place that we searched for or examined for signs of criminal activity.
When you call it a crime scene, are you presuming that a crime occurred there?
So the presumption holds yes. We do need to, we're not going to go to a place that's just random and say, well, we don't think a crime happened here, so but we're going to search anyway. I mean, we're going to go there based on fact and driven by how the investigation leads us, and then conduct an examination of a place, be it a vehicle, an apartment, a house, wherever, based on the fact that there may be something there.
Okay. And that property had a house upon it that we heard a lot of testimony about yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a shed in the back of the house, right?
There was.
Did you look in that shed?
I did.
About how big was that shed?
10 by 10, 12 by 12, not very big, but.
What was located inside the shed?
If I remember correctly, it was just packed full of tools and things you might find in a garden shed. There were some old paint cans, things stored. I don't recall exactly without referring to a photograph that I took of the interior, but it was not particularly well kept. It was a little haphazard the way things were stored inside.
Well, lots of folks keep their sheds in the back like that, I think, correct?
Me as well.
Did you do any luminol testing within that shed?
Not within the shed. I did, however, take a few items out of the shed and bring them into the house for testing.
What items did you take from the shed to bring into the house for testing?
There were some power tools.
And what was the result of your luminol testing on those power tools?
There was no result shown from the Blue Star application.
And when you say Blue Star, that's the Blue Star luminol that was discussed yesterday, right?
Correct. That's the chemical that causes the blue glow when it comes into contact with blood.
You also, and correct me if I'm wrong, always correct me if I misstate anything that you said, because I don't want to mischaracterize or get anything wrong about your testimony, okay? So please just stop me. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think you will anyway. I just want to make sure I hear it from you. Did you testify yesterday that you do not believe, and I'm sorry, I have to be indelicate because of the nature of this case, you believe Mrs. Kassotis was not dismembered in that house?
I believe that there's not enough physical evidence available to make that determination decisively.
One way or the other?
I think it was
Correct.
Airbnb'd, as far as I understand.
If she was dismembered in that house, what type of evidence would you have expected to find that might confirm that she was dismembered there, or lead you to believe with greater certainty that she may have been dismembered there?
without sounding too jocular, hopefully a video of the inside of the house showing it, but that would be great evidence. There wasn't any video, obviously, of the interior of the house showing a crime having occurred, but if I were to remember yesterday when I taught, a lot of the questions that are posed to us asked about crime scene starts off with, well, it depends. In this particular case, it depends on, you would expect to see a lot of blood, but it will also depend on the preparations that were made prior to, and again, this is a terrible thing to talk about, but prior to her being dismembered, if there were any protective measures made. I put on a Tyvek suit before I got into a ditch full of mud, water, and other biological hazards. If somebody were to lay down, say,
Maybe that's what it
or
was.
something like that, then that might protect items of furniture, the walls or floor from blood. So it just depends.
You found relatively little blood there, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, the blood that was on the floor, I think you said that you had to do a full 1 minute exposure in order to render an image of the luminol glow from the floor, correct?
That's correct.
What's your typical exposure when you take a photograph of luminol?
Typically, again, it depends. If the reaction is very bright and the picture is being taken from very close away from the subject, it's like a close-up photograph as opposed to an overall photograph of the room where I might have to use a smaller aperture that lets less light into the camera per second that the shutter's open, then I may be able to use a 15 or 20 second exposure. If it's an overall photograph of a room and I'm using a smaller aperture in order to get the entire room in focus, then I may need to use a longer shutter speed to compensate for that darkness.
Well, let's compare it to the luminol glow that came from the futon that was found in the residence. Okay. How long was the shutter exposure when you photographed that luminol on the futon?
I honestly wouldn't recall.
Would that be in your notes?
So it wouldn't be in our notes. However, the digital cameras that we use contain a small piece of information called an EXIF file, or exchangeable image file. And you can think of that file like a tag on a Christmas gift, if you would. It's got a little bit of information about the photograph in it. It's limited to about 64 kilobytes of data. And what that contains is information about the date and time that was set on the camera when the photograph was made. It can tell you information about the make and the model of the camera that took the photograph, and it'll also tell you things like shutter speed, aperture, the ISO setting, or how sensitive the digital sensor was at the time that the photograph was taken. And for newer cameras and for your cell phones, it'll also contain geographic information like your GPS coordinates. So I could refer to that file, but we'd have to take a break and I'd have to load the file and look at it in a computer.
Okay. That EXIF file, that's essentially metadata. Correct, about the photograph?
Yes, sir.
So you don't recall exactly how long. Was it less than 60 seconds?
I'm assuming so, yes. But again, I couldn't speak with any certainty, but it wasn't as long an exposure, I believe, as the overall of the entire room.
And as far as, I guess, what you've been referring to as the arc on the wall, the arc of blood that was about a foot long or so. Yes, that was so minimal that you couldn't even photograph it, correct?
That's correct.
You made an initial application. I believe you said you had to get, did you say you had to get really close to even see that there was a glow?
Correct. It was very, very difficult to see.
And that futon, the location of the blood on the futon, you testified yesterday that, well, I guess you went to the house in May of 23, correct?
That's correct.
And Mrs. Kassotis' murder was back in that November, December 22 time frame, correct? It was 6 months prior. Mrs. Kassotis was murdered about 6 months prior.
Yeah, her body was recovered on December 2nd, yes, sir.
Okay. So it had been 6 months, and you said that futon, you don't know what position that futon was in 6 months prior to you being at the house.
No, sir. It's movable within the scene, so I have no idea.
So the futon could have been flipped around, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw the futon, I guess the blood was would be, I guess, behind where on the backside of where your head would rest if it was a couch, correct?
Correct.
But it could have been flipped around.
Yes, sir.
And that blood could have been in the seating area of the futon if it was flipped around in that way.
Yes, sir. It'd be more on, like on the edge. Like if the futon was a mattress, so to speak, it was just foldable. But instead of it being on the top or the bottom, it would be kind of on the side.
So if you were sitting on the edge of the futon, then that blood could be beneath where you're sitting, correct?
Possibly.
When you do the luminol testing, that is just showing the presence of blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be human blood, could be animal blood, right? You don't know what type of blood.
Yes, sir.
Does the luminol tell you whether it would be venous blood or menstrual blood? Does it tell the type of blood at all?
No, sir. Again, this chemical reacts with the hemoglobin, the iron in the blood, so it doesn't differentiate between where the blood came from within the body.
It took them 6 months to
So
figure out who
because
she
you
was.
just know it's some kind of blood, I think
That's
you
why.
testified that then you
They didn't
do
know who
an
the body was.
OBTI
May.
test, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just maybe to refresh everyone's memory, that
I don't
OBTI
know why.
test is the one that
Our
looked
parents
like
didn't
those
record us.
kind of COVID tests that we all had to
Oh,
suffer through
hey,
a few years
Joy.
ago, right?
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Very small. The OBTI test, that tells you whether or not it's human blood, correct?
They can give you an indication thereof. Yes, sir.
Does it indicate whether it's menstrual blood or not?
No, sir.
Oh, come on, sir. Stop that. Right now, stop that.
Can we pull out, let me see, which specific exhibit? Give me just one moment, please. You still have all your exhibits from yesterday up there behind you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that would be on the floor, right? Come on, Mr. Defense Attorney, you can do better.
Could you pull out exhibit 1.8, which is the package that contains the wipe that you found wrapped around the handle of the knife? Could you open that up, please?
Hey, Ollie.
Would you remove the wipe once you have that?
A
open?
wipe. That's what we're, yeah. It's like disintegrated.
Okay. Is it possible to open that up anymore without damaging it?
No. Not really. It's a wipe, dude.
May I have
Rip
your
it.
honor? I'm not.
Your gloves if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm
those.
good. Right, so there's actually two wipes there, is that correct? They're perforated, there's a perforation keeping them together?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
You
Captain
can put
Obvious.
that away now, thank you very much.
I don't really understand what that would have been, to be honest. Mr. Defense Attorney, I don't think that's helping you, sir.
So you collected all of these wipes as evidence and you submitted them to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
You testified yesterday that in some cases, these cleaning
I'm
wipes
just saying.
can destroy
saying.
DNA, correct?
That's my understanding in conversations that I've had with the folks at the lab in the biology section, is that is a possibility that the DNA can be damaged by certain brands of cleaning wipes, depending on the chemicals that are involved in the process.
But then there are also other brands of cleaning wipes where DNA would not be destroyed, correct?
That's possible, but I couldn't speak to it with any certainty.
Degraded.
Did
Say
you
you
ask
agree.
that these wipes be checked for DNA?
Again, with Agent Sands having submitted the evidence himself for testing, then those requests would have been made through him.
So if you could just answer that one question, did you request that these wipes?
Of course he
be
didn't.
tested
He didn't
for
submit it.
DNA?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, especially.
Wow, that was bad.
Briefly, Judge. Agent Dickerson, you were asked by counsel whether you saw certain drinking containers on the roadway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
How far were they from the body?
So as we spoke several times yesterday, the body was about 650 feet away from the intersection, down the Hunting Club Road, and then Jones Road itself. There was an orange gate pretty much at the intersection. The majority of the trash that I observed on scene was pretty much as you would expect to see. It was in the ditch and along the edge of the road on the public road.
That's on Jones Road.
Correct.
Okay. And if that trash, including those drinking cans, had been found in proximity to the torso, would you have taken them?
Of course.
Did you, with respect to the Marlboro pack that you referred to?
I did. It wasn't exactly found near the body. It was about halfway back toward the intersection from the body. So there wasn't necessarily a direct connection between the two, but we took it out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. And I believe you testified yesterday about the conditions of the weather in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022. Can you refresh us as to what it was in those days?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke with, as part of our initial briefing, when we arrived on scene, we spoke with,
Objection to hearsay.
He's just saying who he spoke with. He didn't say what they said.
As long as he doesn't say what they said.
We
Did you
know.
speak with anybody about the weather conditions?
I did.
Were you yourself in Liberty County on those days beforehand?
I was not.
Did you see if there was any rain in the ditch
You just said he
anywhere
was not,
near
so you don't-
these areas?
You don't ask that question.
Yes.
How much rain? Meaning on your body, how deep was the water?
Well, there was standing water in the ditches, and the ground was very saturated when we got there, even though it wasn't actively raining at the time.
Okay. And just so we're clear, we're in South Georgia, so sometimes we have standing water all the time, right?
Yes. I can also say that as part of the forensic entomology that was done, there was some weather conditions that had to be researched, and I was able to access weather data from a nearby weather station. And while I don't remember the exact numbers, I can tell you it recorded precipitation in the area in the days leading up to the discovery of Mindy's torso.
Do you know if anybody else actually recorded, or without telling us what was recorded, whether that actual data was secured in connection with this case?
Will you repeat that question for me?
What I'm asking is, do you know if anybody else secured the precipitation data in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022 without telling us what it was?
So again, in working with Dr. Edward Mondor at Georgia Southern, the forensic entomologist, part of his studies are to include weather data in his interpretation. So yes, I know that he accessed data.
So he knows how much rain there actually was.
I can't say what he knows, but that's a possibility.
Okay. And with respect to rain, and again, if I am going too far afield of your forensic expertise, please let us know. Counsel asked you whether or not the
I know.
cleaning
I got
wipes
some
and
questions
chemicals
too,
in them
girl.
can destroy or
Lots of
damage
them.
DNA. Do you know what water can do to fingerprints or DNA if it comes into contact with it?
Wash them away.
There's a possibility that it can remove both from the surface of a piece of evidence or a piece of potential evidence.
What about wiping with a cleansing wipe? What could that do to fingerprints or DNA, if you know?
Well, again, there's a lot of unknown variables to the question that you're asking, but even something as simple as a dry paper towel rubbed across latent fingerprints, which are primarily made
Ask
up of
away,
oil and
y'all.
water.
No question is
will
stupid
cause
on
a
my channel.
Mechanical destruction of those prints. They wouldn't be there anymore on a hard surface. Now, on a porous surface, that may be a little different, but on a plastic or a metal surface that's smooth, then yeah, certainly rubbing something across it could destroy those fingerprints.
Okay. And do you know if light has any impact? Only if you know.
On latent prints or DNA?
On either or.
So sunlight is got a large component. A large component of sunlight is ultraviolet light, and ultraviolet light is not good for DNA at all. In fact, you may see ultraviolet lights being used to sanitize certain things, and that's given enough exposure. My training indicates that DNA can be damaged by sunlight.
So at a minimum, you're aware that as of December 2nd of 2022, that's when a portion of her remains were recovered, correct?
I'm sorry.
A portion of her remains were first recovered on December 2nd of 2022.
Correct. That's when Minnie's torso was found.
Okay. And the rest of her body was recovered over how many days?
The right leg was recovered on the 3rd.
Good question.
The left leg was recovered on the 5th, and her head was the last item to be recovered, and it was recovered on the 7th.
And do you know where that head physically was? Meaning, was it on the ground or in the ground?
I wasn't there. I'm aware of it through the circumstances of the investigation.
Heard that they were living with the parents, so the parents knew that they were.
Could being buried
moving about?
impact the ability to recover
That might be why.
any additional DNA potentially?
It'd probably be a better question for someone from the biology section.
From the
of
biology
lab
section.
than myself.
Okay.
I told my
now-
husband that last night. Can't carry the whole team, babe.
Cleansing
Only
wipes.
do your job. Everybody else
Council
has to do
asked
their
you
job.
about those cleansing wipes, and you, I believe, pulled out the one that was in 1.8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As we sit here, did you see stains on that actual set of wipes?
Yes, but then they were moving every 2,
Okay.
3 days or week.
But you don't know what those stains
After
are,
that.
right?
So I
No, ma'am.
assume the parents knew.
Would you
They
have been
left.
able to field test those stains out at the scene?
I could have,
I
Okay.
don't
Why
think she
didn't you?
was.
because
I think that's just what
those
the
items are
parents
small
were told.
enough and portable enough that we
I
could
don't
take them to the lab and have them tested there without any trouble.
Okay. And would that have been something potentially they might have done?
It could be.
Okay. And DNA generally.
I have so many
um,
questions.
That gets handled by whom in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation forensic teams?
Money
So
was a
DNA
part-
processing is conducted by the biology section of our lab.
Do you do that?
I do not. The crime lab is actually a different division. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is made up of 3 divisions, and the lab and the medical examiner's office is one of those. I'm in the investigative division, so while we're the same parent agency, we operate independently of one another.
Now, I just want to talk for a moment about the items in the shed. Do you have any idea who those items belong to?
I do not. I'm assuming the homeowner.
Do
But
you have
that's
any-
an assumption.
Okay. Do you have any idea if they were there when Mr. Kassotis and Mindy Mebane lived there?
I don't know.
have
They
no
were
way to
told not to.
determine that.
Do you have any
Talk to their
idea?
family, I heard. I don't know. It's a
Well,
good question.
let me back that up. Did you see any blood on any of those items?
Not the ones that I processed them in.
And which items you processed, you said were the power tools, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what type of tools you
Uh,
processed?
Again, I'd have to look at the photographs, but there was a circular saw and honestly maybe a drill and something else. I'd have to look back to make sure that.
Okay. Do you have that in your notes,
Uh,
or would that be in a photograph?
it would probably be in a photograph.
Okay. And can you tell us what a circular saw is? Not everybody uses those.
Certainly, a lot of folks down in the South call it a skill saw, which is kind of like calling a soda can a Coke bottle, but it's basically a saw that you would use to cut wood, lumber. It's
It's always that asshole
handheld,
cough in the
about
background.
that big. There's a blade on the side that loads in, spins, and you.
If
push
you're
it through the
moving
wood.
somewhere else, lady.
But you didn't see any blood on it.
No, ma'am. I
But you
didn't see any
tried.
blood on any of the tools I checked.
Did you try to find any of the tools that could have potentially been used as cutting tools?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those all the ones that you looked at for blood?
Only the ones that could have even potentially been used are the ones that I checked for blood. And again, out of an abundance of caution, I didn't see any. But since I already had the chemical mixed and it was there and I had enough left to test, I went ahead and pulled the tools inside and tested them
So you
before we
blue,
left.
you blue starred those in the blacked out house as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But as you sit here, you have no idea if Mr. Kassotis even had access to those tools back in December or in the time frame around her body being recovered.
I have no way of knowing.
You mentioned yesterday that it was an Airbnb. Is that
Mindy.
correct?
Our investigation indicated that.
And do you know if it was active, only if you know, if it was actively being used still as an Airbnb?
That was my understanding, is that it was still for rent.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Briefly, Your Honor. The state mentioned that, or asked you about the location of most of the trash that you saw.
Yeah, I have it right here in my email. I'm looking at it right now, Holly.
Yes.
And that was approximately 650 feet away, correct?
Yes.
Three wives.
Looking at exhibit 1.4.
I'm also trying to figure out if I go to funding for the
Yes.
copy.
And
I'm not done
exhibit
that yet. I'm still
1.4,
half asleep.
evidence placards 1 through 3 and 4 through 7. Those ones down by the gate. That's approximately 650 feet away as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even though those were also 650 feet away, you felt that that was evidence that should be collected.
Three
Mhm.
wives.
And that evidence included the Husky storage container. You took that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the Milwaukee knife that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
You took cleaning wipes that were 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes, sir.
You took torn, cut gray cloth that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
And you took literally a black plastic
Just
trash
seeing that
bag
now
was
too. Thank you,
650 feet away from
Francesca.
her torso.
Yes,
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Check out my emails right this
And
very
you,
second.
and when
Didn't
I
have
say
time
you in
last
this
night.
case, I'm meaning the team that was there. So y'all picked up an empty cigarette pack
The third wife has
that, at least on
PTSD.
exhibit 1.4, looks to be several hundred feet away from her torso, correct?
That's fair.
Scrubbed archive? That's weird.
Was
That is
there-
weird.
No trash in exhibit 1.4 between the gate and the location of her torso?
There may have been small pieces of trash that I just overlooked. That's a possibility.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can the witness be excused?
State has no additional questions.
Okay, good. We're done with this guy.
Thank you,
Next.
sir. You're excused.
Next. Y'all are not answering some of these questions we have. Everybody's Pinterest,
All right, our next witness, please.
family members.
Your Honor, at this time, the
Penalty
state
number.
calls Lindsay Smith.
Article. She was two. She was wife number two. Mindy was wife number two. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, annulled. Yeah, I bet she did.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask if you could just keep the microphone nice and close to your mouth so that the jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Lindsay Smith, Lindsay, Smith, Smith.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm the
Oh,
special agent in charge assigned
great.
to the Statesboro field office.
What is a special agent in charge?
So my responsibilities are to supervise the personnel assigned to that office. We have 6 case agents 2 crime scene specialists, an assistant special agent in charge, an office manager, and an intel analyst assigned to the office.
And in that capacity, have you ever been a field agent yourself?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been with the GBI total?
19 and a half years.
And in your time with them in the 19 and a half years, is that the only role that you had, meaning special agent in charge, or what are your other prior titles?
So I began my career as a narcotics agent. I was promoted to special agent where I worked field work cases. Then I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, and then now special agent in charge.
Would it be fair to say that each of those were promotions, essentially?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to the GBI, were you in law enforcement, or is this your first law enforcement position?
I was in law enforcement previously.
Where were you?
I was assigned to the Altima Hall Drug Task Force as a narcotics agent.
How long were you with them?
Almost 3 years,
Okay. So in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
And in that time, would it be fair to say that you've also assisted in crime scenes and investigations of cases?
That's correct.
How many cases do you think you've managed over the course of your career? Estimated, not exact.
Hundreds.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you worked in partnership with other agencies?
Yes, I have.
In this case specifically, were you working in a partnership with any other agencies?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what agencies were involved in the investigation of this case?
Sure. We received our request
Mine
from
do
the
that
Liberty County
sometimes.
Sheriff's Office, but also during the investigation, we coordinated with
I have
other
some.
state law enforcement agencies, the
There's not a
Department of
lot.
Natural Resources, Georgia State Patrol. We also coordinated with some federal agencies such as the FBI.
Yeah, they like to cut
Okay.
off one, I swear,
And-
in the chat.
You indicated that your
You.
title now is special agent in
too.
charge. Was that your title in December of 2022?
No, it was not.
What were you at that time?
I was the assistant special agent in charge.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Can you explain to
Okay.
the jury what the difference is between the assistant special agent in charge and the special agent in charge?
Sure, we have similar roles. As the assistant special agent in charge, my involvement was more operational, whereas now I'm more administrative.
Were you on duty December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What was your role that day in connection with this case?
It was actually after hours, but I was contacted by the case agent, Tracy Sands, to let me know that we had received a request for assistance from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And how does that work, receiving a request?
The majority of the time, the call comes into our communications center. They have our on-call roster available. Once the call comes in, then they contact the on-call agent,
And the on-call agent that evening was?
Tracy Sands.
And as a result of Agent Sands being contacted, would that have been him who then gets assigned basically to that case?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that happen here?
Yes, it did.
Did you go anywhere to assist in the investigation at that point when you received the call from Agent Sands?
Not on that evening, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't respond yourself?
I didn't feel that there was a need for me to be there at that time.
How long had Agent Sands been working with the GBI by the time you had gotten that call?
Probably 25 years.
Were you confident that he was able to
Oh,
handle
well,
that?
thank you.
Yes, I was.
And when you got the call initially, you said it came in from Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Did
Hate
you know what
autocorrect.
county
Shut it
that
off.
the remains, the initial piece of her remains were recovered?
Yes, it would have been Liberty County.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the relationships of the counties are kind of in that area where Jones Road and Barrington Ferry is? Is that all Liberty County or is that near other counties? How does that work?
No, it's Liberty County, McIntosh County, and Long County kind of converge together in that general area.
Okay. So her physical remains initially were in Liberty County. Do you know if any of the other remains were found in places other than Liberty County?
Yes, they were
Where were they found?
in McIntosh County.
Okay. So Liberty and McIntosh?
Yes,
Okay. And when the initial call came in, though, her remains were in Liberty.
that's correct.
Did that impact who you partnered with in connection with this case?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So since we got the request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, we would be working with them.
Okay. And when You ultimately, well, let me back up. Did you get to the scene at some point?
Yes, I did.
What day did you go to the Portal Hunting Club down in Riceboro?
I went out that Monday, December 5th.
Okay. And when you got there on December 5th, why did you go there?
We were doing an extensive search that day, and I wanted to participate.
Okay. When you say extensive search, can you tell the jury what you mean by that? What was going on?
Sure, we coordinated with some canine handlers out of South Carolina, the Department of Natural Resources, obviously some more personnel from my office, and individuals from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. And so our task was to go out there, saturate the area to look for additional remains that we were still missing and any other evidence.
Was it important to find the rest of her remains?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury why?
At that point, we were missing
December
her head, which is
2022.
obviously a large piece of the puzzle that would help us identify who she was. We know what she looked like, what her eye color was, hair color.
And at that point, did you have any idea who she was?
We did not.
Had steps already been taken to try and identify her
On the 5th?
as of even the first day?
Yes.
Okay. But had they yielded any results?
No, they had not.
Okay. So when you get out there on December 5th, can you tell us who was present at the scene?
Tracy Sands was out there, our crime scene specialist, Brett Dickerson. There was a representative from Department of Natural Resources, I believe 3 canine teams, and some members of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. I don't recall specific names.
Okay. And you mentioned Special Agent Dickerson. Did you assist him at some point on that day in the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did to assist Agent Dickerson?
Sure. He had collected a sample of maggots from the left leg that we had found. Those maggots needed to be boiled, essentially. So I was able to perform that task.
Okay. Was he able to do that out in the field?
No, he was not.
So did you physically take them somewhere to do that?
I did. I had contacts in the area
Torso.
that were able
Torso
to provide me with
first,
an outdoor
then the
kitchen,
legs,
so to speak, where I was able to
then the
heat
head.
water and then pour the boiling water on top of the maggots.
And that processing, did you receive any guidance without telling us exactly what was said? Did you receive any guidance on how to perform that task?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that guidance from?
It was through Agent Dickerson, but from Dr. Mondor.
Okay. And do you know what his role was in this case?
He's an entomologist that works for Georgia Southern University that we consult with sometimes.
Okay. And when you boiled the maggots, what did you do with them afterwards?
I went back to the crime scene and turned them over to Agent Dickerson.
Okay. Did they remain in your custody the entire time
is
that you went to
cringe.
process them
Just
before
hearing
you
it, it's
returned them
kinda
to Agent
cringe.
Dickerson?
Yes, they did.
And so when you gave them to Agent Dickerson, he was the last person that had them after you.
That's correct.
Do you know if they were submitted at some point to Dr. Mondor for review?
Yes, they were.
And would the special agent in charge and the assistant special agent in charge have to manage somehow the funding for taking care of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory have the ability to do that kind of testing itself?
No, they don't.
So that would have required you to go somewhere else?
That's correct.
In your career, how many times have you had bugs processed?
That was the first.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
To preserve them as they were, so that we could get a better timeline on how long the remains had been in the woods.
As of that date, December 5th, did you have any idea exactly how long they were in the woods?
No, we did not.
So what would Dr. Mondor be able to provide you in terms of that you were hoping to accomplish?
A date range of how long they had been out there, particularly when they were placed there.
Now, when you learned that the deceased in this case, Mindy, had been dismembered, did that cause you any concerns for the investigation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
At that particular time, we still did not have her head, which was going to be useful in identification.
Did you contact anybody once the head was recovered?
Yes, I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted the GBI's forensic artist, Kelly Lawson, to request some assistance with the photograph at that time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what would the forensic artist have to do with this case?
So initially, I received a photograph from the autopsy of the face of Miss Mindy. And my initial request to the forensic artist was to ask if she could make the picture look better so that it could be released to the media. And that was not an option in this case. So what we did was have her basically draw an image to be used to release for the media.
So if you had had a, for lack of a better word, non-traumatized face, would you have released that photograph?
It's possible depending on how it looked.
So it's the condition of the body?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, given the condition of the body, you were not able to do that?
That's right.
Okay. So did you provide anything to Kelly Lawson, the forensic artist, in conjunction with your request?
Yes, I sent her the photograph that we obtained from the autopsy.
And if you know, was that head modified in any way during the course of the autopsy in terms of the photograph you received?
It had been cleaned, but other than that, nothing else.
Okay. And did you give her any other details concerning the appearance of the deceased?
Yes, I did.
What did you provide to her?
We were able to provide height, possible weight, and the hair type, essentially.
Okay. Did you discuss with her eye color?
Yes.
What eye color did you tell her?
We told her brown at the time.
And you say at the time. Why did that change at some point?
It did.
Why?
I don't know the scientific reasoning behind it. During autopsy, the eyes appeared to be brown. I do believe they were naturally a different color.
Okay. Would Dr. Lehman be able to explain that as he did to you at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Dr. Lehman, was he?
I don't
who was
know.
he?
He was our
That's all I
medical
know.
examiner who performed the autopsy.
Okay. So initially, you simply thought the eyes were brown.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when that information was provided, did that include that information to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it did.
Ultimately, did you ever receive a drawing back from Ms. Lawson?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what you did with that drawing?
Sure. We were able to create a flyer per se with the photograph on it and some additional identifying information. And then we've included our phone number and ways to contact the GBI should someone recognize the picture.
And do you know what day that was that you received and posted, so to speak, that flyer that you just referred to?
So I received the flyer on December 11th, which I believe was a Sunday, and it went out to the media that Monday, the 12th.
Okay. And that was in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that and posting it, did you receive any leads or tips from people seeing that photograph?
We did receive some leads.
Okay. Tell us how you managed those tips coming into the GBI.
We have an intel analyst assigned to our office, and she was able to maintain a spreadsheet with information that we were getting as the calls came in. We received tips from over 17 states across the country.
Okay. Were you fielding those tips and investigating them?
I believe I may have taken a call or two, but mostly that was being handled by a case agent and the intel analyst.
Okay. When those tips started coming in, did you ultimately identify her through the tips?
No, we did not.
So subsequent to that first photograph, did there come a time when there was a second drawing?
Yes, there was.
When was the second drawing?
If I can refer to my notes, that was on January 3rd.
On January 3rd, did you receive a second drawing?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive it from?
From Kelly Lawson.
Okay. And when Ms. Lawson sent you that drawing, tell the jury what you did with it.
We submitted another flyer with some additional information and put it out to our media.
Okay. Did that also get posted to the public media?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive additional tips?
Yes, we did.
Did you do any better with the second drawing than the first?
No, we did not.
No identification?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you. What I'm going to mark as 1.16. Your Honor, I'm not going to show this because it's a manual photograph. So I'm going to ask the jury when ultimately I publish it, just to keep it so that it can't be seen. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1.16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the photo that was taken at the autopsy that was provided to Kelly Lawson.
What is it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of Mindy's face.
Okay. Is that her whole head?
That's her face. The neck is not in the photograph.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate duplicate of exactly what you sent to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender 1.16.
No objection. Your Honor. It's amended.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would just hold it closely so that it's not exposed to me.
So that we can't see it, essentially. Just jury, you can look at it, but we cannot. Nothing? Nada? Yeah. Well, she wasn't, as far as we know, she wasn't reported missing. I'd be dying to know if they're showing it to him on that screen or not. He does keep looking at the screen, so.
Okay, back to the witness, please.
That was the photograph you sent to Ms. Lawson, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated that you had received some sketches back from her afterwards. Is that right?
That's correct.
And ultimately, you said there were some flyers that were produced as a result using those sketches.
That's right.
I'm now going to ask, Your Honor, that these be marked as 1.17 and 1.18. I've provided counsel with a copy already. May I show these to the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in 1.17 and
I know, right?
1.18?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what's 1.17?
This the first rendering that Kelly Lawson gave us.
Okay, and that was back on December 11th of 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and with respect to 1.18, what is that?
It's another rendering. It's the second one that we received.
And when was that one received?
That would have been on
I think it was Mindy.
January 5th.
But it's not clear.
I believe you tested.
3rd, I'm sorry, 3rd.
Okay, so it was January 3rd. What was January
Yeah,
5th?
until she
What
was
happened on
identified.
January 5th? Did that get posted or something?
I don't recall. I think I just misspoke. So it was the 3rd.
Okay, so when you received that from her, did you then process that into a second flyer?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender states 1.17 and 1.18.
Yeah, she was wife number 2. Mindy was.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish those to the jury.
See, maybe that's why we're so goddamn confused.
Thank you.
Jury's going to be just
Now publishing 1.17 for the.
sorry, we were buffering.
Was
He
that
is
the
cringe.
photograph that was made into the first flyer?
So cringe.
Yes, it is.
Right?
And I'm now publishing 1.18. Was that the second photograph that was made into a flyer?
Yes, it is.
At some point, were there side-by-side flyers as well?
Yes, I believe so.
And ultimately,
Yep,
you
that's how she was probably able
indicated
to
that
get
you
it
would
annulled.
receive tips on both of those photographs,
That's correct.
but no results.
Not to identify as her officially, no.
Did you investigate other individuals other than Mindy Mebane Kassotis potentially being the deceased?
Yes, we did.
Were there one, more than one? Do you have any idea approximately how many?
I would say anywhere between 75 to 100.
So you ran down a lot of leads.
Or my office did.
Not you personally, my
Yes.
apologies.
Nope.
The GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you wound up with no results from the forensic sketches and from all these leads, what did you do next?
So I reached out to another special agent in charge within the GBI who had had success in identifying an unidentified individual. He put me in contact with an FBI agent.
And why did you call the FBI?
They were in the process of doing some genetic genealogy testing, and I reached out to him to see if he could help us with this particular case.
Do they normally help you? Not disrespectfully, but I mean, do they normally work as your partner unless requested?
No, they don't.
Okay, so in this case, you reached out for assistance?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they explain anything to you about procedures for following through with that?
Yes, there were some steps that we had to take before they would take on the case, which included providing details about what we were dealing with, what the investigation had uncovered at that point. There were some other processes that had to be undertaken where some data would be entered into some databases.
Can you explain to the jury what VICAP is?
Sure. It's the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Essentially, it's a database that collects information from law enforcement and compares it to other cases to see if there are similarities or connections.
And what is NamUs?
That's the National Unidentified Missing Persons System.
Okay. And what does that database do?
It also collects information from loved ones and law enforcement about missing and unidentified individuals to see if they can also make connections that with other cases that are entered into the database to hopefully resolve those cases.
Did either VICAP, and just for the record, VICAP, or NamUs, NAMUS, did either of those ultimately yield a result that assisted you?
No, they did not.
And after going through that documentation process with the FBI, who did they put you in touch with?
Gene by Gene.
How do you spell that?
GeneBygene.
So gene, like as in a gene in the DNA?
That's correct.
Okay. And what kind of a organization or company is Gene by Gene?
It's a private forensic laboratory.
Okay. What kind of testing do they do?
They do a genetic genealogy testing.
And how is that withdrawn? Is that something available from the GBI Coastal Crime Laboratory?
No, it is not.
Is that available by any GBI laboratory?
No, it is not.
So you had to go to a private laboratory to be able to try the genetic genealogy?
That's correct.
And as a result of that process, did you have to provide them with information about your case?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, what did you provide them in connection with this case?
I'm not sure we actually provided them with information about the case, but we did have to send them a sample of blood that was obtained from the autopsy.
Okay, and that would have been the blood from the deceased?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you know who she was?
No, we did not.
So when you sent it to Gene by Gene, what were you hoping to accomplish?
We were hoping to learn who our victim was.
Okay. As a result of that process,
Kaylin.
did you receive any information that assisted you in locating individuals that may have a connection to your deceased?
Yes, we did.
And who was that you went to speak with after that process?
Agent Sands went to speak with Betsy Mebane.
And that's Mebane?
That's correct.
Okay. Why did they go to speak with her?
So during the testing, they were able to basically build a family tree with connections to potential family members of the victim, and she was identified as a possible mother.
Okay. And only if you know, do you know if they ultimately were able to collect a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane?
Yes, we were.
Did you assist in any other way in the investigation?
Yeah, let's get some answers
No,
here.
other than just general oversight, supervision.
Now, the crime lab, I want to be sensitive here because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Are there times when you submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes,
Does your team submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis as well?
yes.
Do you always have every item tested you request?
No, we do not.
Can you explain why?
Sure. The resources at our crime lab are limited. We are short-staffed with some scientists in certain areas. So it's impossible for them to be able to test every piece of evidence that's submitted.
Have you had your fair share of conversations hoping for potentially more items to be tested?
Yes, I have.
Did you do that in this case?
I believe so.
And can you explain what a briefing is with the crime lab? Who would do that?
So it would be a supervisor from the office and a supervisor from the crime lab get together and discuss potential additional steps that we would request be taken.
Okay, and did anyone do that in this case as supervisor?
Honestly, don't recall, but I believe so.
Do you know if you had any conversations with the crime laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you make requests for evidence to be examined?
Yes,
And did you do that in assistance with any other agents from your team?
yes.
Who was that?
Would have been Agent Dickerson and Agent Sands.
Okay, and ultimately, did you receive reports back from the crime laboratory on the items they did ultimately test?
Yes, we did.
Without them being able to do the forensic genetic genealogy, is that why you went to gene by gene?
That's correct.
Did that ultimately provide you with identity for the purposes of knowing who that torso and the rest of the remains belong to?
Yes, it did.
And who was that?
Mindy Mabane Kassotis.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent Smith.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case.
No, I don't think it's a death penalty case.
Just a few
I don't see anything about death
You
penalty.
testified that you were hoping for more items. to be
Malice,
tested.
murder.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
What specific items were you hoping that the crime lab would test?
I would hope they would have tested everything that we submitted in a perfect world.
Which specific items did you hope they would test that they would not test?
I believe the Clorox wipes or whatever type of wipes those were. Specifically, that's what stands out in my mind.
So did you request those to be tested? You had discussions with the crime lab and then they would not test?
Common sense why they
I
wouldn't
don't
test
believe
those.
specifically we had the discussion of that. We were presenting them with the list of everything that had been provided. And once something was tested and we didn't have any success or any leads, we would ask for something else to be tested in hopes that we would get some additional information.
You said the crime lab is short-staffed in certain areas. What areas to your knowledge, is the crime lab short-staffed in?
I believe most of the scientific fields are short-staffed across the state.
And just to help the jury understand, what are the scientific fields specifically that are short-staffed across the
So I
state?
believe toxicology.
Everything I'm looking at doesn't say anything about death
biologist.
penalty. This
And
website's
because of
may be
that,
wrong. I don't
items
know.
that special agents or assistant special agents want to be tested, or other agents want to be tested, may not be tested by the crime lab,
That's correct.
even though you believe they should be tested.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Still looking, but I don't see
Just
anything that
one
says
follow-up.
that it's a death
If
penalty
you thought
case.
something was critical to the case to be able to prove or disprove the case, would you have taken that somewhere else than the GBI Coastal Lab?
Yes, we would have.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And did you get results from it?
We did.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Real quick. Do you ask for items that aren't critical to be tested from the crime lab?
Right back, I gotta get my coffee.
I believe all items that we collect are critical.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right. Any objection to the witness being excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. You are excused. You're free to go. You just leave that there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess this morning. If you would step out with the bailiffs, please.
This is getting a little old. StreamYard, getting a little old here. Every time I refresh this, it wants to eat me as well. Like, excuse you. Excuse you. I think we all got yeeted. To be honest, it went down for like a whole minute. Yeeted us twice, and I wasn't the only person who was yeeted, it looks like. What is actually going on here? You know, it's really frustrating when you can't do anything about it because it's not my internet, it's StreamYard. Like, thanks, StreamYard, we appreciate it. Anybody on X was just yeeted. What is happening? Looks like it's not giving me numbers for X right now. Yeah, I'm getting a little agitated with StreamYard because we pay good money for this, and the constant buffering and the constant going down. It's clear to me that they need more servers and that their servers are overloaded. And, you know, considering they doubled the price of their subscription per month last year, you would think that they would fix it. You know what I'm saying? You'd think that they would frickin' fix it. Otherwise, everybody's gonna move over to like Restream. Bottom line. I can't plug straight into the router because the router's not in this room. So, you know, It really doesn't have much to do with the router anyway. Everything else is fine. It's when you are streaming that you have the issue, therefore making it StreamYard. Every time they say GBI, I want to go, well, Trent, that's what I want to say. Every time they say, well, the GBI. To be fair, Massachusetts needs a GBI. They need something, because the investigations over here need a little help. I think the court system itself needs a little freaking help, to be honest. All right. See, when I have to like disconnect and reconnect because it's buffering, that's a problem. So basically, if I don't want it to yeet me, I have to disconnect and reconnect very quickly when it starts to buffer. Not cool, man. I mean, I can shut down some of these windows I have open, but I have them open for a reason. I'm getting rid of a couple of them here. So, I mean, everything I'm looking at doesn't say anything about him, it being a death penalty case, at least from what I see. That's for sure. I don't know. It's possible that it is, but nothing that I'm seeing says anything about it being a death penalty case. So, I mean, it's sick. You know, they find the woman in multiple pieces. Nobody reports her missing, which we still have no answers to as to why. Why didn't her family report her missing? Why? What was happening that they didn't think she was missing? You know, I mean, I have questions here. I have questions. And because the defense had some things suppressed, I feel like if I have the questions, then so does the jury. Okay. And how do you want the jury to make a decision if they don't have answers to things that are kind of I want to know answer? Like, you know what I mean? I don't think it doesn't really, I guess, doesn't matter who or if anybody said she was missing, they found her anyway. But the point is the jury is going to feel like they don't have every piece to the puzzle. And when a jury feels like they don't have every piece of the puzzle, sometimes that backfires. Sometimes that's like, okay, because the jury has questions and they can't answer them. They know that something is not being told to them. They don't feel comfortable sending somebody to jail for life if they can't answer some simple questions. So I think you run the risk of confusing a jury to a point where they're like, I'm not comfortable because there's too many missing pieces in this. And nowadays you see more and more and more things being suppressed, more judges allowing things to be suppressed. It's not conservative at all for the stuff that some of these judges are hiding from the jury. And sometimes I feel like it's a little much, right? A little much to be suppressing certain things. Also, the allowing of people to testify as witnesses that clearly are not expert witnesses, like something's got it. We need like a Supreme Court decision on that at some point to say what a judge can say constitutes a expert and what a judge cannot say constitutes an expert. Because as far as I know, reading books and being interested in said subject does not make you an expert. But apparently in the state of Massachusetts, hey, you could just be an expert. Cool. And that needs to be, right in the ass, because you cannot let judges interpret that on their own. If you let judges interpret that on their own, that's when shit happens. And you have people who are not experts testifying as if they were an expert with their cockamamie, ridiculous, clearly wrong assertions. And that becomes a very large issue. So I'm hoping that we get some sort of clarification on that sometime in the future so that that doesn't happen in trials. You can't just have people getting up there saying that they're experts, being like, well, this is what I think, and I can't answer any of your questions about how scientifically I got to this answer, but what I can say is this is what I think it is because I said so. What? Like, this whole reason experts are allowed on the stand, it's because they can give you sort of how they got to that answer, right? We did this step, this step, this step, and that's how it gets you to the answer. You can't have experts up there that have no steps to get to the answer, but are just like, it's the answer because it looks like it should be. That's not an expert, okay? That's a guess. And anybody on planet Earth can do that. A monkey can do that, right? Your dog can do that. A toddler can do that. They can also tell you there's a purple elephant in the refrigerator. Are we going to let toddlers start getting on the stand and saying that they're experts? I mean, asking for a friend. We'll see a lot more purple elephants if that's the case. I think that definitely needs to be nipped in the behind. I think they really need to fill in some of these holes in this case, because I'm having a problem. If I'm the jury in this case, there's a couple things I want to know that I have yet to hear. And I get it, we're not that many, witnesses in. But there's a lot of questions here. And even with the information that I have, which is pretty extensive on this case, there are a lot of gaps and missing that I'm just like scratching my own head. Like, I'm not understanding what's happening here. Where is her family? Where? Anybody? McFly? Bueller? Like, where is her family? Did they not realize that her and him were bouncing around like Mexican jumping beans? Or was that the second wife that the third wife that he convinced like they needed to run far away? I'm pretty sure it was Mindy. It was because the ex-wife, I feel like a toddler is smarter than some of these people, to be honest. It's a very real possibility that the toddler is smarter than some of these people. But what in the actual hell is going on? We don't have answers to a lot of these questions. I was just getting into the genetic genealogy here, and we might get some answers, and then they just cut short of that. So it's like, if they found a match to Mindy, right, for genetic genealogy that was showing as her mother, you would think you would then reach out to said mother, get another sample, double, triple check, ask her where her child is, or if she thinks they might be, and we haven't gotten to that part yet. They kind of stopped short of that. And then, yeah, that was very frustrating. And then dismiss the witness. So it's like, isn't there other questions you want this witness to answer? Why? I don't really understand why they brought her up, to be honest. Really, all they asked her of any significance was why she boiled maggots. Okay. Gross. But that could have been asked, why they would do, in a generalized manner, why something like that would be done to, like, the forensic pathologist or something. Didn't have to be that lady. I get that she's the one that did it, but I don't remember, I'm sitting here listening to this whole thing. I don't remember anything of value that she said that she'd repeat from the first guy. Maybe, they're definitely going to have to call different witnesses for the genealogy stuff, because there's forensics that go into genealogy, but I don't really understand why they even called this lady. And maybe that's why they have 35 witnesses on their list of witnesses for the Commonwealth. Sorry, for the state of Georgia. Commonwealth here, Massachusetts. I was used to calling it the Commonwealth. Yeah, I can't either see anything. I can access court records, but not every court record. And some states don't like to put their stuff online. You have to actually physically get it in hand. Yeah, I don't really think that you got much of value. I think they could have skipped calling her, is my point. With the 35 people that you guys have, she basically just repeated what the first guy said. Most of it. When they found the pieces of Mindy, what days, the only other thing they found is the picture of her face. That was it. That was the only other thing that was different, other than the maggots. I can't. Okay. But just the word is just cringe, and he is cringe. Why didn't you just represent yourself? I get it. It's not a good look. Judges don't like it when you do it. Let's throw that out there. Okay. The whole reason of being an attorney is so that you don't have to hire an attorney to represent yourself. And you can represent other people. In my opinion, if I was an attorney, I wouldn't want another attorney representing me. Nobody can do a better job than me in my own life. Okay. But they don't do it because judges don't like it. Judges actually poo-poo on you representing yourself, even if you're an attorney. It's like an unwritten judicial rule. Like, if you're an attorney, don't represent yourself. You judges don't like it. Don't piss the judge off. Which shouldn't be so. You know, if I'm an attorney, why can't I represent myself? I mean, don't do it Ted Bundy style, but.
All right, everyone, please be seated and let's call our next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kelly Lawson.
I've heard this name. I know this name. I know this name for this case. He doesn't do a good job at looking like he's innocent, just saying.
The testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Maybe? I know this name. Maybe she's a sketch artist? It's possible?
Sorry.
I just know, like, as soon as they said the name, I was like, wait a second, I know this name.
May I sit down?
Yes, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Kelly Lawson, and that's KELLYLAWSON.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the GBI?
I am the forensic artist.
And you
Yeah,
say
she's the
forensic
artist.
Does that mean you're the only forensic artist?
I am currently the only forensic artist.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is a forensic artist?
A forensic artist is, well, an artist who helps with police investigations. And basically what that means is I do composite drawings, which is where if someone is raped or robbed or assaulted and they saw the
35,
face
yeah.
of their perpetrator, they would then come to me and I would take the description of the person that they saw and draw them on a piece of paper. Usually they're very large, 18 by 24 sheets of paper. And the police then can use that drawing to narrow the field of possible suspects and get an idea of what the guy looked like. The other half of what I do is working for unidentified remains cases. So if someone is found and the
That's kind of cool.
investigators don't know who that person is, then it falls upon me to do an illustration or a sculpture of that person representing what they would have looked like.
Sorry,
while
guys,
they
my
were
arm
alive
is like
in
killing
an
me and I don't
effort
know
to get
why.
their name.
Like
for
under
the
the armpit
police.
into the shoulder.
How long have you been with the GBI in that role?
I've been working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation since 2012.
Do you have any specialized training to be able to do the job that you do?
Yes, I have a degree in drawing, painting, and printmaking from Brigham Young University. I took a course, a 40-hour course from Betty Pat Gatliff in Oklahoma for two-dimensional skull and three-dimensional skull reconstruction. I also took a 40-hour course from Lois Gibson in Texas, who is a well-known forensic artist. And I completed a 13-month-long apprenticeship under Marla Lawson, who was the former forensic artist with the Bureau of Investigation.
Have you ever testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes,
How many times and where?
multiple times in Cobb County, Fulton County, Clark County, and Clayton County, and DeKalb County.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce her as an expert or tender her as an expert in the field of forensic artistry.
No objections to that, Your Honor.
All right, she's so qualified, and you may proceed.
Can you tell the jury, did there come a time when you received a photograph in connection with this case?
Yes, on December 9th, I believe was the date of 2022, I got an email from Lindsay Smith containing a photograph
mouths are
of
not
an
matching.
unidentified Jane Doe that needed a drawing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
The audio is actually not matching their mouths right now, and I don't know why. It just kind of went off
Without
for
the
whatever
display,
reason.
please.
Yes.
Can you just look at those?
It's off by like a second. Anybody else notice that, or is it just me?
Okay.
I'm specifically referring to
Just
1.
Pinterest.
1.16. Recognize that photograph?
We have our
Yes, I
Pinterest.
do.
And what
I'll
is that
show it.
photograph?
That is
A
a
bit.
photograph of the head of the Jane Doe.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that photograph, did you make any drawings?
I did.
And what drawing did you make?
I actually, throughout the weekend of December 9th through the 11th, I completed 2 drawings.
Okay.
I completed 1 drawing with the hair down and 1 drawing with the hair up because the hair is not very visible.
Okay.
So I completed 2 drawings.
Did you provide both of those drawings right away?
I did not.
Which drawing did you provide first?
I provided the drawing with her hair up
Okay.
first.
Would that be what's depicted in 1.17?
Yes.
And then the one with the hair down, would that be 1.1?
The audio is very choppy
That's
right now, and I don't know why.
Any difficulty drawing this drawing in particular?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why?
It is very difficult to work from remains when a person has been beheaded. Because when we're typically associating with someone and communicating with them, we see them and gravity's pulling on us one direction, we're sitting up. And there are certain muscles and ligaments and tendons
Is it just me?
that
Because
go
it's
from the
choppy.
sides of the head and the jaw and the bottom of the
All right, it's
jaw
not just
all
me.
the
All
way
right.
down through the neck.
I don't know
It
what's
kind of
going on with it, but it
centers our
keeps
face.
chopping in and out.
So
And
when
that's the
those
audio on
are
Court TV.
severed from the rest of the body, it changes the entire
Yeah, it's a
expression.
delay.
It changes the entire structure of the face. It makes it very difficult.
I've tried to fix it.
And
All right, it's not me.
Did you in fact then do more than one drawing in part because of that?
That and it was difficult also to draw from this one because I had somewhat limited information. I didn't
Come on,
know
Court TV,
exactly
get your
how
shit
long the hair
together.
was. I didn't know what color it was. When I receive a case like this, I have to move rapidly because of
I'll have
the
to message Julie
ability of
Grant and be like, hey, you want to tell
release
Court
more
TV their audio
success
is
if they're able
choppy?
to try to solve the case within 8 hours. So, as opposed to going back and forth with the individuals working in the morgue to get every tiny little detail, I'll often
I'm
work
gonna tell
from what
Julie
I
Grant.
have, get the most accurate
She works for
drawing
Court
that I
TV, so
can.
see if
And
they
in
can
this
fix it.
particular case, I was unsure about the hair, so I ended up doing another drawing, and I felt like that drawing was prettier, even though the hair was less detailed.
And with respect to her eye color, did you base that information off of what?
I based her eye color specifically off the average. A lot of times, if you can't see someone's eyes, or if there's one of the first things that changes in the decomposition process is the eyes will go glassy and glazed, and they'll often change colors. So you tend to go with the average. And they say for Caucasians, the average be brown eyes.
Okay, so even within brown, are there variations of brown?
There are absolutely variations in brown.
And how do you deal with that?
Honestly, I just try to stick with something that's a beautiful photo. I know that sounds terrible, but the more beautiful the photo, compelling the photo, I guess is probably a better word than beautiful. The more likely people
I told
are to
Julie
share
Grant
the
she
case,
works for Court
and the
TV, so
more
hopefully
people
she can get
then
them to
end up
fix
seeing
it.
the case, and the
if
likelihood
it's
of
something
that
they can
person getting
fix.
identified is better. So I will make sure, usually I tell people that, you know, I often draw John and Jane Does almost as if they're getting their glamour shot done, but it's, you know, it's the last drawing someone will ever have of them their entire
Aw.
lives. You know, I just feel like it's a respect thing.
Totally
and
could do
it
that, right?
helps
Different eye
the
colors.
public become more engaged.
but I feel like you give them probably the reason you don't is because if somebody sees it with one eye color, they're going to dismiss it being someone that it could be with a different eye color. So maybe that's probably why. Once you see something, it's hard to imagine it another way.
Back over if that's okay.
Yes.
Like a psychology class I took, and I took many psychology classes, but the brain has this funny way of doing things, and so that's probably why they do not do it with all different eye colors, is because once your brain sees something in a specific eye color, then it's going to attribute
And the
that to
state
that
calls
specific
Peter
thing and
to the
only that
stand.
specific thing.
Peter Hershey,
Hershey,
like the candy bar?
sir.
Okay.
Like the candy bar? Yes, Your Honor. Like the candy bar, sir. Best type of Hershey's candy. Your favorite type of Hershey's candy. Go. Mine's cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. I'm sorry, it's my favorite Hershey's. I want to go to Hershey Park. Never been to Hershey Park. I want to make my own candy bar. All right. I mean, I'll switch if I have to, but I did tell Julie Grant, she works for Court TV, that it's choppy, that they might want to look at it and see if they can fix it. I'll switch if I have to, if it's not choppy over at Long Crime.
Good morning,
Ooh,
sir.
Hershey's
Before
with
you have a
almonds.
seat, if you would please raise your right hand.
It's a good one. I like Hershey Kisses with almonds. Can't really eat them anymore because of the back teeth, but
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please have a seat.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, before we begin, I'd like to tender states 1.19. These are the business records from.
I like the
J.C.
Reese's
Lewis
Minis.
Ford, Middle
Minis.
State Cert prior notice.
I'm going to try to flip over to Long
All right,
Crime.
they
Hold
are
on.
admitted.
Thank you. Sir,
Gonna
can you
keep
please
chopping
state
up.
and spell your full name for the court reporter and just stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you?
Peter, Hershey.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
For a living.
For right now, I'm retired, but I worked for J.C. Lewis Ford.
Okay. What did you do at J.C. Lewis Ford?
I was in sales,
And how long were you in sales?
40 years in the car business,
Okay. And how long with J.C. Lewis Ford?
30.
Okay. And which
Wait.
location were you assigned to in that 30-year
The
period?
Savannah location.
Okay. And
Is it
while
Long
at the
Crime?
Savannah location, did you sell cars?
I did.
Website, Holly?
Okay. And were you employed or as of July of 2022?
I was.
I don't see it on YouTube.
In anticipation of your testimony here today, I'm going to present you with page 1.19, if I may.
I'm going to pull this for a second and see if the chat says anything about it
Can
being
you just look through that for a moment?
choppy. Peter Hershey, J.C. Lewis Ford salesman, now retired. I did. I don't see it. I have the live tab open for Law and Crime, and it's not showing me anything except Cops Reloaded.
Do you recognize those types of documents?
These would be customary documents that would be signed during the course of normal car purchase, yes.
Okay.
Weird.
And does that specific set of documents include the sale of a 2022 Ford Explorer?
It does.
Is that a car you sold?
Possibly.
I see it.
sold
Law and
600
Crime
cars since
Trials.
then, so I
Okay.
don't
May I-
remember specific, but
The price of the vehicle?
Subscribers
It will,
only
yes.
mode.
And will it also list how it was paid for?
it will.
So down here on the lower right corner of that document.
Didn't realize they had a
Sorry,
second
forgive me
channel.
while I try to manipulate that.
No worries.
This should be better.
Does it indicate how much the total was?
After taxes, tag, and looks like a what I call a back-end product, which is your 3-for-1. Looks like $44,853 and 74 cents.
Okay, so just shy of $45,000.
Correct.
What is a 3-for-1?
3-for-1 would be like paintless dent removal, chips in the windshield, and tire and wheel. Basically covers your your tire against road hazard.
So some type of insurance that you could purchase at the time of the car?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Kassotis purchased that coverage as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the
Thank
jury
you,
what
Holly.
the vehicle identification number is?
Oh, yeah. You need it broken down by digit or just the whole thing?
Just generally?
Okay, so one indicates, the first digit always indicates the country of manufacture. The second digit always indicates the manufacturer. Then the third, fourth, and fifth, the third and fourth digit indicate plant, I think. Then you go to the model, which is the next three digits, and then the engine. And you get to the year, which is, I believe, an N for 22.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that each vehicle has its own vehicle identification number?
It would be absolutely impossible for two vehicles to get the same VIN number.
Okay. So every vehicle has a unique VIN number?
Correct.
VIN number,
And you
correct.
said VIN, is that the abbreviation for vehicle
Vehicle
identification?
identification number, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the vehicle purchasing process, what type of a car was this that was sold?
It was a Ford Explorer,
Okay, and that was what year?
22.
Okay. Do you know if Ford Explorers in 2022 had the ability to have Bluetooth?
I could do that too to make people subscribe, but
They did.
it's
Can you tell
sketchy
the
and
jury What
shady.
the difference is between telematics and GPS?
No, thank you.
No, I cannot.
Okay, well, let me be more clear then. Does the car
I mean,
have the ability
subscribers
to
only,
connect to a phone?
You just have to hit
Yes,
subscribe.
it does.
Members only is a
And
whole
in
nother
doing
thing.
that, does that require some equipment inside of the car?
Yes, there is a modem inside the car.
Okay. And do you know, if you know, who Ford uses as their cellular provider for that
No.
modem?
Would be AT&T.
Okay, did this car have an AT&T modem for that 2022 Ford?
I would say it would be very likely that it would, yes.
Okay, and would that be able to be tracked based on the vehicle identification number? Meaning AT&T records?
It should be, but that would more come off the phone rather than the car.
Okay, and with respect to this vehicle, there was that vehicle identification number associated that you just referred to.
Correct.
And is that listed here on that contract right there on the top left side under?
It is under serial number.
Okay, and that is a number. Can you tell us what that number is for the record?
Read it off.
Yes, please, sir.
1, F is in Foxtrot, M is in Mike, S is in Sierra, K is in Kilo, 7, D for Delta, H for Hotel, 7, N for Nancy, G for Golf, B for Bravo, 37068.
Thank you. And with respect to this vehicle, do you see the portion where it says here at the bottom, amount financed?
I do.
And what amount was financed?
None.
So how was this car paid for?
Cash or check.
So that would be the full $44,853.74?
Correct. Now, there's a section on that buyer's order.
Looks like former military, right?
If there is one.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, are there oftentimes recalls with respect to vehicles?
Yes,
There can be, right?
most undoubtedly are.
There,
Okay.
yeah,
And
all the
would that be
time.
something that is preserved in the business records as well by J.C. Lewis Ford?
That would be a federal document.
Okay. And I'm
We
going
Or it
pull,
to,
we
sucks.
pull
There's
a
all these
recall, we
recalls on
used
them.
to customarily pull a recall notice because it is against Ford policy to sell a vehicle with an open recall.
right, for safety's sake.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes. I'm
Sorry,
My-
just the reporter needs to get that.
My apology.
Not a problem. I'm now showing you the third page
It wasn't really a
of
question.
that exhibit.
I would have given it an too. With a statement, not a question.
And
Miss
that
Prosecutor.
recall for that vehicle, can you tell us what it was?
It was a rear axle bolt fracture.
If there were other recalls, would those be part of the sales packet?
Yes.
They have to look at all the recalls, fix them all before they can sell the vehicle. Legally. Doesn't mean they always do it. It's just legally they're supposed to. Used car dealerships that have those vehicles are supposed to do it too, but
Now, I'm just going
they
to
don't
show
always.
item for you, sir.
Anything recalled should be able to be fixed for free. Although a lot of people who are low income cannot afford to give their car to the dealership even for free for 2 days and not be able to get to work. So yeah, keyword legally. Again, I'm a car gal. Most of y'all didn't know I grew up in a shop with my dad's shop and my grandfather's shop. I'm a car gal. I know more about cars than my husband will ever know about cars. And yes, inside your key fob, if you have a push to start car, shocker everyone, there's usually a key. If you have a key fob and you have a push to start car, I promise you 99.9% of the time, inside of your key fob, there is a manual key in case your key fob dies and there is a place to put that manual key
within this exhibit.
to start your vehicle. Imagine that. Go check your key fobs, folks. You'll find surprise inside.
I do.
Part of the sales package.
It is.
And I'd like to point just up here to the far right. Does it say salesman?
It does.
Who is that?
That would be me, Peter Hershey.
And specifically,
Mr.
in order to
Hershey,
gain commission as a
make me on a
salesman,
candy, sir.
do you need to get your name on a sales contract?
I do.
Okay, so you would be
True.
fairly convinced that that would be you that had sold that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
So true.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
What? Mr. Peter Hershey, I love your name, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Hershey.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this
Ooh,
case. I have a
Weinstein.
few questions.
Forgot that was his last name.
You were in the car sales business for 40 years, correct?
That is correct.
And when did you retire?
February 7th this year.
2025.
February of 2025.
Yes.
Yes, dummy.
Can you tell me in broad strokes, what do
Broad
you do when you go about selling a car to an individual? What's your approach?
Just sell them a
What they call
car.
the road to the sale. But basically, it's meet and greet,
Build.
create a rapport, find out
Rapport,
what they
yeah.
want, and sell them the
Give
car.
them what they want. Yeah.
And when you're selling them the car, in your experience, do you tell them about the features in the car?
Of course.
Generally speaking, yes.
Is-
Sometimes the customer knows more about the features than we do. But
Sometimes they don't want the features.
On one car, we have
Sometimes
to
they
know
want
10 or 12.
all the features.
As a salesperson, do you go through training on the features on various vehicles?
Yes, we do.
And as part of that training, you
They
learn
don't
the
always know
features
them,
of the cars, correct?
Correct.
This, and then of course, at times you explain those features, as you said, to your potential customers.
Call that a features benefit presentation, yes.
What about after the sale? Like after you've made the sale, do you explain the features further then as well?
You
If
can,
the
yeah.
customer requires
They ask.
that, yes.
And we were talking
Can't figure out
about
how to
the
use it?
connection features in this
Yes.
2022 Ford
Bluetooth?
Explorer.
Yes, sir.
And one of the features you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that known as Ford Pass
Ford.
Connect?
It is
Ford
part of
Connect.
part of the connectivity or what the telematics, whatever you want to call it,
Telematics.
is Ford Pass, yes.
Is Ford Pass.
I can
And-
take my cell phone, start my car, lock it, unlock it,
It's an app
see the oil pressure or the oil.
in newer
life.
cars.
You
I don't even
can
have a
see where
car.
the car is.
When I know more about
So, yes,
cars.
You can track your own car.
So if I had one of these 2022
I
Ford
knew he looked
Explorers and I've got
familiar.
my phone,
That case
and I'm
was
not near the
crazy.
car.
That
I'm
judge
somewhere
was
else,
crazy.
I can tell where the car is.
Yes,
That was crazy.
That's a great
That
feature,
case.
right?
it's wonderful.
I wish I had
Is that
covered
something
up with
that
you
you would
guys.
sell people on?
Depends on whether
Ooh,
that
girl, you do.
comes up that they're interested in it or not. At the
That judge was
When
button in
I
it.
do finish up with my presentation, I will
I'll
traditionally
totally watch it with
pair
you.
the phones
Again.
and show them the features on Ford Pass Connect.
Okay, that's a part of your regular routine.
It is.
So you pair their phone up,
Mm-hmm.
you show them the features of Ford Pass Connect,
Correct.
you show them how, look, you can see where your car is if you're not near your car.
Mhm.
You can see, I believe, the oil level in the car, you said?
Fuel level, oil level,
Fuel.
miles to empty, whether there's a recall on the car or not. There's all kind of information there.
Temperature gauge.
As I understand it, you don't recall specifically selling this car to Mr. Kassotis because you sell so many cars, correct?
Sir, that would be like 600 to 900
Yeah.
cars ago, yes. And
Yeah.
it was during COVID, and half the time during COVID, we didn't meet the customer.
I
right.
The car would
understand.
get delivered to them,
To
and
them.
we would have done the paperwork.
At
Okay.
the office.
The,
Hey, Grave.
the other
Oh
thing
my
I would
God.
ask about, do you keep up, we were talking about recalls on these vehicles.
Kind of does a
So
little
this
bit.
car was sold in 2022.
Kind of does a little bit.
Mhm,
It's a 2022 vehicle.
mhm.
And I believe that we saw that there was one recall at the time of sale.
Mhm.
Now, at the time of sale, you don't know about recalls that are going to pop up in the future, correct?
No,
That is correct.
So if there's recalls that come in 2023,
they have to come bring the car in.
that wouldn't be on the sale paper from 2022.
It would not.
No.
And if there's recalls from 2024, that's not going to be on the sales paperwork either.
No.
Not unless you can get somebody to have a crystal ball and print from that crystal ball.
Yep, right?
I know.
Facts.
I mean, my clients often want me to have a crystal ball, but I don't have one. And I'm sure
Me
your
too.
customers are the same way, right?
I would love one of those. Can I get one? I'll take one of those
so-
for 500, Alex. Ugh.
You were still working as a salesman with Ford as August 2024, in August 2024.
That is correct.
So are you aware of the recall that Ford issued in August 2024 of
We're all
85,000
aware.
Ford Explorers for engine fires?
Engine fire. I had a car recalled for engine fire. Guess what? The engine actually caught on fire. I'm still part of that class action lawsuit. and Nobody's replaced my
I'm
car.
asking
Thanks,
if
Ford.
the witness is aware of a recall that was issued in August of 2024.
Oh, it's off again.
For 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires.
Which would only matter, Your Honor, for relevance if that was applicable to a 2022 model.
These, let me be more specific, I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question. Are you aware of a recall that Ford issued in August of 2020?
I had a Ford Escape and we had the recall
85,000.
after my car caught fire and burned to the ground while I was driving.
Year Ford Explorers for engine fires.
That's a story I
I
tell you
probably
guys
knew
later.
about the recall at the time. I probably had some kind of issue, would have called the service department to see if they could fix them, because I would get phone calls from
Whole engine.
customers
Nope.
that would ask about the recall. Do I remember that specific recall? No. Ford has literally, I hate to say it, but literally several recalls a year.
And Ford is not unusual in that, right?
No, every manufacturer has those.
Okay. But again, an August 2024 recall would not have shown up in 2022 paperwork, correct?
That would be obvious. Yes, sir. It would be correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else on redirect?
You simply said, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, you just don't recall if there was or wasn't one.
Yes, you are right.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Can the witness be excused?
No objection from the state.
Mr. Hershey, thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. Now you make me want, I literally want a cookies and cream Hershey bar. I kid you not.
Our next witness, please.
At this time, the state calls Dean Glover.
Oh, I see. Yeah, see, that's not the way it works. I had my Sorry, I had to fix that. It was buffering. I literally had my car catch fire. I had a Ford Escape. We had it for about, it was used, we had it for about 3 months before we were driving on the highway. I had no problems with the car. It literally told us it was reducing power to the car because the engine was hot. Okay, so it told
Good
us to
morning,
immediately
sir.
pull over. We did.
Please raise your right hand
Got
and
out.
take the oath.
Went to go lift the hood and it was already on fire. Had to walk down a 2-lane highway in 20-degree weather in the mountains in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, and wait 20 minutes way down. We had to walk with the baby because my daughter was little at the time. Wrapped it up, grabbed the blanket from the back seat, yoked her out, ran down the highway. The tires exploded, the windows exploded. There was nothing left of the car. When I asked the cops, they, had to sit in the cop car while we waited. And I was like, is there anything left? And the cop just looked at me and was like, nothing was recoverable from that vehicle. Nothing. I had paperwork in there, very important paperwork, belongings. We just did laundry, all of my clothes. It was bad. It was so bad. And that was from Ford's recall
Good morning,
of the
sir.
coolant catching on fire.
Can you please tell the court reporter your
Still
full
haven't
name
gotten
and
any-
spell it,
I
please?
called Ford. We
Dean
did.
Stanford Glover.
You Ford.
DEANSTANFORD.
Oh, they couldn't on my car. They knew where it originated. They did a
Mr.
fire
Glover,
report.
where do you work?
City of Riceburg.
What do you do for them?
I'm the public works supervisor.
Blubber.
And as the public
Blubber.
works supervisor,
Blubber.
you said that was with the city of Riceboro?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us where is the city of Riceboro located in Liberty County?
All he said it's because he
It
set
is
his car on fire to
between,
destroy it, so that might be why they're trying to use that excuse of the
Pineville
recall.
and Brunswick, actually. So.
Dean Glover.
All the way.
Okay. So if you headed south on I-95, would you hit
Blubber would have been
basically
funny.
your
Yeah.
area?
Yes.
Okay. And
I love
what
that
do you
movie
do
Flubber. Flubber.
as the supervisor for that department?
I'm pretty much is the director, for the public works, sanitation, and
Department.
you know,
DPW.
just wastewater, sewer.
So it's like their DPW
just
version.
Anything dealing with the city.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you have a location that you're assigned to?
Department of Public Works, basically.
Yes.
Where are you assigned?
793 Barrington Ferry.
Okay. And is there a building at
Barry.
that location?
Correct.
Okay. When, I'm going to turn your attention back to December of 2022. Were you assigned to work at that same building at the time?
Correct.
And where is that building located? You gave us an address, but how would you get there?
Basically on Barrington Ferry is just go to Riceburg to the caution light and take a left,
Okay.
a right, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you were coming down I-95, would there be an exit that would take you there as well?
52.
Okay. And what roadway?
Yeah, they
would
could
you
tell
come
it started
off
in my
of
engine.
I-95 to get
You
to
are
that
correct.
building.
That is 17,
Okay.
Highway 17.
Okay. Does
Yep.
that also connect at some point to Jones Road?
You are right, my friend.
It passes by, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Barrington Ferry and Jones Road are kind of the same name, just at different places on the roadway?
Correct.
Okay. So depending on which county you're in, will kind of depend on what you call it?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
12 and a half years.
And
Good
in
for
that
you.
12 and a half years, do you know if there are any cameras at that location?
Yes, they are.
When did those cameras get installed?
After 9/11,
Why did you install?
When pretty much
cameras
every
after
camera was
9/11?
installed.
it was mandatory after 9/11.
Government
The
buildings.
Required it,
Correct.
and they were installed?
Yes.
Are there cameras on the pumping station building? I believe that's what that is. Is that correct?
It's a well.
It's a well, okay?
Yes.
Are there
Wow.
cameras on that
Wow.
building?
Correct.
And is there any type of security surrounding the building?
Fencing.
What kind of fencing?
Chain link.
Okay, is there anything on top of the chain link fence?
Barbed wire.
Barbed
yes.
wire, right?
Correct. Yes.
And were the cameras at that building working in late November of 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what area the cameras capture from that building?
The roadway and the entrance of the well.
Okay,
Yes.
and does there exist a security system to preserve that video footage?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna call it a DVR, that digital video recording device. Was there one present inside of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have been responsible for maintaining that?
Correct.
Would you also have been responsible if there were any problems to get it fixed?
Correct.
Did there come a time
Yes.
when you had a chance to look at that video footage and determine if there was a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Is there a timestamp?
Yes.
Is that timestamp accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is because the
That those cameras do record.
Correct.
Correct.
Buffering.
And that video recording equipment, who has access to it?
basically just myself in the city when something happened. It's myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did there come a time when law enforcement asked you about that video footage?
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
Date and time, no, but it just, happened when we had an incident out.
Okay,
And the reason why, because, I am a volunteer fire department on that. So when we get situations, we do,
okay. So if I direct your attention back to December of 2022, is that approximately when, even if you don't recall the exact date?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when law enforcement requested to see that footage, did you show it to them?
Correct. I gave them the DVR from them to extract.
You gave them the whole thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that, would that have enabled them to download any footage from that device?
Yes,
And you turned that over to them yourself?
correct.
Did that device include footage from November 29th of 2022 that you had a chance to look at before your testimony today?
Yes,
And was that a accurate and complete documentation of the entire time period surrounding the very end of November into December of 2022?
yes,
Specifically in anticipation of this court date, were you able to look at just smaller clips of that time?
yes, ma'am.
And were those a fair and accurate depiction of what was captured by the cameras on those dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it display the timestamp?
Yes,
I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that the witness be shown 1.25, the USB. Yeah, approach. I have this marked. Do you recognize the initials on that USB?
yes, that's mine.
Okay. And is this the actual USB that you watched on that
So
day?
he's the only one that
Yes.
has access, besides the city itself.
Did you have an occasion to determine if that captured the same area that you just described to the jury?
Yes,
And did it?
yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm actually going to plug this in so we can see it. If you want to just leave it off for one moment.
This
Were you
poor guy's
also
like, get me
shown
the
some
fuck off the
still
stand.
photographs?
I'm gonna go home.
Yes,
And were those in fact just snaps of the actual original video?
yes,
I'm going to show those to you right now. These have been marked as 1.20 through 1.24. Show them, counsel. Your Honor, may I approach? Mr. Glover, I'm showing you 1.20.
okay,
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
yes.
What is that, sir?
That is the, well,
Okay. Is there a building there as well?
correct.
Okay. And is that building the one that has cameras on it?
Yes,
Does that building have that fencing and the stuff you just described to us? And I'm now showing you 1.21 through 1.24. In that order. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
yes.
What are those photographs of?
And well, I'm looking at the vehicle and the fencing, and this is the, that big box is just what we have our electricity come through for the well. Yes,
So you recognize that as being where you were working?
yes,
Okay. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what's on the camera and your building on photographs 1.20 through 1.24?
yes.
I wondered that too, who that lady is with the folder. I've seen her talk to people. Maybe she's the advocate,
Or they're admitted
Witness.
without objection.
Thank you.
witness advocate, maybe? Victim witness advocate.
I'd also, Your Honor, like to tender 1.25, which is the video footage of those two clips I was referring to.
USB.
The USB.
No objection. It's also admitted.
I want to guess that she's probably a victim witness advocate. If I had to guess, that's what I would guess, that's what she is, to be honest. Wearing my different headphones today. The ones that Freak got me, they're called bone conductors, so I can hear everything that's going on around me. And this little circle stays like right next to your ear, so you can hear everything. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It is making my hair a little puffy in the back though, because it's back here. Otherwise, I'll put it on and it'll make me look like this. And I did a lot of work to dye these goddamn grays away, man. It's got to look fabulous. Although there is some like tiny bits of dye still, and it went through the glove, so it literally got the outside of my nail here, here, and here. Went through the glove.
The file ending in
Gloves that come with the
ID 23302.
We are still on a field trip? I can't believe we're still on this field trip. Listen, girl, I did part of Karen Reed's first trial.
And I have this up on the
laying
screen.
in bed
Do you
sick
see that video
with
that's
my laptop
playing?
streaming it
Oh.
with a giant like bucket next to my head because that's how sick I was. So don't you worry. Yes, I hope your appointment did go well. I have one coming up with the dermatologist. We figure something out for the psoriasis because it's painful and it's uncomfortable and it's getting worse. So I might need to get shots next, which I don't want to do. Not feeling it. Not a fan of infusions or shots. I do not want either. But it might be the only option. Say the sun helps it, but I have pots and I can't just sit directly in the sun. So.
For the purposes of moving along today, Your Honor, it's in evidence. I'll publish it at another time.
The river was totally perfect because your butt is in the water, like this much of you on the bottom.
We've talked about.
Yes.
So
Those
you're
are on
cool,
the USB that have your
right?
initials.
Not just sitting in the direct sun without
So in the
having any
meantime,
cooling
I'm going to
effect.
show you the
It was
still
like
photo.
perfect to be able to be out in nature and in the sun. It's just sitting in the tube because half of your butt is in the water and it's cooling you. So it wasn't like I was just like sitting in a yard or laying in a yard hot in it. For my pots, that was like and I got out at different points and swam around in the river, which we weren't able to do last year because the river was going so fast. You couldn't get out. If you got out, the tubes and all your friends are gone and you're not catching up. And the current was too fast. This time we could, which was nice, but also kind of a pain in some parts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'd like to first show you 1.20.
Oh, come on. Don't do that, Lauren Crime. Don't do it. There we go.
What building is depicted right here?
It is the well,
Okay. And that building, does that have cameras on it?
correct.
That's the ones that we have here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this road that passes directly in front of it, what road is that?
Well, a lot of people call it different things, but we know it's like Hometown Road. It goes into Homestown.
Okay.
Jones, Hometown.
Jones.
Yeah. It's
Does that
got
also
very,
turn into Barrington Ferry?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's a lot of names for it, but that's the road that passes in front?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see specifically that chain link fence that you're referring to there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to show you photograph 1.21. Do you see this up at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
Top left is the,
Is that the timestamp?
yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm
Does that list
looking
a
at you
date
on
and a
light.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was what you indicated was
Yes.
on there, okay?
Yes.
And now specifically, do you see the fence there that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's that chain link barbed wire fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is there also a vehicle that is captured there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that still photograph, that was just taken off of the camera?
Correct.
Do you know that car?
No, I don't.
Do you know who drove that car?
No, I don't.
I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that's about 2 seconds later?
yes,
Is that car now depicted here as well?
yes.
Is that passing in front of the facility?
It's moving, yes.
And just so the record is clear, what side of the car, driver's side or passenger side, is closest while passing here?
It is the passenger.
Okay, so fair to say you can't really see the driver of this vehicle.
No,
And now I'm showing you 1.23. Is there a timestamp on this one?
yes.
And what time is that?
12
12
and
o'clock,
13
13 seconds,
seconds,
right?
yes.
It's very precise.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see anything on that roadway?
Yeah, I see a vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same type of vehicle as the one in the last screenshot?
Yes, going in the opposite direction.
Okay, so now the driver's side is closer, is that right?
Yes,
And now showing you 1.24. Does this also have a timestamp?
yes,
Would it be fair to say just a couple seconds later?
yes,
Do you have a better view of that vehicle now?
I do.
And again, do you recognize?
Oh, that's
that
pretty
vehicle?
clear. Just saying.
The same as we seen before in the pictures, but not, I don't know it.
You don't know it personally?
No, ma'am, I
Okay.
don't.
That is pretty clear. Just saying. Uh-oh. Nicholas.
Now, you indicated that law enforcement had asked you for the DVR and you provided it.
I
Is that
don't,
right?
Correct.
don't
Was that
think
the
I
material
have.
that they were able to retrieve from there?
Yes,
I've tried some ointments and creams that my doctor's given me. There might be a reason they didn't give me that. It
Other than
might
turning over the video
interact with
footage,
other
did you do
medications I'm
anything in
on
relationship to
or my
this
liver.
case?
no
It's
more
possible.
than, not in relation,
I'll
you know,
ask,
we
though.
just was searching around
Try anything.
for some of the remains, you know,
So you helped with the search too?
yes. a
It's
little
bad
bit.
on my leg, on my shin.
You
My
didn't
left
find
shin.
anything though, right?
No, I did not.
And the road that passes in front of your building, is that a paved road, a county road?
It's a dirt.
It's a dirt road,
It's half belong to Liberty, the others to McIntosh.
okay?
Sure. I
And
don't know
if
what it
you were
is.
to
This
go down that road
this
on
today.
Jones Road,
hurts.
would you ultimately come upon the Portal Hunting Club?
Slept on it wrong or something.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Yes, Mr. Weinstein, what you got, sir? I was just looking for my pen
morning, sir.
to write it down.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just have a few questions. With respect to this exhibit, which is 1.21, I believe you testified that you can't see who's driving that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 1.23, you can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
I cannot.
And exhibit 1.24, you can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
Okay.
How familiar are you with this LTS brand DVR?
Just something we purchased. I'm not familiar no more than that.
Are
It rewrites itself after so often, yes.
How often does it rewrite itself?
I don't know. I think it's something like every 30 days, if I'm not correct.
Are you the individual that set up that DVR at the pump station at the well?
Far as, no, it's a technician that sets it up, but I am the one that's responsible for make sure it's serviceable, yes.
But you are not the technician that set up that DVR,
No, I'm not.
correct?
No, no.
And you are not the individual that went through the setup procedure for this LTS Chinese DVR.
No, I'm not.
So you didn't set the time zone for the DVR,
I did not.
okay, or anything else? Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. I appreciate your help.
Well,
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
I wrote it down. Thank you, Holly.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Brittany Gresham to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
I think it's still good morning.
It is.
Okay. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brittany Gresham, BrittanyGresham.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I am employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
And in that capacity, what do you do?
I work in the toxicology section.
What is toxicology?
Toxicology is the study of drugs in the body. So we are testing biological specimens, typically blood, urine, but then also some tissue such as liver and muscle and gastric contents for the presence or absence of alcohol, drugs, or poisons.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
It's been about 14 years.
And in your role there, what would be the title that you carry?
A forensic toxicologist.
Okay, so they call you a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And can you describe your educational and professional background for the jury?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Georgia. And then upon being hired at the GBI, I underwent about 8-month training program, which included, but is not limited to, evidence handling, our extractions, as we call them. Those are the laboratory tests that we perform, instrumentation, and then pharmacology, which is the study of what the body does to drugs and what drugs do to the body.
And you indicated, I believe you said 14 years?
Yes.
Have you always been a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And how many cases do you think you've handled as a forensic toxicologist? Estimate.
Thousands. We average about 30 to 40 a month.
Now, you work in which crime laboratory?
Headquarters, which is located in Decatur.
So is there a closer one than headquarters to this office or this location?
There is. There is also a lab located in Pooler near Savannah, the
Okay.
Coastal Laboratory.
Okay. Does the Coastal Laboratory handle toxicology?
They do, but at this point, they weren't doing postmortem toxicology.
Okay, so as of December of 2022, the GBI Coastal Lab was not capable of performing those services?
They were capable. It was just a decision that was made that they weren't going to do it yet. At
I
this
see.
point, they are now performing postmortem alcohol examinations.
Okay, so at the time, they just didn't do postmortem yet, but they have since become capable of
Yes.
providing that. Okay. But at the time of this case, would your location have been the one requested by the GBI to handle those services then?
Yes.
And did you in fact get requested to handle something connected to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us the Atlanta facility, the State Crime Lab, is that an accredited laboratory?
It is.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Accredited means that an outside body has evaluated our practices and determined that we do meet the standards of the scientific community.
And what procedures are required to
I missed that
maintain
timestamp too.
accreditation?
Sorry, I'll look.
We undergo surveillance visits where they come out and observe us performing our analysis in the laboratory and also observing our case management. They come out every 4 years, I'm sorry.
So they evaluate the laboratory itself, correct?
Yes,
Do they also evaluate the personnel at the laboratory?
yes.
Who
They-
does that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
They observe us.
Okay, and you said us, who do they observe specifically?
We have scientists and we have laboratory technicians as well as evidence receiving technicians.
Do each of those different fields have to be maintained and accredited as well as the facility?
No, we're not individually accredited.
Okay, so the whole unit is accredited, but all of those different evaluations get conducted across the agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and does that include yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you personally get reviewed by that body?
Personally,
Mhm.
I've been actually observed, I think twice in my 14 years there. They don't observe everybody.
Okay, so it's a spot check essentially?
Correct.
So do you know if it's coming?
I'm not sure of the schedule at the moment.
Okay, so my question, I guess, to you is, other than them, who else verifies your work? Meaning peer review. Can you explain what that is to the jury, peer review?
Peer review is the process by which another trained, qualified scientist observes your work before it goes out the door.
Does that happen how often?
100%.
So every single case that you work, somebody else reviews it before it gets passed along?
In the toxicology section, yes.
Okay.
Some examples would be Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Richmond, Chatham, Fayette.
Welcome to Liberty.
Add that to the list.
Okay. And in those times that you were brought to those locations, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be deemed an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection. Well, I think she is qualified and can give her opinions in the field.
Is that all it takes nowadays?
Thank you.
Have you ever been one?
Were
Yes.
you asked to analyze any
We're screwed
biological
for
samples
Russell
in
then.
connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Before
Yes.
I show you
His
any
car,
paperwork, can you
Scorpio.
tell the jury, how does a sample come into the lab?
A sample can be received at the laboratory via mail, hand-to-hand delivery, or via a lockbox, which operates like a two-way locker. One side of the locker is available to the evidence receiving technicians in our evidence receiving department, and the other door is available to the submitting agency. So either our medical examiners or any other agency. Once a submitting agency puts their evidence in that locker, it's locked and can't be opened again from the outside. And so it has to be retrieved from interior with the evidence receiving technicians.
Is that the case with every single submission?
Yes,
Okay. And so there's no way that anybody could interfere potentially with those samples?
correct.
Now, ultimately, when those samples are received by the evidence technician, do they get documented with a title or a case number?
Yes, they get a unique case number, and each piece of evidence gets a unique barcode and number associated with it as well.
Okay. And is that unique to every single item on each case that gets submitted?
Yes,
And would there be an overarching case number associated with a case being handled by the lab?
yes.
How does that lab numbering system work, meaning internally?
It is maintained within our LIMS, our Laboratory Information Management System.
Okay. And when a case number is assigned to a case, if, for example, more than one piece of evidence came in at different times, would they be then attached to the same case file?
Correct.
And they would then bear the same number?
Right.
Okay. So you would know if potentially more items had been submitted and either needed your attention or some other division of the laboratory.
Right.
How many divisions are there in the laboratory? Sections, I guess is the right way to put it.
I am not sure. We have biology, we have trace, we have our firearms division. We have our medical examiner's office. I believe that's it.
And toxicology
And toxicology. Oh, and chemistry.
and chemistry. Okay. So would it be fair to say that your area and field is limited only to toxicology.
Yes,
Okay, so you don't touch any DNA.
no.
Now, do you know where the samples in this case that you analyzed came from?
They came from the medical examiner after he performed the autopsy.
Okay, so the medical examiner, how would he submit them to you?
Via the lockbox. That's how he submitted it.
So even though he works for the GBI crime laboratory, he still submits a piece of evidence in the same fashion as every other agency?
Correct. Even though the medical examiner's office is under the umbrella of the crime lab, they still submit evidence the same way any other agency would.
Okay, and in this case, did you receive a sample from him that you reviewed?
Yes.
What kind of a sample was it?
I received a liver specimen.
Okay, can you tell us what that means?
During the autopsy, the medical examiner took a piece of the liver and he decided that that was what he wanted analyzed. I believe that he also took gastric contents, I believe spleen blood, kidney, and muscle. But he submitted the
morbid.
liver to the HQ laboratory for analysis.
And did you perform an analysis on that substance?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what the protocol or standard operating procedure you follow when you receive a sample? How does that work when you get it?
The actual processing of the liver or?
No, when you receive an item to analyze, how do you get it to go do your review?
We have a management that assigns various cases to us.
So you didn't select this case, it was assigned to you.
Correct.
And when that came, how did you get the sample to review and analyze? Where do you go to get that?
We store our evidence in a locked cold room, so I retrieved it from there.
And in doing so, can you tell the jury what you had to do to process that sample?
Yes, per our policy on handling liver specimens, we perform a 1-to-10 dilution. So we cut a small piece of the liver and we dilute it with water and we blend it up to homogenize it or make it uniform. And this allows us to be able to process it during our extractions or lab procedures.
Can you explain the difference between a physical liver sample versus a fluid like blood? How would you do it with blood?
With blood, you don't have to do any kind of processing with it. We can just sample it the way it is.
Okay, so are there limitations with liver samples?
Yes, the preferred specimen for toxicology analysis is going to be blood because that's what's actively circulating in the system at the time of death, and that's what's going to be affecting your brain.
If there had been amputation or dismemberment, could that impact the integrity of a blood sample?
It could.
Hey,
Can you
Lisa.
tell the jury what putrid means as it relates to toxicology?
Smell.
Putrid indicates that a body has undergone some decomposition.
And as a result, how would a putrid sample affect your ability to forensically examine a sample?
I don't perform alcohol analysis myself, but it would affect the alcohol result.
So in terms of alcohol, how would decomposition impact alcohol?
The process of decomposition actually creates alcohol in your body. So that's going to skew the possible results.
So is it possible to tell whether that was in theory then, for layman's term, drinking alcohol versus decomposition alcohol?
Correct, you can't tell.
So you would just know there was some alcohol, you just wouldn't know where it came from?
Yes.
So with respect to this, you then tested the liver sample, correct?
Yes.
And in testing the liver sample, can you explain if the body cavity was exposed, meaning there was an opening in the neck, could that have in some way impacted the toxicology results?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. If the head had been removed and there was an opening to the body cavity, could that have caused complications with any results?
The integrity of some samples might be, some samples might not be of integral value. I know that the medical examiner did take some chest fluid, but he deemed that not suitable for analysis due to the fact that the body cavity was open. And that's one reason why he submitted the liver.
So if you had had blood, would you have used blood?
Yes.
Did you have any blood to use?
No.
All you had was the liver?
That's what was submitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury the specific methods of analytical review that you used? I know we talked about GCMS and some of the other equipment. What are those processes?
To start with, the specimen was screened on something called, on my report, it's referenced as a LCHR-MSMS, which is high resolution liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And what that's going to do is it's going to separate the components of a mixture, and then it's going to help us identify them via the mass spectrum. The other instrumental techniques that I used are LC-MS and GC-MS, which work similar. The GC-MS is gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So once again, they're going to separate the components of a mixture and then help us to identify them.
That sounded very complicated. Is that where you get the specialized training?
Yes, we do have training in that.
And you're trained on how to use that equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do that initial analysis, are you able at that point to determine what, if any, components may be in the specimen?
Yes, our screen looks for about 150 drugs, and whatever is found there will go forward for confirmation testing to determine if it is present above our limiter report.
Okay. Can you test for every single drug that's out there?
No, we don't test for everything out there.
Why not?
Some things aren't necessarily applicable to our casework, and other things we just don't even know are out there yet. So we're constantly improving our methodologies and adding new drugs to our libraries.
So you use the phrase library. Would it be fair to say that in order to know what's there, you would have to compare it to something?
Correct.
So if you ran the specimen and you didn't have a comparison for a particular type of drug, you wouldn't know if it's there?
Right.
Okay. When you performed this, did you recover or see any particular substances that were present during the analysis?
Yes, I was able to detect and confirm diphenhydramine in the liver.
Okay. Can you spell diphenhydramine?
DIPHEHYDRAMIN.
Sorry. I did not mean to put you on the spot. I was trying to help our court reporter. What is that commonly known as?
Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl.
Okay. So diphenhydramine is the fancy chemical name for it, but Benadryl is what we're talking about?
That's a common brand name for it, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the effects of Benadryl in your system may be?
Diphenhydramine is a antihistamine. That's the classification. What it's doing is it's acting on the histamine receptors in your body to prevent allergic reactions from occurring. One of the possible side effects of that, however, is drowsiness. And as such, it has also become a common sleep aid.
Can diphenhydramine be distributed over the counter or with a prescription?
It's over the counter.
And in that over the counter form, is it sometimes sold as a sleep aid and sometimes also sold as a allergy antihistamine?
Yes, ma'am.
What are common names that some of the jurors might know those to be?
For a sleep aid, you might see it in ZQuil or Unisom, or sometimes it's in combination with Tylenol to be like a pain reliever and sleep aid combo.
Now, when it's in a pain reliever combo, would you also see then potentially the acetaminophen, which would have been the pain reliever component?
Yes.
Did you see any of that in this case?
No, ma'am.
So the only item that you saw in the liver sample was the diphenhydramine, the Benadryl.
Yes.
And are you able to determine what's called a concentration?
Yes.
What does a concentration mean?
A concentration is an amount of substance that is present in the specimen.
Okay, so it's like how much is there compared to the rest of the sample?
Yes.
And in this case, did you determine a concentration?
I did.
Does the amount of the substance found impact the effect potentially on a person?
Yes.
So a higher concentration may have a more profound effect or less?
Correct. A higher concentration would have a more profound.
Okay. And what was the concentration in this case, if you know off the top of your head?
May I reference my report?
If not, I'll introduce it first. I'll make that easier. I'll withdraw. I'm going to show you 1.26 that I have marked. Do you recognize 1.26?
Just show us. We want to see it all. God damn it.
Yes, this is a copy of my report.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be your actual report?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.26.
Any objection? No objection.
Before I get ahead of myself,
Do you make reports in connection with the work that you do at the crime laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you do that?
It's going to be an official document of our results.
Do these get reviewed for accreditation?
Yes, they do review our casework.
And do you also potentially use it to testify in court?
Yes.
How many samples do you think you've done in the last year?
Samples,
Yeah, how many cases do you think you've worked?
maybe 200.
Be fair to say this might help your recollection as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm now going to ask to publish this, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. That case number that you were referring to, would that be marked up here in the top right corner of this official report?
Yes.
And would it also indicate at the end your signature here?
Yes.
And the results and the information that you secured in connection with this, that would be listed, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there in fact a concentration that you found of the diphenhydramine?
There is
Okay, and what was that?
2.9 milligrams per kilogram.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's difficult to say with a liver specimen. It's very limited in what you can say. Once again, a blood being our preferred source, since that's going to be what's actively circulating and going to be affecting your brain. Oftentimes in the field of toxicology, we have ranges to be referred to. So we have therapeutic, toxic, and lethal. Therapeutic would be what you would expect to see in the blood if someone is taking a drug as prescribed. Toxic is getting into more adverse effects, perhaps loss of consciousness, disorientation, things of that nature. Lethal is going to be what's consistent with an overdose or death. We have those levels for blood. We don't have those for liver specimens. In a research or clinical setting, you can administer a drug to somebody, draw blood, and draw correlations between doses and blood concentrations. With the liver, you can't do that. You can't give drugs to somebody and then just take a piece of the liver to analyze to make a correlation between. So it's difficult to say what this value is going to mean. What I can tell you is that in a study of 11 deaths that were attributed to diphenhydramine, the average liver concentration was 34 milligrams per kilogram. And this is nowhere near that. So you wouldn't expect this to be a lethal level.
Right. So can you also tell us what happens when a body is dead and it's potentially laid out? I believe you explained to me something about how there's redistribution. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, after death and blood is no longer circulating and the body just settles, drug concentrations can redistribute throughout the blood and tissues. So that could be affecting this level as well.
Now, given that this case involves a deceased and a dismemberment where the blood was not available, is that the best that you were able to do given what you had?
Yes, the medical examiner submitted what he had to get whatever kind of results to come up with his conclusion of cause of death.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, counsel.
Totally welcome, Lynn.
Good morning, Ms. Gresham.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. Let me ask you some questions because maybe I misheard. The state keeps saying the only thing available was the liver. Didn't you testify that the medical examiner drew spleen blood?
Yes, there were some other things that he acquired from the body. If it wasn't spleen blood, it might have been the actual spleen. I could have been misquoting there.
But you had said spleen blood, correct, earlier?
I said it earlier, yes.
What else did he draw from the body other than, that could have possibly been analyzed by you, other than the liver that was provided to you?
Well, there was the chest fluid, which he deemed unsuitable due to the fact that the chest cavity was open. There was kidney, there was gastric contents, there was muscle, and there might have there was brain, and there might have been other things, but I did note those in the case file when I was printing out my materials.
Okay, but you did not receive spleen blood from the medical examiner, correct?
No, those were never sent up to headquarters.
And I understand from your testimony this figure you have of 2.9 milligrams per kilogram, because you don't have studies, as you said, that can administer and then check blood, that the figure you get, 2.9 milligrams per kilogram for the liver, that really can't tell you much about the level of toxicity, correct?
Correct. I don't know what was actually circulating in the blood at time of death.
So this number is essentially meaningless for us trying to determine the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis, correct?
Objection to the word meaningless, Your Honor, is argumentative.
Let's try again. I'll withdraw it. Can you tell anything from that 2.9 milligrams per kilogram about the level of toxicity?
I can just say that diphenhydramine was consumed at some point.
But you don't know the level of toxicity of that, correct?
This doesn't represent a lethal level based on literature.
Or does it represent a toxic level?
It's nowhere near the 34 milligrams per kilogram, so I wouldn't think it would be toxic either.
If you would have had spleen blood and you would have analyzed spleen blood, could you have made a more definitive analysis of the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's an expert.
She is an expert in all
Once again, I'm not sure if it was spleen blood or actually spleen that was taken from the decedent.
She
but that
said
wouldn't
not
have very much
a
value
normal level,
either, because
basically.
it's
It
not what's
wasn't some sort of
actively
lethal level
circulating
of
in the body
Benadryl in
and
our
blood at the
system.
time of death.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, makes you sleepy. Or it helps with allergy, if you have an allergic reaction to something. Benadryl will help with that.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
You may approach. I feel like it's time for one of these 15-second sidebar like this. I feel like it was one of those. It was time to do one of those.
Gentlemen, that concludes all of the witnesses we have scheduled for this morning. The next witness is the medical examiner, and we were given information that that individual was testifying in another county earlier this morning. I believe he's traveling here to Liberty County. We don't
they're
expect
gonna do
him
lunch
here until after 1:30, possibly 2 o'clock. So I'm going to give you, it's 11:52. I'm going to ask you to come back at 1:30. So please don't be later than that. Be here at 1:30. We'll see you
It's
then.
an hour and a half. Ouch. Wow. Yeah, pregnant women are allowed to take Benadryl, although I wouldn't recommend it. They do tell you are allowed to. It's mostly used for sleep. Most people use it, for sleep. Or that sometimes they'll give it in the hospital if they're trying to give you a medication and you're having like an allergic reaction, but not like a deadly allergic reaction, especially if it's a med they want to give. They'll give you Benadryl and then give that again. A lot of times over the phone, if you have like a virtual appointment, they'll tell you, take Benadryl for X, Y, or Z. Sometimes after you get stung by a bee, they'll tell you to take Benadryl. Yes, we can. I'm trying to figure out which is the best background video to sort of give you guys on this. Thankfully, Holly sent me some things this morning. Give me 1 second to sort of I was not anticipating the judge doing all of this right now. While I am looking for that, do me a favor, hit the like button. If you didn't already hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you're not already subscribed to us on YouTube and you're watching us, most of you are watching on X right now, hop on over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. We would really appreciate it. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we rely on donations from our viewers. That's how our channel gets along. And so we would really appreciate it. Morning, my friends. It's been a struggle since the Karen Reed case ended, so we could definitely use the extra support for sure. You guys know that I will not be here Tuesday. I have a funeral to attend. It's gonna suck, but Tuesday I have a funeral. The wake's Monday night, so that won't affect really much of this. But Tuesday I won't be here. We will stream the trial anyway. I'll have somebody else run the stream for only purposes of putting the trial on the screen. So they won't be, talking like I do, but they will have the trial on with you guys, so you can have your, chat with each other and whatnot while I am not here. Yeah. So that's how that's going to work. Just a heads up so that you guys know next Tuesday I will not be here, at least for the first half of the day. So, all right, let me see. I got to find a video. Oh, my brain is going to explode, I feel like, today. One of many ways to donate to the channel. These right here at the bottom of the screen, there's a ticker that's below this that goes throughout the entire stream. So if this comes off the screen and you're like, God damn it, Elise, I don't want to have to pause to see the information. I don't want to go back. There's a ticker below that people often miss. And it's blue. And you can see it right below this big one here. And it scrolls by and keeps going. And that is our Cash App, Venmo, PayPal information, our Revolut information. Also in the chat, also in the description of the video, are our wish lists and our donation link that you can click on and just straight do a donation with a credit or debit card from any country. You don't have to have PayPal. You don't have to have Cash App. It does run through PayPal, but you don't have to have a PayPal. You don't have to have Cash App. You don't have to have Venmo. You don't have to have Revolut. Put in any amount you want and use your credit or debit card, and it works in all sorts of countries. So that is in the description of the video, and it is in the chat. We appreciate any support that we get because we are just a small channel trying to build up our audience, and we do have the Adelson case coming, which will be a semi-bigger case that people are really interested in. I'm interested. I don't know who's not interested in that, especially since it's like a family affair there and that thing. I know I want to hear the Emmy. Of course they do the Emmy and they're like, oh yeah, well the Emmy's not going to be here until like 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish. Like poor planning government. I mean, I feel like this has been happening a lot in trials, but I feel like I've never really seen them have these kind of gaps in witnesses until this year. I just really don't understand. I mean, look at the husband. We haven't seen much emotion from him. I don't think she was 8 months pregnant. I'm going to guess she wasn't, because if she was, they would have found a fetus expelled from her body along with her remains. And so I'm guessing she was not 8 months pregnant. I'm guessing maybe that's something that her parents thought or said. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get some answers to that, because it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. But what we do know is there wasn't a huge, at least from what we could find, digital footprint for Mindy, the wife. She had Pinterest, okay? The third wife was like a writer, I guess. Wedding article, when they got married, listing the family members, Mindy's Pinterest. The third wife, Samantha Kolsnick, she was a writer. She actually wrote some like post-apocalyptic stuff, which I kind of love, things that are apocalyptic when it comes to like sci-fi. The two things that come to mind when I think about them are Lost. Who didn't watch Lost? It was kind of one of those TV shows that if you haven't watched it yet, you definitely need to. It obviously is a little bit older, but it's a good show. And The 100. The 100 was probably one of my ultimate favorite shows. And big secret, way back in the day, I actually got cast in a show that ended up being huge on Netflix, and I couldn't do it because of where the shooting locations were and the kids. And I probably kick myself every single day for that. But either way, I would love to play in one of those kinds of TV shows about the apocalypse or a post-apocalyptic world. I think what really intrigued me about The 100, it was mostly about coming down from space to see if, the ground was livable, and they sent juvenile delinquents down to do it. But the third wife wrote short films too. Okay, so apparently she's a trauma survivor. This isn't probably going to help her, right, with PTSD. Welcome to the club, wife number 3. But she explored film, photography, and writing as tools of reclamation, resistance, and healing. That's what it says about her. So, which is weird. We checked. So the Wayback Machine, which you usually can check like old digital footprints, things that have gone, there's nothing on him. Like it's been scrubbed, which is really strange because usually you don't get a good, like it doesn't get scrubbed completely from the internet. That takes a lot of stuff to be able to scrub stuff completely off of the internet like that from the Wayback Machine. So I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so I found a video that Holly sent me that might help us a little bit. All right. This was 11 months ago, but it's some information on the guy. So let me try to get that up real quick. So I feel like that would help you guys understand this creep a little bit here. And then I'm going to look, while I'm playing that, I'm going to look for something else that does a deeper dive into this. As you guys know, I don't really do long form videos. I do live streaming instead of long form videos. I have been looking into doing some longer form videos. I actually have been sort of delving into, you know, we do a lot with serial killers and things like that. But most of you, at least most of you who know true crime, should know who Delphine LaLaurie was, right? And I'm a history buff. I like things that are in the past, but a long time ago. And she was a very prominent, rich lady who lived in New Orleans, and she tortured and killed her slaves. She had this secret room, right? And I was going to delve a little bit into that on one of these streams because it's fascinating to show how far back the depravity of some of these lunatics goes and how we still can't figure out what makes a psychopath. Because that lady, that was some sick stuff that Delphine LaLaurie did. And there are some, you know, voodoo surrounding her and her grave and things of that nature in New Orleans, and some ghost tales surrounding her and the house and all those things. It's quite interesting. But if you have never heard of that case, it's definitely one to rabbit hole. It's, you know, again, that's not something that was recent. This is way in the past. Delphine LaLaurie. I mean, the lady was sick. You talk about serial killers, you don't normally think of a woman, right? And when you do think of a woman, who's the first woman serial killer you think of? Most people think monster, right? Eileen Wuornos. Most people think that. My mind actually goes back to Dorothea Puentes, the lady who had multiple bodies in her very small yard and was killing off people that she was supposed to be housing and just stealing her Social Security check. Yeah, Eileen Wuornos. It's the first person people usually think of, right, is our Eileen Wuornos. My mind goes to Dorothea Puentes. I don't know why, but that lady was a deviant, all right? Like, she dressed older than she was to make people think she was just this old lady who wanted to help people. Crazed lunatic. But even further back than in our lifetimes was Delphine LaLaurie. And that lady, whoo. If I could find something quickly even on that while I'm showing you guys this about him, I will, because I think you guys would actually find it quite fascinating. All right, hold on. Let me... All right, let me get this one off the screen for a second. Getting a pimple right here, probably because I dyed my hair, right? Irritated my skin, I'm guessing. But yeah, most people think, ooh, those are good ones. They do, right? Poison seems to be one of those things that they use as if it's not going to be detected. And way back when it wasn't, but nowadays it definitely is. So it's a little bigger here. This is only 15 minutes. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey,
It's called the
it's your best friend Kenny here, and today we have
kind
another
of echoing.
spooky,
Kenny, you're
disturbing
echoing back.
story.
Oh, long form video, you don't pause for that? Oh, okay, cool. Alrighty.
I want you to ask yourself, how well do you know the people you interact with every day on social media? How would you feel if that person whose posts you like every day was accused of one of the most heinous crimes imaginable? Before I start this video, I'd like to first state that my heart goes out to the victims and their families of this case. This case involves real people, and due to the events of this case, many people have had their lives forever altered. My intention is to be as respectful as possible to the victims and their families. Do not harass or bother anyone related to this case or anyone mentioned
Yeah,
here.
you know us. Duh.
These circumstances are difficult enough without having strange internet people
we're not these
making
crazy
things
lunatics.
worse.
Lunatics.
Finally, we live in the United States, and as you know, we're all presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. On December 2nd, 2022, a few hunters were enjoying a late season hunting trip in the woods of the Portal Hunting Club near Riceboro, Georgia, when they stumbled upon something that they did not expect: the dismembered remains of a person. The remains were of a white woman who was an apparent victim of a homicide, approximately 5'10", 190 pounds, with brown hair, brown eyes, and no apparent scars or tattoos. They would find the dismembered remains of this woman scattered across a 3-mile radius on the hunting club property in Liberty, as well as McIntosh County in Georgia. Authorities were able to determine that the remains were placed in the area around November 27th, 2022.
It's the day
And had
before my
likely,
birthday.
the individual
my friend's
likely
birthday,
had been
actually.
murdered in the week prior. It would take 6 months
I know.
before DNA tests were able to determine the
Useless.
identity of the victim.
The sketch.
On May 11th, 2023, the Georgia Board of Investigation and the FBI were able to identify the victim as Mindy Mebane Kassotis, a writer who lived in Savannah, Georgia, with her husband, Nicholas James Kassotis, also known as Nicholas Killian James Stark.
He had a lot of
Now,
different
I know what you're
aliases.
thinking. What's up with the AKA?
AKA also known
Good
as
question.
Crazy.
Well, he was a writer and appears to have utilized several pen names. However, he appears to have gone by Nicholas Kassotis and Nicholas Killian James Stark outside of his writing life as well.
Yeah.
We'll get into this in a minute.
Like when he
Upon
used to marry
identifying
someone.
Mindy, Nick Kassotis was arrested in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, tampering with evidence, dismemberment, as well as a few other charges. Nick Kassotis is a former Army JAG and attorney. He maintained a large presence on social media, including X/Twitter and Reddit. In fact, Nick had recently learned that a story he had written called "I Think My Mother-in-Law Is Trying to Kill Me" had just been optioned for a film after it had gone viral online. Nick cultivated a decent-sized following on social media, and he was heavily involved in the subreddit r/nosleep, which is a subreddit for posting horror-related fiction. Up until his May 2023 arrest, he regularly posted on Reddit and his blog and interacted with people through Reddit, Twitter, Mindy.
Sorry, that I'm
The
going to run it
specific
back a little
detail-
because we were buffering and I want you guys to hear that part.
Imagine Nick's wife's new surprise when her husband was arrested.
Yeah, no kidding. I'll run this back a tiny bit because it was buffering and I want you guys to have to hear that buffering.
2023 arrest, he regularly posted on Reddit and his blog and interacted with people through Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media outlets. 2 weeks before his arrest, Nick had been remarried, although he had never gotten divorced from Mindy. Instead, Nick reportedly told people, including his new wife, that Mindy had died from COVID. Imagine Nick's wife's new surprise when her husband was arrested for the murder and dismemberment of Mindy. The specific details of the crime aren't available to the public yet. However, Nick's 12-count indictment indicates he used an insulation knife and a deer processing kit, as well as rubberized tubs that were used to move the body parts from the scene of the crime.
Because he's insane.
The most disturbing part about this case, however, is Nick's writing during the period after Mindy's death, prior to being arrested.
Nick had a presence online, as most people do nowadays.
A lot of stuff was scrubbed, though.
Nick had his own subreddit.
Yeah.
NM Rights.
Reddit.
And Nick had a large enough of a following to where he had a sticky post at the top of his subreddit with the information to find things about his writing.
Lunatic.
He posted a link to his website. He had links to his stories, links to his social media, to his Twitter, his Instagram, his Facebook, his Goodreads. His website, www.nickmorefox.com, no longer works. I would imagine he no longer paid the domain fees. Nick had exciting news to share that his story, I think my mother-in-law is trying to kill me, had been acquired, the rights to which had been acquired by Sony. And as you can see, he had a significant amount of people who were happy for him, that knew him, or thought they knew him, and was aware of his work. Nick had a website, also known as kjstark.com. It was a Substack. This particular article by Nick is pretty interesting. On beginnings, sometimes figuring out the beginning is hard. To begin, hi, it has been a while. One of my goals in the new year was to edge away from my pseudonym, Nick Morefox, and begin writing under something closer to my real name, which is indeed Nick, but Morefox was a combination of two names close to me. I haven't written one of these since, but I'm mostly writing as KJ Stark, my actual last name, along with my middle initials. It's a personal decision, and possibly a dumb one, but here we are. Now, I told you we'd get back to this issue with him having multiple names. He claims in his own words that his last name is Stark. According to the jail records, his last name is Kassotis. According to his wedding license, his last name was Stark. During a hearing where Nick's bond was set, the judge set his bond at a high amount due to the fact that he owned multiple driver's licenses with different last names.
Doing the dog turn your head, Killian is his middle
On
name.
April 4th, 2023, he would write, I've been thinking about beginnings a lot lately. Keep in mind, this is about 6 months after the death of Mindy. Later, he would write, chillingly, I'm beginning some new things too.
Color in my eye.
Life doesn't look like it looked 5 years ago, or 2 years ago, or 6 months ago. I had a lot of endings. Brutal, painful things that dropped out of the sky and scattered my personal storylines. Now I'm figuring out how things look anew. I'm pitching ideas to people I admire. Writers I admire treat me like I belong at their table. I spend all my non-work time surrounded by happiness. My life is promising and beautiful in ways I couldn't have imagined. That's hard too. I think about things too much, assume bad things will ruin it. I wonder if I'm cursed. When bad things, even serious, scary bad things, occur, as happened to me recently, and then causes a few probably foreseeable effects, I assume those effects will continue forever. A secret pessimism still lurks around the edges of my plans, whispering that destruction and woe are near. On April 25th, 2023, just weeks before his arrest, he'd write, "This isn't a story I'm ready to tell. The things I don't talk about." Note, in editing this, it occurs to me that some people might have guesses as to what this is about. I can assure you that you don't. The story behind it is bizarre enough that it does not lend itself even to more robust speculation. That I'm not talking about is the entire point of this post. But I do want to ensure I'm not, even by omission, placing myself in a particular group to which I do not belong. I don't talk about my past a lot. It's amazing how much people think they know about you if they get a little info about the beginning and a little recent info and some high professional points in the middle. Is that it's hard to digest. I get a lot of questions.
Dude is nuts.
Not interested questions, but weird or unbelieving questions.
Sorry, I had to change my contact.
I don't always know what to do with those, simply because I don't understand why anyone would make this up. I don't like this story,
He clearly wants
and
to
I
talk
don't
about
want to live it. I don't want it to have touched nearly every minute I've spent on this planet. If I got to choose a story, it sure as hell wouldn't be this one. I tell a lot of half-truths in passing to avoid those questions. They're easy ones. Estrangement, geographical complications, easily swallowed. I've gotten really good at knowing which ones don't provoke follow-up questions. It's a learned skill, a protective mechanism. That's because of the second reason I don't talk about it. The second reason is that people who get it often don't like it. They'll understand, they'll absorb it, and then they'll check out of my life for good. The supportive platitudes quickly turn into texts that go unreplied to and calls that go unreturned. These are the people who assume that no one lives through their story and is okay after. I'm still the same person they've known for years, but they don't think so. Somehow, I'm no longer their friend who used to dog sit or who is part of decades of shared memories. I'm something else now. Something broken, something that can't be fixed. That sucks. I hate that. A user named Hookland would reply to this thread and say, "You are good in the world. Nothing from the then erodes the fact from the now." And he would say, "This means more to me than I will ever be able to tell you." Mindy's sudden and shocking death obviously came as a surprise to those in her family and those who loved her. I was able to find a GoFundMe page that appears to still be active, and I will be linking that in the comment section below. My intention is to continue covering this case through either trial or, if there's a plea, if you knew Mindy and were friends with Mindy and would like to share some things about your memories
Sad.
of her, please
Very
contact me.
sad.
I'd be happy to share your story.
Yeah, we do
And
kind of
if you
need a
knew Nick
timeline.
and want to tell your story, I'd love to share it. Please like,
Fix your
subscribe,
audio,
and turn
buddy.
on notifications here on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter/X. That's @AKBrews. Follow.
See if I can find something with a timeline. Hold on. It's mostly people covering like the whole, oh, day one, day two, the same as me. So I'm looking, trying to see if there was something that would show us the timeline of it. Hold on a second. I'm not finding anything that has a timeline for it, really. It's all the same stuff, you know, unfortunately. Oh, shit, dude. There might be an active shooter right now at Fort Stewart military base in Georgia. Just report on that real quick. Oh, you okay? Right, does look better in an orange jumpsuit, but looks like there's a actual active shooter. The Brian Kemp says, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We're keeping the victims, their families, and all those who answer the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. That's terrible. Absolutely freaking terrible. Fort Stewart, Georgia was under lockdown due to active shooter. That's no good. That's no good at all. So this is the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. So that's where the active shooter was, in the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. So they locked down. Let's check in real quick with my good friend here, Mel, to see what he's got for it. He usually covers all this active stuff. Hold on a second here.
This is wild, man. This The news has said multiple casualties.
I'm not familiar with the number.
Hey, Mama. This is
Units are leaving Fort Stewart. Use 8-3. The one off of Sunbury, Old Sunbury. I'm clear. Central 149. 49, go ahead. Camp 1 Fort Stewart, 911 call back advising they're requesting mutual aid for law enforcement at the front gate in reference to
mutual aid.
Telling the media to go to the education center and stop taking pictures.
Ooh, stop taking pictures.
Stop taking pictures.
Speculate, they've got somebody live out there.
Stand out.
The media.
Pull it up for you
Central Met
guys.
Rescue 3, you're going to be responding to an employee that is having chest pains and numbness in their fingers. They're going to be located in the cafeteria. The nurse advised to come around towards the gym. Somebody will be outside to flag you down to make entrance into the cafeteria faster. Careful. Med Force Central is going to be canceled. Patient is not going to be able to go to his appointment because it is on Fort Stewart.
You can say that again, Dougie. This is awful. Hell in a handbasket doesn't even describe it. I feel like at this
You're called in by Fort Stewart 911, and that number is 571-802-1800. I repeat, 571-802-1800.
They're apps now. The scanners are apps now. You'd have to go probably playing it that way.
Sir, from Suburban Studios, I'm en route to the subway at the main gate.
Let's see what this
Everything has been shut. All the schools are shut down. Everything is shut. Well, I heard that Bradwell High School is not shut down, which I think is crazy. But I guess, I mean, they're not that close. But everything is shut down right now. I think they might be able to go on post right now. I think so.
Casualties reported.
Yeah, it looks like they're letting them go on post right now. Let's see.
Need some live channel 2 is on it live.
It looks like they're allowing them to go back on post right now. Let's see.
Let's keep listening to the radio.
I'm gonna block you. Y'all are
Sometimes,
absolutely
guys,
insane.
brand
No
new
one said
news
that
breaks
this person
happen.
did anything. I said, I hope that it was not him. I can't be sued for anything. I'm not defaming anyone's character.
Who
It
the
is
hell?
Fort
What?
Stewart, Georgia, outside of Hinesville.
Don't look in the chat.
Military
Don't look in the
base
chat.
had an active shooter. Yes, now I guess the lockdown has been lifted.
No, you said you could show me out anyway, though. 2-4 clear.
Thanks to Mel for streaming this.
Damn, many as 7 people have been
No
shot.
worries,
Reports
7.
indicating many as 7 people shot.
We
Wow.
also have, it says casualties. I'm getting reports of
Hold on,
casualties.
let's listen to that audio real quick.
Breaking news now, Fort Stewart Army Post in Georgia currently is under lockdown and assessing a threat. Local reports say it is an active shooter that they are looking for. The commander
But
there
you can see that
just issued
some
that
people have
lockdown.
been,
It
they have
includes
moved those
right
traffic cones that you saw in my last hit away from the road and are now letting cars that seem to be civilian vehicles back onto the base. Now, we. One second, guys. I'm going to stay on the air just 1 sec. Okay.
This is live right now, this guy.
Is there any information you can share with us or anything like that? Okay. We'll wrap up this hit. We'll get, it's the Ag Center, you said? Yeah, the Ag Center, the big building right there. Gotcha.
They want to move them back.
Thank you, sir.
They
Thank
want to
you.
move them back and
So
away.
we actually just had an officer come up to us and tell us that Fort Stewart has actually asked us to leave this area here. Now, we're on a public sidewalk, as we would be at any other crime scene. They really can't kick us off of where
No,
we're at, but we are going to go there
can't.
to try and get some more information in these sort of situations.
Probably
We may get a press
safety, I'm
conference
guessing,
or
but
something to that degree.
seems like they just don't want pictures being
again, Just to
taken.
kind of wrap up here, we are outside of the gate at Fort Stewart,
That's
where it is
what I get from the scanner. It's really not that it was dangerous at that area, but that
but we know
they just
this
don't
is
want
continuing
pictures being
developing
taken.
situation, and they could change at any moment.
Kinda
We'll
how it
continue to Stay
works.
out here and bring
Free
you the
media.
latest. For now, I'm Andy Calder with JCL 22 News.
I like that color of that car in the background. I'm just saying. Make it pink, and I wish it was mine. And he's still alive and doesn't even realize it. What is happening? What is happening? Hold on. Hold on. All right, he's like frozen. Girl, listen. Oh, thank you, Holly. I will. I honestly haven't been checking anything until the end of the streams because I haven't really gotten much lately, so I haven't checked anything. Thank you, Holly. Holly sends $20 as a donation. I appreciate you, Holly, my friend. Also see one from Jack, Pretend 11. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you guys so much. It's definitely a help, that's for sure. We rely on you guys and your kindness to keep the show running, and it's been rough lately for sure. So I appreciate all that goes into when you guys donate, and I honestly feel like thank you is not enough sometimes, but I can't say thank you enough. I feel like I need to or should do something else. Not that I know what that something else should be, but I appreciate you guys more than you probably even know. Okay. You can't find it anywhere? Well, listen, I'm having a hard time finding other things. Hold on. Back to Mel real quick.
Sure, for the show,
This is happening right now. Right now.
Working with them to see if any of the gunshot victims were brought there to be treated,
105
because of
Central.
course it's a trauma center, so that's where a lot of people go if they've been shot. But again, so what we
the
know
front
so
gate.
far,
The
an
media has
active
been
shooter
advised
was
that Fort
reported
Stewart
on
Center is available to them. They run a state right away there. We can't keep them from taking pictures.
No, you cannot.
I
understand. That would be illegal.
They don't want them on the public property. They don't want them taking pictures.
That's weird
I
to
guess.
me. There's something weird about that. Like you guys are very well aware that the media has the right to take pictures and be on public property. So trying to move them
The code for the officers that responded to Fort
there's
Stewart.
something you don't want them taking pictures of, and that's a little suspicious
You know I
to
do.
me.
999-459.
Something very weird about them trying to stop the media from taking pictures and moving them back. At that point, if I was that media station that was just told to move back and I heard this scanner, I wouldn't move. Because it's clear that you're trying to push them back so they can't take pictures. Exactly how conspiracies start. Don't do shit that makes no sense. You can't stop the media from taking pictures or video. That's their job. They're on a public sidewalk, and they're making it clear it's not about a safety issue. It's about taking pictures.
And one more over there. To go to 433 Bodie Avenue in Hinesville. 433 Bodie Avenue in Hinesville. And they're looking for a 2022 silver Hyundai Elantra. See if that vehicle's at that address. And if it is there, to hold it. They'll let us know.
Interesting.
10-4, repeat that address one more time. 433 Bodie Avenue, Abode Avenue in Hinesville. 10-4.
Damn. Let's see. Hilarious. NBC, yeah, I saw that. I was kind of looking for more obscure ones that might be in the area. That's what people go to, like the ones that have the most views or the most viewers. And I don't do that specifically because you can find really good information, right? From more obscure people or people who are just starting out on YouTube. To be fair, when I just started out, I have a lot of sources, at least all over my state, like a lot all over my state. So I had really good inside information. People just didn't know that I existed because I was a smaller YouTube channel. Still am. You know? Thank you, Holly. Yeah, another Elantra, right? I second and third that, Francesca. Dude, give me customer service. You could say it. Like, AI is the most obnoxious thing on planet Earth. Like, give me a human to speak to. Like, now. So this is, they haven't really shown much of anything up until this point. So I'm going to go back for a minute, back to Mel.
are on a soft lockdown: Button Gwinnett Elementary, Joseph Martin Elementary, and Snelson Golden Middle School. The district said they are working closely with law enforcement to ensure that the safety of students and staff is prioritized. They're going to provide updates as more information becomes available. But again, in our live shot with Andy just a few minutes ago, we actually, when we first checked in with him at around, I would say 11:30, we saw really no movement at the gates of Fort Stewart. But now suddenly we are starting to see cars coming in and out. So we're working to learn whether the lockdown has been lifted. But as ABC News is reporting, they were told by a U.S. official that a suspect is in custody. We are working to hear from Fort Stewart themselves to see whether that is the
We're
case.
too small. They recommend the higher.
Obviously, we don't know quite yet if this was just one active shooter, if there are multiple. I would assume it was probably just one, because that is what they said originally. They just said active shooter, singular.
Unfortunately.
But they did report multiple casualties as a result of this incident. We want to come back now to that 911 call.
You
If you
guys
are
can
just
always
joining
tell
us,
us whatever
this
you
is
are.
what happened at
Facebook,
around 11 this
Reddit,
morning. This
that
is what we
helps.
heard.
Word of mouth from you guys
Mag
absolutely
Station 1,
helps.
Mag Station
Telling
1,
people
mutual
we
aid
exist.
request
If you guys
for
are in
a
groups
gunshot
on Facebook,
wound on Fort Stewart. It'll
talk
be
about
building
true crime,
8422nd
mentioning us, it
Brigade,
helps.
8422nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
Shooter in custody? Shooter's in custody.
Mag Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8422nd Brigade, 8422nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
Ken, you were just listening to the 911 audio from around 11 this morning. You can hear in that call, they originally said gunshot wound. We are now hearing there are multiple people who are wounded. We're working to learn more information. It looks like we just got an update, working to see if we can confirm this, but this just came into our newsroom email. It says 5 soldiers were shot today in an active shooter incident in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. All soldiers treated on site moved to the community hospital. They are saying no active threat to the community. Law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team complex at 10:56 a.m. The shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. The installation was locked down at 11:04 a.m. and Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m. The 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team complex still locked down at this time. Emergency medical personnel were dispatched to treat the wounded soldiers at 11:09 a.m. Again, this incident, they're saying, remains under investigation. They said no additional information will be released until the investigation is complete. So that is an update that we just received from Fort Stewart. So that is the confirmed information that we now have. 5 soldiers shot in an active shooter situation. Again,
5
this happened in the
soldiers shot.
2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. All soldiers treated on site and moved to Wynn Army Community Hospital for further treatment. We did hear that some were being brought to Memorial Health in Savannah, so we're working to learn whether, maybe get some clarity on that. But this is saying that they were treated at the Wynn Army Community Hospital. They said there is no active threat to the community at this point. Again, law enforcement dispatched for a possible shooting at 10:56 this morning, but it wasn't until around 11:04 that the lockdown occurred. We want to go back to that statement now from Governor Brian Kemp. He said, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by the tragedy at Fort Stewart. We're keeping the families, their victims, and all those who answer the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. And we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. Now, again, Fort Stewart said it lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12.
Well, exactly as we just heard, the investigation is not going to proceed and figure out exactly what the motivation was for this shooting. Was the shooter a soldier as well? Was it a civilian potentially who worked? We don't know yet those kinds of details. But in the immediacy, the first thing that's obviously going to be taking place is ensuring the health and the safety of the 5 soldiers who were shot. I think there is a clue about exactly where this may have happened, Diane, when you see that press release from the 3rd Infantry Division, which is they keep referring to the 2nd Brigade Combat Team Complex. That to me indicates that this was a headquarters facility associated with the unit. Typically, you were thinking about an office space. So workplace violence, of course, is not limited to the civilian world. We've seen previous instances where this has happened on military bases where it has happened in an office setting. But that's just a clue based on the wording that I'm seeing in this press release right now. But I think for now, the important thing is ensuring the medical care for these 5 soldiers who were wounded and ensuring
5, 7, we're getting
they are able to
reports,
recover.
different numbers.
But a lot of questions right now being raised, and I think we're going to again see questions being raised.
To lose my voice. We now know that the shooter was apprehended. I'm looking at the statement to make sure. Yes, 11:35 a.m. So it was about 40 minutes after that initial 911 call came down. So that 911 call happened at 10:56 a.m. That's when law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting. And again, the shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. So we're going to work to learn who this suspect is, his background. Was he a Fort Stewart soldier himself? What was he doing there at the base? Why did he fire these shots? Of course, that's a lot of questions that investigators are currently working to answer at this time. I'm sure they're working to nail down a reason for why this happened. But we want to now take you to a statement from State Representative Buddy Carter. He took to X a few minutes ago saying, quote, "I'm monitoring the situation at Fort Stewart. Please join me in prayer for the casualties, their families, and the brave law enforcement officers working to protect our community." But again, we had our Andy Cole live at the scene there at Fort Stewart. He was the only reporter there on scene, and he was kind of tracking what was happening from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. He probably got there at around 11:20 a.m., but he saw a lot of law enforcement vehicles heading in and out of the base. Saw a couple ambulances leaving the base. One ambulance had its sirens on and kind of rushed out of there. He also saw a fire truck head in there at one point, followed by a police vehicle. Again, we saw law enforcement from all over the area responding to this incident. We also heard from Savannah Mayor Van Johnson. He said he's extending our prayers and assistance to our friends and soldiers at Fort Stewart. Of course, this is just a devastating situation for so many. No one wants to hear about an active shooter where soldiers are being injured. We want to turn now to WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone. She is live at Memorial Health in Savannah. And Lydia, we did hear that those soldiers were taken to the Wynn Army Community Hospital, but we did hear some conflicting information that some were taken to Memorial Health. Of course, we're working to learn that information and get confirmation.
Brooke, of course, the hope is that they're not going to be taken here to Memorial, that they don't have severe injuries that would warrant a level 1 trauma center. But we're still standing by here on scene to see if any of they could be transferred from Wynn Army Community Hospital and taken here, depending on the severity of their injuries that we don't know yet. We don't know, of course, if this is an incident where they are just having minor gunshot wounds or if it is more serious here. But of course, they're equipped and prepared. I just spoke to Memorial Health here, and what they told me is that they're always ready for a situation like this. They deal with lots of gunshot wound injuries here in Savannah just on any given night here. But this type of incident, they're also prepared to respond to with, of course, ORs for surgery and all of that. So we're waiting to see. It has been probably about enough time to when Andy said those ambulances were leaving to when we would about see them here. We have not seen any yet. So we'll, of course, report that if any of these soldiers end up coming here to Memorial Health. But right now, it's still quiet on the ground. Brooke, back to you.
Yeah, I know that you are responsible for our Voices of Valor segment. I know you've spoken with a lot of soldiers in the past at Fort Stewart. How do you think they're probably feeling at this moment? It's just a devastating situation.
Well, whenever it's first responders and an incident like this happens, you're surrounded by people that are trained for situations like this overseas, not here. And so that's definitely a heartbreak when they're of course trained to respond to it over here as well, but it's not something that you would ever hope. And of course, what I think about as a military reporter are these families, how they're responding there on the base. Of course, if they're impacted because they're in that area or they're not impacted, if you're there on the base or live in Hinesville, you're impacted by this because this is your community. And when something like this happens, it's definitely something you want to know as much information as you can find about it. We want to give you that because, you know, in the segment I do, I love these military families and I enjoy talking to them and these soldiers. So for something like this to happen, I can imagine there's a lot of worry, a lot of confusion, but of course there's a very strong knit military community here in Southeast Georgia.
Not cool, bro.
Thank you. And Lydia is actually the one who confirmed for us that there was an active shooter on Fort Stewart. That was thanks to her contact she got from her Voices of Valor segment. Lydia, thank you so much. Again, what we know so far is that 5 soldiers were shot on Fort Stewart today. We're working to learn the extent of their injuries. That information has not been released at this point. Fort Stewart did say that they have apprehended a suspect. They said the shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. We're working to learn if that's the sole suspect in this incident. But again, we want to play some 911 audio for you of what happened at around 11 this morning.
Mag Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8422nd Brigade, 8422nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
And now we want to take you to a statement that we got from FBI Atlanta. They said, quote, FBI Atlanta Savannah office is aware of the incident at Fort Stewart and is coordinating with Army Criminal Investigation Division for any assistance that might be needed. Any further questions should be directed to Army Public Affairs. And of course, that is who we have been in touch with, working to get any information on this shooting. But again, WJCL 22 News had crews on the scene as the fort was locked down. We only saw law enforcement personnel going in and out of Fort Stewart. They had the whole area barricaded off. We saw a couple of ambulances leaving the area. We also saw a fire truck responding, police from all over our region responding to this incident. We want to check back in now with WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole. Andy, you were the first reporter there on scene.
Yeah, Brooke, I was the first reporter. And when I first got out here, just before 11:30, this entire road right here was bumper to bumper traffic because the security at the gate was heightened. Everything has now calmed down. Really, it's been a fluctuating situation all day. When we first got here, as I said, bumper to bumper traffic. Then that died down completely, and we had security that were controlling traffic here at the intersection. And in fact, put out traffic cones to completely close off the gate. We know now that traffic has resumed in and out of the gate. We've seen a fair amount of people leaving Fort Stewart and a fair amount of people coming on. I want to step out of the way so my photographer can give you a better look at the area. Really, there's nothing to see from where we're at the main gate here. It has certainly calmed down and looks like a fairly typical day at Fort Stewart. But what I can tell you from experience dealing with these sort of security situations here on Fort Stewart is that after such a situation, you're going to notice a delayed time getting onto the base because of increased security trying to get you back on. Now, Fort Stewart in a statement told us that there is no active threat to the community, but of course, you can never be too safe or sorry. I want to recap this latest information that we've gotten from a post from Fort Stewart Hunter Army Airfield on Facebook. They tell us 5 soldiers were shot in the 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. We know those soldiers were taken to the hospital here on Fort Stewart, Wynn Army Community Hospital, for further treatment. We know our Lydia Blackstone, excuse me, that's a truck right here. We know our Lydia Blackstone is at Memorial Health in Savannah, where we have gotten reports, again, unconfirmed reports, that some of those soldiers may be heading towards Lydia, and it's about that time when they should be getting there. We know, too, again, that Fort Stewart says there is no active threat to the community, but something like this is incredibly scary. We noticed here at this little restaurant strip mall here, we've got a Subway and an Indian restaurant. It was incredibly packed over the last hour with soldiers who were trying to get back on base. They're trying to figure out what's going on. At this point, they have now returned on base again. Things are coming back to normal, but I have a feeling that it will take some time before it gets back to true normal. Outside of Fort Stewart, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
Andy, thank you so much for that live report. And one more time for anyone who is just tuning in, I want to kind of recap for you what we know so far. So at around 11 this morning, Fort Stewart was locked down. That was because of an active shooter that had been reported. And then we learned that the active shooter had actually been taken into custody. That was at around 11:35 this morning. But schools went on lockdown near the base. That was just out of an abundance of caution. Of course, they want to make sure that kids are staying safe as they're trying to learn. Of course, this is just the start of the school year. You already have a few schools being placed on lockdown due to an incident like this, which is just heartbreaking. But what we know is 5 soldiers were shot today. The initial dispatch happened at 10:56 a.m., as you just heard Andy kind of recapping some of this. But these are some of those Liberty County schools that were under soft lockdown today. We're going to work to see if they are still on lockdown, because we are told that the lockdown at most of Fort Stewart has been lifted, but what we do know is the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still locked down at this time, and we're told that's actually where the shooting was reported. I'm sure a lot of families are scouring the internet, trying to get in touch with their loved ones, trying to see whether their loved one was involved or a victim of this shooting. A very scary morning and afternoon for so many in our area. Lydia mentioned it earlier. This is really devastating for everyone in the area, including the Hinesville community. You know, Fort Stewart is so ingrained in that community. There are a lot of customers of businesses there. They formed relationships. We've seen videos online that we are still working to get for you so we can show you of soldiers at Fort Stewart running, working to get secure after those shots rang out at Fort Stewart. At this time, we just know that one shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. Now, I'm told that we do have a full timeline of what happened. So Fort Stewart, this is the timeline that they've provided to us in response to this active shooting. They say law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex at 10:56 this morning. The installation was locked down at 11:04 this morning. The shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m., just half an hour after officers responded to the call. Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m., but we are told that the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still locked down at this time. But again, we just showed you Andy's live shot just moments ago of people going in and out of Fort Stewart. So it looks like the gates have been reopened. Again, it's really just the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex that's still locked down at this point. And we are told that is where the shooting occurred. That is where first responders were initially dispatched to. But Andy, he had said that he had seen law enforcement really from all over responding to this incident. I'm sure we're going to be hearing probably more from some Fort Stewart soldiers who were actually there when all of this unfolded. We're going to hope to hear from them. If any of you are watching and want to speak with us, please reach out to us, news@wjcl.com. With that, we want to check back in with WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone. She is live outside Memorial Health in Savannah. And Lydia, have you learned anything in past few minutes?
Yes, Brooke, we've learned a few extra details here that we know that none of those soldiers that went to Winn Army Community Hospital, they're not going to be coming by any type of helicopter just because of the weather conditions here. But we have confirmed that 2 are going to be arriving by ambulance. And that's, of course, to be treated here at Memorial Health because it is a level 1 trauma center. Meanwhile, Winn Army Community Hospital is level 4. So different response level here. They handle all sorts of gunshot wounds just being here in Savannah and the different crime that we see. But of course, they're prepared. They're inside this ER here. If a helicopter were to land, it would land right above me. But because of weather, they are not going to be bringing any soldiers in. And of course, we earlierly confirmed that this was an active shooter situation because I was talking to some of my contacts out there at Fort Stewart that I work with so regularly, reporting on military topics here in Southeast Georgia. It's a very tight-knit military community. Not only do we have Fort Stewart all the way out in Hinesville, here in this area, just a few blocks from where I'm standing, there's Hunter Army Airfield, where there are so many different families and soldiers that are listening into this, wanting to hear the latest details on these victims that, of course, are in this tragic and unfortunate situation that happened in an area where first responders all are. Those soldiers, they're our backbone. And, of course, this type of incident brings such confusion, and we want to help clarify as much as we can. So right now we do know that 2 are going to be arriving by ambulance shortly here. It's about a 40-minute drive from Hinesville to Savannah, so we're just awaiting their arrival here so they can be treated as soon as possible. Brooke, back to you.
Lydia, thank you. And again, Memorial Health is a level 1 trauma center. So if they are being transferred to that hospital, that means that they can get better care for the injuries that they have at that hospital versus the Wynn Army Community Hospital where they initially were. But Lydia brings up a great point. They can't be transported by helicopter, and that's due to the weather today. So they have to be taken there by ambulance. But what we know at this time is that 5 soldiers were shot as a result of this active shooter.
Thank you again,
Savannah
Molly.
Mayor
That was
Van
really nice
Johnson
of you to
is
give
one
those
of many
memberships.
people reacting to
Appreciate
this tragedy at Fort Stewart. He said, quote, extending our prayers and assistance to our friends and soldiers at Fort Stewart. Just a devastating situation. You know, a lot of lawmakers, a lot of city leaders just devastated to hear about this news. No one expects this to happen on a random Wednesday morning. Of course, we are working to learn more about who the suspected shooter is, his background, any possible motive that he might have had for this shooting.
Who is the suspected
it's just
shooter here?
senseless when you hear about someone opening fire on a military base. You know, our soldiers go overseas to protect us, and you, unfortunately, you don't want to hear about them being attacked here at home. We want to go back now to WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole, who is live at Fort Stewart. Andy, what are you seeing at this time?
Yeah, Brooke, at this point right now, things have kind of, I hate using this term normal, but it seems like it's an average day here at Fort Stewart. Traffic is coming in and out of the base, but we know that it is not a normal day out here at Fort Stewart. We know from officials here at Fort Stewart that they tell us 5 soldiers have been shot at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. We know that several of them are being treated at Wynn Army Community Hospital, and we know that several of them are now heading to Savannah to go to Memorial Health to be further treated at that level 1 trauma center. But here right now, outside of the main gate of Fort Stewart, things are fairly normal. When I got here about 90 minutes ago, traffic was incredibly backed up with people trying to get onto the base. At that point, maybe about 20 minutes after that, police started shutting down traffic onto the base and actually installed traffic cones here to the front of the base to prevent anyone from coming in and out. That lasted for a good half hour before those officers left the area and we're inviting folks back onto the base. Now, we know I want to step out of the way so my photographer can give you a better look onto the base. We know that in these situations, after a security situation on the base, we know that security is going to be tight. And I apologize, it's tough with these cars driving to get a clear shot of that main gate. But we do know that extra security this will continue to be a breaking situation. We will continue to learn more later in the day. I've been reaching out to Fort Stewart officials to try and get more information from them. We have not yet heard back, but we do know, again, from Fort Stewart officials, I want to recap, 5 soldiers shot in an active shooter incident at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area.
I don't know.
Brooke, we will continue to stay out here and bring you the latest when we have it.
That live report, and we are actually now hearing from the White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. She just released a statement she posted on X, quote, the president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. The White House is monitoring the situation. It looks like that is actually the statement that you're seeing on your screen there. That is from the Fort Stewart Hunter Army Airfield. That's a statement from them. But Carolyn Leavitt, she said, quote, the president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. The White House is monitoring the situation. So, of course, we've been on air since 12 this afternoon monitoring the situation. But this is making headlines all across the country, not just here in Georgia. It's not every day that you hear about shots being fired at an Army base here on U.S. soil. It's just a tragic situation. We know 5 soldiers were shot. We're working to learn the extent of their injuries. Our Lydia Blackstone learned just moments ago that 2 of those 5 soldiers are actually being taken to Memorial Health in Savannah, a level 1 trauma center, to be treated for their injuries. So that does possibly indicate that their injuries might be more serious. Again, we want to return now to that 911 audio we have. Just kind of documenting what happened when all of this began to unfold at around 11 this morning.
To people who are just subscribers as well.
Max Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8420 2nd Brigade, 8420 2nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
They asked
Now,
for
again,
mutual
Fort
aid. We
Stewart
know
is
that.
saying that they did apprehend the shooter at 11:35
Just
this
checking
morning. Officers were
quick.
originally dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Complex at 10:56 a.m. So that's about 40 minutes after that initial dispatch that they were able to apprehend the suspected shooter. We are working to learn who that shooter is.
People that are
We're, of
always
course,
here.
going to be monitoring
It
any
sucks that we
arrest
can't
reports to
who we're
see if
giving them to.
anyone has been arrested with charges that kind of
Sometimes
match up with
Tracy
what
will really
happened
shake
here
it
at
up.
Fort Stewart today.
And
Working to
people
learn
do
whether
that's
the
when you get
suspected
like one
shooter was
after another
also
where
a
it's people
soldier
who are always
himself.
here, which I love.
Again, this happened at the 2nd
Maybe need to
Armored
change
Brigade
and pick
Combat
who
Team
we're giving
Complex, so
them to,
inside of Fort
you know?
Stewart, but the whole
So people
base
who
was locked
all
down
the
at
time
11:04 this
have a
morning. But at
membership,
this
you
point,
know? Hey,
2nd
Lindsay.
Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still locked down
Even
while
Lindsay,
the
I would've
main
loved for
gates
her to win
have
it, you
been
know?
opened. We want to show you a map
I don't like
showing
that they don't
where
let
this
us
is all
pick who they're
unfolding.
going to,
Again,
but I
this
get
is
why.
that's where the
You know, they don't
2nd
want
Armored
favoritism.
Brigade Combat Team Complex is located. You can see Fort Stewart.
There should be some
This
level
all
of
unfolded
people
at
who are
around
here all the
11
time,
this
people who are
morning. One
supporting the channel,
suspect
you
is
know,
in custody. We know 5 soldiers shot. It may sound like I'm repeating myself a lot, but I'm just doing that in case anyone is just now
People are
tuning in.
joining.
We're working to learn more
You gotta tell them what's
information
going on.
as more information comes to light. Of course, investigators are learning more information as we speak. I'm sure they are probably interviewing the
We don't know
suspect
who it is
right
yet. I'm
now
not going to
as we
share
are
a
on
name
the
of a
air
person
working
who
to
I
get
don't
more
even know
information.
with any other information that it
I
is,
did see
because
some
half the time
reports
it ends up being
online saying
wrong.
that somebody was possibly barricaded inside a building. There's a lot of
So
confusion whether there was one shooter or two,
won't
but at this point, Fort Stewart Army
report on
Airfield is
something
saying
until
the
I know
shooter
that
was
it's
apprehended at 11:35 a.m. So that makes me feel like there was just one shooter. I know there was some confusion
agree with you, Holly.
as a result of what we were hearing at the
Hence why I
scanner,
have
but
not yet.
we want to circle back now. We're going to bring you back and provide you a full recap of what unfolded today.
Too many times X is wrong and it ends up being someone else and someone gets hurt.
WJCL 22 News begins with breaking news.
If you are just joining us, we are in a live special report for breaking news of an active shooting. Fort Stewart is providing a timeline of the response to this active shooting. They say law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex at 10:56 this morning. The installation was locked down just about 10 minutes later at 11:04 a.m. The shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m. So just 40 minutes after officers initially got that dispatch, Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m. 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex
also looking other
is
places
still
right
locked down, though. We want to show you a map of where the 2nd Brigade area is located
would
near
be
the
helpful.
Army base. It's about 3 miles away from the 2nd Brigade on Sunbury Road. So you go through those gates and you still have to go a little bit before you reach the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex. We want to go now to WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole. He is live outside the gates of Fort Stewart. Andy, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, things have certainly calmed down from what it was when I first got out here about 11:30 this morning. We know that Fort Stewart at one point had totally locked down the base, but we know that that lockdown has at least been partially lifted. I want to step out of the way so my photographer can give you a look of that gate area. Now, I'll tell you, we're not zooming in completely into that gate for security purposes. The Army has previously told us that they don't want us showing gate operations, certainly not in a situation like this. But you can see there's many people going to and there is no active threat to the community. Still a very concerning thing and lots of questions to be answered. We know that shooter was apprehended around 11:30. But we don't know who that shooter is. Was he a soldier? Was he a family member? Was he someone that was just able to make it onto the base? Those are questions that we're going to be asking Fort Stewart and Army Criminal Investigation Division officials, because we need those answers. You need those answers.
We do need
Everyone
those
here
answers.
on this
We need to
post
know what
needs
happened
those
here.
answers, and they are craving that information. But I'll tell you this, we are going to always be responsible with the information that we put out.
Correct.
In these sort of situations, many people can put really anything out there on social media, but I can assure you that all of us here at WJCL are making sure that we confirm every bit of information with multiple sources, because in this sort of situation, it is not worth the risk of putting out false information, misleading information. What we know, again, just to recap, 5 soldiers shot here at Fort Stewart. We know that the shooter has been apprehended. Several soldiers are being treated here on base at Wynn Army Community Hospital. We know several others are now on their way to Memorial Health in Savannah, and that's where WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone is. You'll be checking in with her in just a moment. But from here, outside of the main gate of Fort Stewart, things are returning to some sort of normalcy. Again, I want to caution with that word because nothing that is happening today is normal. This is not normal to have a shooting on base, certainly not in the homeland. We will continue to get to the bottom of this and bring you the latest when we have it. For now, outside of Fort Stewart, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
Andy, thank you so much. Governor Brian Kemp shared a statement on X earlier this morning. It says, quote, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We are keeping the victims, their families, and all those who answer the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. And we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. We want to go now to a statement from State Representative Buddy Carty. He took to X saying, quote, I'm monitoring the situation at Fort Stewart. Please join me in prayers for the casualties, their families, and the brave law enforcement officers working to protect our community, end quote. We want to go live now to WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone. You just heard Andy mention moments ago that some Fort Stewart soldiers are being treated on base at the Wynn Army Community Hospital, but some are being transported to Memorial Health in Savannah. That's where we find WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone live. And Lydia, what are you seeing? What's the latest?
Hey, Brooke, just like Andy said earlier, where it's quiet there at Fort Stewart, it's quiet here right now, but we know it's about to pick up just momentarily as those ambulances come in. We have confirmed that 2 are going to be coming here to Memorial Health. That is because it is a level 1 trauma center. It's equipped to deal with gunshot wounds, situations like these where they could be in critical condition. Of course, we don't know their conditions yet, but we do know that some are going to be able to be treated on base at Wynn Army, but some are going to have to come here. And on a normal day, they would come by helicopter, but because of the weather, we're hearing reports they are going to have to come by ambulance. And I know it very well because I make that drive to Fort Stewart very often. Being a military reporter, it's about 50 minutes from here. So they should be arriving soon so that they can come into this emergency department and receive the critical care that they so deserve as heroes to our nation. Of course, when they sign up for their call to service, they are supposed to be ready for anything. But that, of course, soil here, the U.S. soil, is not necessarily what you would have in mind as a family member in a situation like this. These are our brave men and women that go overseas to fight battles, but for a situation to happen here, it's very concerning, of course, to families on Fort Stewart that live there on base, but also we have another community right down the street from me, Hunter Army Airfield. It's just about 10 minutes from here that handles so many other military operations that the base is used to. So we're just awaiting these ambulances here to come through so that they can be treated. But so far, it's still quiet here at Memorial Health before it picks up, of course, to help those that have been hurt. Brooke, back to you.
Lydia, thank you so much for that live report. We are hearing more reaction from additional lawmakers, also just officials in general. This is a statement from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. She said, quote, the president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. The White House is monitoring the situation. She posted that on X just a few moments ago. And now we have a statement from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. She said, quote, our federal law enforcement agencies in Georgia are coordinating to provide support as the situation at Fort Stewart develops. I'm praying for all of the victims and for our troops at the base.
Lifted the school
Georgia's Attorney General Chris Carr also releasing a statement. In a post on X, he said, quote, as we continue to monitor the situation out of Fort Stewart, we ask that all Georgians join us in praying for the victims and our entire military community. I also want to bring you one more statement that we actually just got moments ago. Representative Rick Allen, he is now weighing in on this. I'm going to read his statement from my laptop in front of me here. He said, Robin and I join the governor and all Georgians in praying for the victims, their loved ones, and all of the brave men and women stationed at Fort Stewart. We are grateful for the law enforcement officers and first responders on the ground who have responded to this tragedy swiftly. Liberty County Schools announced just maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago that they are under a soft lockdown. The school district said this is out of an abundance of caution, and 3 schools are under a soft lockdown. This is actually the first day of class for these schools. We're talking about Button Gwinnett Elementary, Joseph Martin Elementary, and Snelson Golden Middle School. The district says they are working closely with law enforcement to ensure the safety of students as well as staff. They're going to provide updates as more information becomes available. I actually just did check in on their social media pages just moments ago. I did not see an update quite yet. I'm going to click refresh one more time to see if that lockdown has been lifted. It looks like they have not provided an update saying the lockdown has been lifted. But again, we do know that most of the lockdown at Fort Stewart has been lifted. We know just the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still under lockdown at this point, and that's where those shots were fired. With that, we want to bring you now some 911 audio just moments after the active shooting incident occurred. Take a listen.
Viewer discretion advised here.
Max Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8420 2nd Brigade, 8420 2nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
FBI has released a statement also. It says in part, quote, FBI Atlanta Savannah office is aware of the incident at Fort Stewart and is coordinating with Army Criminal Investigation Division for any assistance that might be needed. And I do want to quickly mention we just got a new statement from Giffords. That's the National Gun Violence Prevention Group led by former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. They released a statement saying, quote, my heart goes out to all of the soldiers, staff, and families affected by today's shooting at Fort Stewart. While we're still waiting on more information, it's heartbreaking that a base is experiencing gun violence. She continued to say that, quote, this is former Congressman Giffords. Active duty service members and veterans alike deserve to be safe from gun crime, whether they're on base or at home with their families. Gifford stands ready to help the Fort Stewart community as they grapple with this tragedy. So again, statements are coming in, reaction coming in as we speak from kind of all over at this point. Initially, it was just lawmakers. We want to check back in now with WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone. She is live at Memorial Health in Savannah. Lydia, have you seen any kind of ambulances rushing in at this time?
No ambulances right now to report, Brooke, but we do see some SPD, Savannah Police Department cars. It's not uncommon to see them here, but of course there are multiple of them here awaiting these. We don't know yet if they're soldiers or family members, but these victims of this horrific crime that are expected to come here. We expect 2 to come here normally. Like I said, they would come by helicopter and they would land right on that roof here. Of course, that's a lot quicker to getting them that life-saving care that they need. But because of the weather, they're not going to be able to fly those helicopters. And 2 are coming by ambulance from Fort Stewart. If you know that drive, it's about an hour from here. So any moment here, we are expecting to see those ambulances come into this ER here, this level 1 trauma center. It is so well equipped to deal with this situation here. Just 2 coming right now. The others are being treated at Winn Army Community Hospital, which is the hospital on the base. It's right nearby where that incident took place. You see an SPD car just take off in that direction there. Of course, it could be responding to a multitude of different things here in Savannah, but we are starting to feel a little bit more of a presence out here, like something is stirring about to happen. And of course, in that ER, they are prepared. When they get calls like this, their team assembles in there and is ready to respond as soon as that ambulance comes in here. Just a heartbreaking thing for this community that's such a tight-knit military community here in Southeast Georgia, because not only do we have Fort Stewart that's out in the Hinesville area, we have Hunter Army Airfield, which is about 10 minutes from where I'm standing here. Nothing happened at that base that we know of, and we know that this is all coming from the Fort Stewart area, but it's definitely impacting families across our area that have their loved ones there, that want to know that they're all right. And then, of course, the victims' families, which I would expect to come here to Memorial Health to see how their loved ones are doing as well. Brooke, back to you.
Lydia, thank you so much for that live report. We'll check back in with you a little bit later. But again, we want to bring you the statement Governor Brian Kemp put out. He said on X, quote, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We're keeping the victims, their families, and all of those who answered the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. And we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. But at this point, we do know this has become a national news story. This is not just something that news stations in Georgia are tracking. We're hearing that larger news stations, ABC News, CNN, all of them are tracking the situation at Fort Stewart. Again, at this point, we do know that the shooter has been apprehended. That is according to a statement from Fort Stewart. They said a total of 5 soldiers were injured as a result of today's active shooter. We know this happened at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex. It happened at around 10:56 a.m. and the shooter was apprehended, around 40 minutes later at 11:35 a.m.
40 minutes, that's a
The
long
installation as a
time.
whole was locked down at 11:04 this morning, so about 8 minutes after the shots were fired. Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m. Now, we are taking a live look at CNN's website. We just mentioned that news all across the country is covering this developing situation at Fort Stewart. This is a live look at ABC News website. You can see they have been covering this story. We have been hearing from federal leaders, also local leaders about this incident at Fort Stewart. Let's go ahead and go back to the CNN page. You can see we are also in homepage takeover and see what CNN is reporting. They have pretty much the same information that we have gotten so far. The shooter has been apprehended and is no longer a threat to the Georgia Army base. We know 5 soldiers injured. Our Lydia Blackstone learned that 2 of those soldiers are being transported to Memorial Health in Savannah, which is a level 1 trauma center. So that likely means there's a good chance that their injuries might be more serious and need a different kind of treatment that they were getting from the Wynn Army Community Hospital. But again, we are seeing a lot of national attention on this story. But we want to go now to a statement from
a level 1 trauma center is where they would do the most serious.
Fort Stewart, please join me in prayers for the casual.
We already saw that, but basically a level 1 trauma center would deal with the most serious of serious. Social Hospital here in Massachusetts is a level 1 trauma center. Boston Medical Center is also a level 1 trauma center. Let's see real quick, because court has not come back yet. I am keeping an eye on that, just so we know. Let's move over to ABC real quick and see what they say here.
Individuals shot. They are soldiers. They were treated on site, according to the base, and then they were sent to an Army hospital. We do not know their conditions at this hour. This is a base home to 10,000 people, not just U.S. military personnel, but civilian contractors too, and their families. And again, it is about an hour away from Savannah, Georgia. So we want to take you now to our ABC affiliate, WJCL, in Savannah, Georgia, who is in live coverage of this.
Which I think we were just on.
It's a lot different than it was about an hour ago.
Yeah, certainly a lot different than it was when I first got here, just after 11:30 or so. Traffic is moving fairly normally out here outside of Fort Stewart, but we know that it is anything but a normal day beyond the main gate here at Fort Stewart. I want to step out of the way so I can give you a better perspective of this gate, where
could happen anywhere.
People to get on the base need to, of course, check in. When I first got here, this was completely bumper-to-bumper traffic as security was ramping up the requirements to, of course, get onto base. Then Fort Stewart closed off and locked down the entire base. And then probably at this point, about 45 minutes ago, they have returned to normal operations, saying in a post to Facebook that there is no active threat to the community. In just the last 20 minutes, a team member with the Army Public Affairs Office just checked in with us, told us to kind of stick around this area, but told us that we should at some point get access to Fort Stewart and to be able to get to that 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area where this shooting is said to have happened. But at this point, it remains an active scene where officials with the Army Criminal Investigations Division are continuing to go through that scene and figure it all out. There's still a lot of questions that we have. We know a shooter has been apprehended, but we don't know who they are. Are they a soldier? Are they a soldier's family members? Or are they just someone that was able to make their way onto base and inflict this violence on 5 U.S. service members here at Fort Stewart? It's an incredibly sad, heavy day. When I first got out here, I'm set up kind of at a strip mall with a Subway and an Indian restaurant. There was every parking lot, every parking space was full. Soldiers were just waiting for word to get back on the base. There's a lot of that unknown in these sort of developing situations that really you catch these soldiers just waiting to get an answer as to what is going on. We are going to continue to press Fort Stewart officials. As I said, a member of the public affairs team told us that at some point today, we will likely be able to get onto the base and get outside of that 2nd Armored Brigade combat team area. We will, of course, continue to keep you posted and bring you the latest from there. But that is all we've got for now. We're going to send it back to you, Brooke.
Their social media
much. And Fort
before they
Stewart
announce
has
who it
actually
is.
provided a timeline of the response to this active shooting. We've been telling you about it, but we want to give you another recap here. They say law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex at 10:56 a.m. The installation was locked down at 11:04 a.m. The shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m., just about 40 minutes after officers responded to this call. Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m. 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex is still locked down. You just heard Andy mention that he is possibly going to be able to get there to the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex in just a few moments. We want to go now to WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone live. And Lydia, we do know that 2 soldiers are being transported to Memorial Health from this active shooter situation in Fort Stewart.
Yes, Brooke, and they're expected to be here any moment now. You can see the police officer is already standing outside ready. They're preparing over there in the ambulance area where they are expected to come in. Remember, this is a pretty lengthy drive from Fort Stewart to the Level 1 Trauma Center of Memorial Health here. It takes about an hour. Normally, they would land on the roof of the building in a helicopter to get them here as soon as possible. But because of the weather, they're not going to be able to do that. So we're waiting here. We were hearing ambulance sounds just a moment ago here. Any moment they're expected to come here, and that's 2 of these victims. We don't know what level of the condition that they're arriving in, but if they're coming here and they're not going to be treated on base at Winn Army Community Hospital, it's likely a more severe incident than those other 3 that are being treated there. Of course, horrific situation. These families never want to have to deal with hearing a call that their loved one that they sent out to serve here at home is being injured in an incident like this. Normally, it's an overseas situation where that's where the worry comes in if you're a family member. But this situation is very different. It's very heartbreaking as you've read all those statements from people expressing their concern, their support of the military community here. But we're awaiting these ambulances, which are expected to come any moment. We are hearing the ambulance sounds just lightly as they make their way. This was a long drive for them, about an hour to get here. So when they get here, these teams inside this ER, and I'll tell you, because we interview them a good amount of time, they're a fine crew of people that are going to help these first responders as first responders themselves. They're staging and getting prepared over there. We have the police officer here. Security is coming in, and that is to be expected when you have an incident like this. You have Savannah police cars as well. That, of course, is just what happens when you have an incident when somebody with a gunshot wound is having to arrive to a hospital like this to be treated when they are dealing with a crime scene situation in Hinesville. And here they're dealing with a response to the aftermath of it. So we're going to continue waiting. You might need to come to me in about a minute or 2 when we start to see these ambulances, because of course we want to show you that for the loved ones of those that are injured to see them arriving. We won't be showing you them, but we will be showing you these ambulances coming to show the response to this horrific incident that happened at an Army base here in Georgia. So much sympathy filling in from the whole country on this incident. But come back to me in just about a minute or 2, Brooke, and we'll hopefully be able to show you something. Back to you.
No med flights because of the
weather. All right, Lydia, thank you so much for that live update. We'll be in touch with you in just a few moments. And I actually do want to tell you at home, we just got a confirmation from Georgia State Patrol that actually 3 soldiers from Winn Army Community Hospital are now going to Memorial Health in Savannah. We were initially told that it was just 2 soldiers. And Lydia, before we let you go, I do want to mention you are actually the one who confirmed for us here at WJCL 22 News that there was an active shooter at Fort Stewart. You, of course, are responsible for our Voices of Valor segment. So Lydia works really closely with a lot of soldiers on Fort Stewart. And Lydia, how do you think that they're feeling at this moment?
Well, I'll tell you this, Brooke, we can see them come in right here. I'll get to that response of how they might be feeling, but you can see the U.S. Army ambulance arriving right here now. You don't hear any sound, but you definitely see those lights. And public affairs officials from Fort Stewart seem to be arriving as well in their vehicles to deal with this right here, which is, of course, getting these soldiers, or even if it is not a soldier that's a victim, whoever this person is that needs this life-saving care. This is a level 1 trauma center, so they are equipped and prepared. They'll likely be brought in right through there and go in, whether it's surgery, they are prepared for that here, whether it's another incident, they are ready to respond to see these. I'm going to show you, I'm going to stop talking so you can just hear the sounds from out here. And you might not be able to hear that ambulance as
They're gonna
loudly as
try to
we can
cover it
hear
so
as
we
it's just
can't see
backing
who's
up to
coming
get
out
this
and
first
how bad they
responder
are.
in. We are about 10 minutes away from another
Pretty much.
military installation that's a part of Fort Stewart, Hunter Army Airfield. Those families there definitely impacted. And to answer your question, you were speaking earlier to me, Brooke, me being a military reporter, have I heard anything from those that I so consistently interview out there at Fort Stewart? I have been getting texts from the veterans that are just heartbroken over this, that either have served out at Fort Stewart and just know what those soldiers go through training wise. You know, it's here on American soil for something like this to happen. When they sign up to serve and protect on here and in foreign soils, for this to happen is just heartbreaking for those families. But you can see that ambulance come in here. We are awaiting others, and of course on a normal day they would normally come by a helicopter. They cannot come by helicopter just because of the weather, so they are having to come by ambulance. That takes a lot longer. It takes about an hour. So we're hopeful that they're able to get as much care as they need right here. We don't know what condition these victims are arriving to the hospital like, but Brooke, we'll send it back to you. Come back to me once we have another ambulance arrive.
Lydia, thank you so much for that live report. So again, we are now expecting 3 soldiers to arrive at Memorial Health in Savannah. Originally, we were just told that it was going to be 2, but Fort Stewart tells us that 5 soldiers in total were wounded as a result of today's active shooter situation at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex. We have had crews live at the scene there. They've seen a very heavy law enforcement presence, but we do know that most of the lockdown at Fort Stewart has been lifted. Let's go back to that statement from Governor Brian Kemp. He reacted to this active shooter situation on X, writing, quote, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We are keeping the victims, their families, and all of those who answered the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. And we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. Now, we, of course, are really hoping that we don't hear of anyone dying as a result of today's active shooter situation at Fort Stewart. State Representative Buddy Carter has also released a statement. He said, quote, I'm monitoring the situation at Fort Stewart. Please join me in prayers for the casualties, their families, and the brave law enforcement officers working to protect our community. Savannah Mayor Van Johnson also taking to Facebook to share a message. He said, quote, he's extending our prayers and assistance to our friends and soldiers at Fort Stewart. And again, Fort Stewart has confirmed 5 soldiers were shot
3 of
today.
them have to go to
In a
level
Facebook
1. That
post, they
means
said
it's
5
not just a
soldiers
through
were
and
shot
through.
today in an active shooter incident in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. All soldiers were treated on site and moved to Wynn Army Community Hospital for further treatment. There is no active threat to the community. Right now, the White House is aware of the Fort Stewart active shooting incident. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt posting on X, quote, the president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia, and the White House is monitoring the situation. And now we have a statement from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. She says, quote, our federal law enforcement agencies in Georgia are coordinating to provide support as the situation at Fort Stewart develops. I'm praying for all of the victims and for our troops at the base. Georgia's Attorney General Chris Carr also releasing a statement. In a post on X, he said, quote, as we continue to monitor the situation out of Fort Stewart, we ask that all Georgians join us in praying for the victims and our entire military community. And we do want to note Liberty County schools are under a soft lockdown as a result of today's active shooter situation at Fort Stewart. The school district said out of an abundance of caution, these 3 schools are under a soft lockdown. Button Gwinnett Elementary, Joseph Martin Elementary, and Snelson Golden Middle School. The district says they are working closely with law enforcement to ensure the safety of students and staff.
Okay, you've been listening there to our ABC affiliate in Savannah, Georgia, WJCL, again, covering that developing situation, a lockdown, an active shooter at Fort Stewart, just about an hour outside of Savannah. We know again that 5 soldiers have been wounded. They were all treated on site, according to the officials there at Fort Stewart. And then we now know that some of them, at least 2 of them, have been transported now, and you saw some of the live images there via our affiliate, to another hospital in additional hospital with a higher level of care. It is called, quote, Memorial Health University Medical Center there in Savannah, Georgia. Again, this story is fast developing. We will continue to monitor it. We're going to do a quick break now, come right back on the air after the break with more of this.
Because you would think, why would they make such a long Savannah? The reason why is because this is the hospital that's equipped to deal this severity and for them to be able to, if needed, go into surgery immediately. But you can see as they respond here, first responders helping first responders. I mean, you think the reason why is because this is the hospital that's equipped to deal with injuries like gunshot wounds to this severity, and for them to be able to, if needed, go into surgery immediately. But you can see as they respond here, first responders helping first responders. I mean, you think about it, there's soldiers and then we have doctors here that sign up for situations like this, but most certainly did not sign up for this one today in the magnitude of the amount of what it means for a shooting to happen at an Army base. But you can see they are rolling people in here. They are getting them the care that they need, and they're able to do that at this hospital here. And the Wynn Army Community Hospital is a very well-equipped hospital, but to the level of gunshot wounds, trauma that these victims have experienced, they are coming here to Memorial Health because this is the best location. You just saw them wheeled in there, just prayers right now for the family of that person that just went in there, that signed up to have their loved ones serve our country. And then for something as tragic like this to happen, that other ambulance is expected to get here in just about, I'd say 20 minutes now, because it's been probably about 5. They would we did not want for those ambulances to have to come here, because that signals that these injuries are much more critical than can be treated on base. Brooke, back to you.
Lydia, thank you so much. And again, we do have 911 audio from the moments after this active shooting incident occurred at around 11 this morning. Let's take another listen.
Mag Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8420 2nd Brigade, 8420 2nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
And again, we do know at this point that the White House is actually tracking this incident at Fort Stewart. They are aware of what has unfolded. Caroline Levitt posted on X, quote, "The president has been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. The White House is monitoring the situation." Now, we want to show you what the scene looked like earlier today. As all of this was unfolding, you could see there was fire crews responding, and there's a police vehicle right behind that fire truck right there going into the base. This is at the point that the base was still locked down. I would say this was probably around 12:15 or 12:30. We've been on the air since 12 this afternoon. This is video from our Andy Cole, who is the only reporter on scene. You can see an ambulance rushing away from the scene. We've seen law enforcement from all over responding to this incident at Fort Stewart. Now we want to go rather to the statement that we got from the FBI. They released a statement on X saying in part, quote, "FBI Atlanta Savannah office is aware of the incident at Fort Stewart and is coordinating with Army Criminal Investigation Division for any assistance that might be needed." So you are seeing a lot of law enforcement personnel kind of coming together, working to help those at Fort Stewart get answers in response to this incident. And we do want to note we have all of the information that we've learned about this incident on our website, WJCL.com. The nation right now is actually watching this all unfold. CNN, ABC, both have updated their websites with the latest information. Right now, you are looking at CNN's website, but of course, it's not only them, but WJCL.
So what I'll say to that is, funny enough, I oftentimes this is serious. This is an active shooter. Well, not anymore, but it was an active shooter situation. Okay. Oftentimes I will get information before the actual media reports on it. That's seriously concerning, right? I will literally get reports of things in real time, give or take a few minutes. And it might be hours to days before the actual media reports on it. If I can confirm said information that quickly, it leads, or sometimes they don't report on it at all. You could reach out to the news media and say, hey, there's a story on this very concerning thing. I have all the documents and all the proof in the world, and they might never answer you. Okay? That's what mainstream media is. They're only going to play what they think is going to get them views, airtime. A lot of feel-good stuff they don't like. A lot of stuff that has to do with children when it comes to like family court or crooked judges, or unless the national news media picks it up, they want nothing to do with it. There are certain subjects they will not touch upon at all. And it's unfortunate, but also why channels like mine exist. For I will cover something that they refuse to cover. I don't have a big boss telling me, hey, we can't cover this thing because I'm friends with this person or this person's brother or sister or this person's relative or friend, and they're a big donor to the channel, or they're very close to my family, so we're gonna pay for the story, but we're never gonna run it, which is called catch and kill. They'll take the story, pay for the story, never run the story, and they'll pay the person to like not talk about it again. Or they just ignore it outright and no other channel will pick it up. It'll be like a story that will be blackballed. So, I mean, I think partly why YouTube independent media and ex-independent media exist is because, unfortunately, the mainstream media can't always be trusted, A, with the correct information, and B, with information in general when it comes to covering certain stories. They will just not cover it at all until, funny enough, if it starts picking up on YouTube or on X for weeks, even months in some cases, and starts making its way onto like little news channels, that's when other media will start picking it up. But until then, they will literally ignore things that independent media are reporting on because it's not going to bring them big numbers, or they know someone who knew someone involved in said story, so they won't touch it. There's also various other reasons why they won't touch it. Usually has to do with money, donors, friends of friends of friends to the bigwigs, etc., etc. Now remember, all the little news channels are usually an affiliate of one of the bigger channels. So the bosses of the bigger channels, the bosses of the little channels, okay? When it comes to mainstream media. We have a problem with mainstream media. A, they don't always tell the truth, and they like to spin things in a way that will push whatever narrative that they're trying to push. And that really depends on which station you're watching. Independent media, we're just going to give the facts. We might give you our opinion with those facts, but we know that it's our opinion, right? And anybody can have a different opinion of those facts or an interpretation of those facts. The news media will state things as a fact, even if it is an opinion. And that is where misinformation starts to spread, conspiracies start to go wild, things of that nature. I really want to give you guys a name of a suspect in this, active shooter situation that just happened in Georgia. The problem is I cannot confirm this name. And as someone pointed out earlier, I think it was Holly or Francesca, one of you two, you cannot just report on names that you see on social media, because 9 out of 10 times it's either the wrong name or it's said wrong, like it's jumbled up, like the first name is the middle name and vice versa. Or it's just the wrong person. And then you have the wrong person's pictures being put out there, the wrong person's social media. And let me tell you this, usually before we get a suspect name confirmed, their socials have been scrubbed, which means the FBI or the police department contacts, whoever they have in Facebook, X, Instagram, because most of them are connected and owned by the same type of people, and they scrub their social media, which means they get rid of it before they announce it to the public so that we can't deep dive into their social media. So it'll be gone just as fast as it was there, which is why if we get information on who the suspect is, we often look up social media very quickly, try to archive and save what we can, because within minutes it'll be gone, literally gone. Now, why? Right? Why would they get rid of it? Well, they get rid of it because they don't want armchair detectives sort of delving into it or interpreting things in a wrong way. The problem that I have with that is if it was a public social media platform, right? And if they're live streaming doing something horrific, obviously you take that down. But to take the whole profile down so that the public can't look, I get it. It's an investigation. You want to investigate. Cool. You can investigate. You guys can also see messages, like private messages that most of the public can't see, but why not let the public look at the outside of it? I get the whys to do it, and I get the whys not to do it. But, in the last, I'd say 8 or so years, they have been instantly getting rid of these social media accounts before they tell us who the suspect is. So that is why we try to find out ahead of time, because Otherwise, they scrub it. So we want to try to get what we can from it to report back on what we find. It's unfortunate, but this is why people try to do it quickly and try to get information quickly, which is why sometimes the wrong information is put out there. It's because people are scrambling to try to get that information before it is pulled off of the internet. Even the Wayback Machine, in this case, usually you can find anything archived, anything old, anything that's you can't see right now that would have been on the internet. And this case here, the stuff that Holly sent me, it had been scrubbed. The Wayback Machine, usually you don't find that everything has been scrubbed from something. Usually that's the stuff you find that has already been scrubbed, that you can't find just looking it up. So, I mean, they're even going further into archives and axing the archives of what social media presence there was for that person, you know? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a totally bad thing. You know, I think that's why X got rid of you being able to see who likes what. That was partly the reason. Facebook should probably do the same thing. But I understand it for the media side of it, where we need to get as much information as we can, because we can't trust mainstream media to give us all of the correct information or to hide things from us. We try to get it quickly, right? We try to get we try to put eyes on it ourselves, because we just can't, in many instances, you just can't trust the mainstream media. And at least with the Karen Read case, I will tell you, there were many things that the mainstream media didn't report on, refused to report on, and knew ahead of time and never reported on it ever. Things that I knew way ahead of time that I reported on that they still won't touch with a 10-foot pole, even with the confirmation of it. And so this is why I don't trust mainstream media. There's a reason why we try to get information and try to get our hands on some of this stuff before the police departments, the FBI scrub it all, and before mainstream media has it and they don't report on all of it, or they hide portions of it. Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. It's weird. Why? Who cares who likes what? I mean, X got rid of their block function the way it should have been, which is annoying as hell. But Facebook probably should do the same thing when it comes to X, which is hide likes. I mean, to be judged on what you like or don't like is crazy to me. I don't understand that. Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes it'll announce to me when someone comments on someone's stuff and what they say, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Let's see if he says anything new.
They tell us, too, that at some point today we may be able to hear from officials, but that at this point we don't have more information to share regarding that. But here I am at the main gate of Fort Stewart, where when I first got here was completely on lockdown, and now it is certainly what would look like a normal day. But as I've been saying in all of our hits, this is anything but a normal day when 5 soldiers are shot on base, on an American U.S. Army base. It's pretty remarkable. And of course, now we're learning from this U.S. official that the shooter might have been a male soldier himself. It's a very concerning situation. But here outside of Fort Stewart, I want to step out of the way so I can give you a better look at this gate. Now, you really can't see much from where we are, but we can tell that it, again, seems like a fairly normal day here. And again, with where we're set up and where traffic is, it's kind of difficult to see the entire scene, but I can tell you that from when we first got here, it was completely blocked off, and then they got people out of here and had cops that were literally in the intersection directing traffic and had put traffic cones in front of the gate, not letting anyone in or out. That has certainly changed now, as the Army says there is no active threat to the community, but it's still certainly a scary situation for these soldiers, for their families, knowing that 5 soldiers were shot right here on Fort Stewart. And according to a U.S. official, they were shot by another soldier himself. So a very concerning scene that we will continue to press officials on to get to the bottom of this. Again, we anticipate getting more information from the Army.
Which is why I didn't report that, because we can't confirm whether it was another soldier or not. So I don't even know why they're attempting to report that at the moment. See, you got to be careful. I don't have that information or confirmation that it was another soldier yet. It is what I have heard. It has not been confirmed.
About what is going on here at Fort Stewart, but we know that a suspect has been arrested. A U.S. official tells us that suspect is a male U.S. soldier. At this point, we don't have their identity. We do know 5 soldiers have been shot, some of them being treated treated here at the Army Hospital, Wynn Army Community Hospital on Fort Stewart. Some of them being taken to that hour drive to Memorial Health in Savannah, where our Lydia Blackstone has been. She said just a few minutes ago that Army ambulance arrived there and will continue to be arriving there. We're going to wrap it and send it back to you now.
Thank you so much. And you actually just mentioned WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone.
Whoa.
Let's check back in with her.
Here they come.
Hey, Brooke, very active scene.
There
As
she
you can
goes.
see this ambulance arrive right here.
It's the
Also
third one, right?
GSP. You also see the Department of Public Safety officers arriving here. This is a very intense amount of sirens and police coverage that we did not see when the first one arrived, but now the second is arriving right here, or what we can assume here because of all of the police
It's
presence
huge.
that are coming right here
Huge.
for
Takes
this
a long time
soldier
to
to get
drive
that
through it.
life-saving
I know, I've
treatment
done it
here at
a bunch of
Memorial
times.
Health. We don't know the extent of their injuries, but we do know if they are being transferred to this hospital, a level 1 trauma center, it has to be much more critical than can be treated at Wynn Army
Wouldn't be
Community Hospital. So
a
you can see
reason to
police
go there.
lining up right there. I'm going to have Lindbergh
Don't wanna
zoom in
cover
so you
up
can
what's
see them
happening.
right there. They're all lining up and prepared to respond to anything because, of course, they're used to having to come to a hospital when there's a shooting, but when there's this many shooting victims arriving, they are in full force out here. And of course, we know that they cannot come by helicopter, which would be much quicker. And we want to be as quick as possible because of weather. They are not arriving on the scene like that. They are coming by ambulance. Takes about an hour to get from Fort Stewart here to Memorial Health in Midtown Savannah. But as you can see, we're going to zoom in even more so you can see these heroes treat heroes. I mean, you can see first responders, those
wanna see the back of the
medical
ambulance,
professionals
not
that are going in there and coming to work today, prepared to help
me the
anybody
ambulance
that needs
lady.
anything. And now they're helping soldiers here, which of course is not what they expected when they woke up this morning for something like this to happen on U.S. soil. They sign up for service to protect anything
Like, come on,
foreign
guys.
and abroad. And
Be more
here
responsible.
in our hometown, in this area, they're having
Zoom
to
in on the
deal with an
friggin'
incident like this.
ambulance.
But you can see just the active scene. It's
The
really
hell's wrong with
changed
you?
out here. You see another ambulance arrive. Don't know if anybody is in there right now or if they're just medical professionals coming to assist, but it's become a very quiet scene and then a very active scene out of nowhere here. And then, of course, where all the action happening is inside Memorial Health ER, where they're responding to all of this. We're just going to stay with this picture here so you can see what things are like out here right now. Definitely a somber feel as the details around this situation are so heartbreaking, so unexpected. And then, of course, we see so much goodness in people when you see them come to help and to protect those that protect us. So we'll continue to bring you coverage as much as we can here as we see more ambulances arrive so that they can get the life-saving care that they need. But as for now, Brooke, if you want to keep on this shot and keep talking over it with any new details you have, but I'll ask you anything new that you've learned, Brooke.
Come on.
Lydia, the newest update I've gotten is that Liberty County schools have actually lifted their lockdown. We just mentioned moments ago that we were waiting on that update, so that lockdown has been lifted. But something I do want to mention, and maybe one of our producers who is listening to this can actually make the call and ask this question. But Fort Stewart had announced that the suspect was apprehended at 11:35 a.m.
Yes.
Now, I do want to point out we don't know what the condition of the suspect is. We don't know whether the suspect was injured. We don't know whether they were taken into custody peacefully. So that is certainly a question that we should work to get answered, because I'm curious whether, there was such a large law enforcement presence for that one ambulance. I'm curious to hear whether that was possibly a suspect arriving to the hospital. So we're going to try to see if we can get that information for you. We'll ask that question to Fort Stewart representatives. Again, it could have just been a U.S. soldier. Again, we were told 5 soldiers injured as a result of this active shooter incident. But I'm hearing that we actually have Representative Carl Gilliard on the phone. Representative Gilliard, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. I can hear you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. So what was your reaction when you first heard about the active shooting at Fort Stewart?
In times like these, our armor bearers for security, for the country, and these are men and women, over 10,000 people that represent the 3rd Infantry, 25,000 alone between Hunter, which I represent, and the 165th over here in Garden City. it's a tragedy that we're in times like these. Right now, this morning, I was supposed at 8:30 this morning, I was supposed to be at Fort Stewart watching an installation of the commander of Defense Health, the Colonel Tawana McGee Tontaque. And I was invited just yesterday evening, and I could not make it. To have a great ceremony like this at 8:30 this morning at Fort Stewart, and then coming to a tragedy like this, we're praying for the families and members of the 3rd Infantry and the families of loved ones that unfortunately have had their loved ones go through this. I have already texted and reached out to our Attorney General in my office and those that are involved to get accurate updates. It's also at the time I'm scheduled to meet with the members of Hunt Army Airfield on the 12th of next week. Mm-hmm. So it's in times like these we're definitely astounded, but in prayer for what has happened so far.
That is such a scary thought that you actually could have been there just moments after all of this unfolded.
Trial's
Have
back.
you
We're gonna move
heard
back
any
over.
updates? I know you said you've been in touch with the Attorney General. Have you learned any information about what happened?
No, we're just waiting in real time.
Move back over to the trial. I don't know why they just were on the screen and then went off. Weird. At least we did. I mean, they literally were back in. I don't know what just happened, but we just saw the prosecutor and then it stopped. So I don't know what was happening here. Weird. Hold on.
Lawmakers are going to be keeping top of
Go back
mind
to this
incident.
until we get trial back. I don't know
sure.
what's the hold up.
And I'm texting the governor in real time as we speak. One thing I can say about the lawmakers and those in leadership in Georgia, when there's a common denominator for something like this that represents the freedom of all, we come together and we're unified beyond parties. And so I'm definitely looking to find out what is going to unveil in reference to, first of all, the healing and the safe outcome, hopefully and prayerfully, that these individuals will be with us and that their families, lifting their family up in prayer. But in the long term, I'm sure and I'm confident that we as a General Assembly and leadership will come together to do what's best for the men and women of the 3rd ID and those that reside in Hunter and in the West
area of Georgia.
But we're in prayer
driven
as
through
we speak.
Georgia, but we've never actually stopped in Georgia.
Representative
Which I'd
Gilliard,
probably
thank
like
you
to
so
do
much
at
for
some
taking
point.
the time to speak with us. We really appreciate it.
Would have been better if.
Thank you.
All right, we are now joined live with Luis Martinez, ABC News senior Pentagon reporter. Luis, thank you so much for joining us. Can you weigh in on the situation? What have you all gathered on this investigation so far?
It still went conked out, so I guess they're must be waiting for something. Maybe the medical examiner, which is what I want to hear from. Yeah, you have no audio.
No worries, live TV.
Live TV, sorry about that.
Live TV.
What I can tell you right now is that according to U.S. officials, a male soldier is in custody, that soldier was responsible for the shootings of 5 fellow soldiers. We understand that as of right now, we are talking about injuries. There are no fatalities as of right now as a result of this shooting incident there at Fort Stewart.
There was casualties, so thank God.
Additional information is continuing to flow here at the Pentagon with regards to what may have been the motivation here and how did this incident occur. One of the things that we are trying to ascertain is exactly where on the post this incident took place. All we've seen here at the Pentagon is the statement from the base, which I think you also have access to, which describes a complex belonging to the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team. So a lot of questions remain, but the good news here is that so far there appear to be no fatalities associated with this incident.
That is some good news. Louise, thank you so much for that live report. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you all later to see if you all learn any new information. All right, now we are hearing from a law enforcement expert, ABC News contributor and former NYPD chief Robert Boyce, answering questions about the response to an active shooter situation on this large
Otherwise, I
Army
was going to
base.
do Delphine LaLaurie
I
during
think when
the break.
you locate exactly where it was on the
But then
base,
this
and that's
happens.
important to understand. It's a very big base with 18,000 residents there, soldiers, and another 4,000 civilians. So it's almost a little city in of itself. But the fact that it is off a ways, and this second armored brigade, that's important. You're able to lock it down right there, get as many witnesses as possible. You have someone in custody. Now, the motive of what happened right now, what happened, and what started this whole incident. That's where we are right now. Again, there's Army police there as well as civilians and the FBI. This thing will emerge very quickly, a lot of information, and I think a press conference is coming very quickly. As it closed down location, and you have to, you have to have clearance to get in there. So we don't know if it's an external threat or it's an internal.
Looking still, guys.
And that we'll find out in the coming hours as it unfolds. Was it someone coming in that we had in New Jersey? The threat there, or is it something wholly different where we don't have this? That something came with them in an argument, and to make very clear point, most of the firearms are on lockdown. However, personal firearms are allowed, but they are registered. So what started this whole thing? It's unclear right now. How many people have been injured? Will tell us more as we go forward. But right now, lock it down. Get those folks that are injured, those casualties, get into area hospitals, and do the best you can. Everybody's involved in this. Schools are locked down. That'll be lifted somewhat soon now.
They were already
They
lifted.
have an arrest. Is it a single person or is it more than that? Seems like it's a single person. Right now.
The
Do
information
you want to
that we have.
mention that we did learn from a U.S. official that this is believed to have
Still
been a
nothing on
male
the court.
soldier who is a suspected shooter, and you heard him mention a press conference. We are working to learn when Fort Stewart officials plan to hold a presser. We'll bring you live coverage both on air and online. All right, let's return now to a full timeline of what transpired today at Fort Stewart. Fort Stewart said in a statement that law enforcement was dispatched for a possible shooting in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team Complex at 10:56 this morning. The installation was locked down at 11:04 a.m. The shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m., just half an hour, really 40 minutes after the initial dispatch. Fort Stewart lifted the lockdown of the main containment area at 12:10 p.m. And we were told, actually, I just want to provide you with this update. We just got an update. They said Fort Stewart, Wright Army Airfield, and Evans Army Airfield, all clear. They said for any new information, monitor social media outlets. But of course, we'll be keeping you updated right here on air. We want to turn now to WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole. So Andy, again, all clear from Fort Stewart.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been seeing here for several hours now. I got here around 11:30. When I first got here, traffic was bumper to bumper. Then all that traffic got out. They have an officer directing traffic and completely locked down the base. But now traffic is flowing in and out of the base here at Fort Stewart. We know, I want to step out of the way so I can give you some better look. Again, unfortunately, there's just really not much to see here from the main gate here at Fort Stewart, but this is where the Army has asked us to set up. We are told by the Army that at some point today, we may be able to get access to that 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area where this shooting, Fort Stewart officials tell us, happened, but we do not have a time on that. We know, too, that at some point this afternoon, we are anticipating getting additional information from Army officials and perhaps getting some answers to those big questions. We know a U.S. official tells us that the suspect is a male soldier himself. So there are a lot of questions that come along with that revelation, how this could happen, who this person was. Did they still serve in the Army, or were they on reserves? There are lots of questions, and we will continue to press Fort Stewart officials on those questions. We will be here for several hours continuing to do so. You know, I was just doing some simple research on Google to try and figure out if something like this had happened before. The only thing I could find, well, certainly there have been shootings on Army bases before, but the most recent I could find, at least local to this area, was back in December 2024 at Fort Eisenhower, where one person was shot. And so, unfortunately, this is not new. But this is never a reality that we want to be in, that this is not normal. This is not normal. I said it earlier in my hit that normalcy, it kind of feels normal out here. But again, there is nothing normal about this day when 5 soldiers are shot on base here,
Nothing normal
domestic,
about
in
that.
Georgia, not, anywhere across the world. They were shot here.
Cuckoo Bananas
And
is
according to a
right.
U.S. official, they were shot
Cuckoo
by
Bananas
one of
is
their
right.
own. We are going to be continuing to press Army CID officials. Those are the Criminal Investigation Division folks. We're also going to be pressing Fort Stewart folks. We want answers just as much as you do. But folks, as I said much earlier, you can get a lot of information out on the internet, but we will always here at WJCL 22 take the time to make sure that we can confirm that information and that everything that is coming out of our mouths is confirmed and factual, because in this sort of situation, that is not worth it, not taking those precautions. Again, 5 folks shot out here at Fort Stewart. We're outside the main gate. It seems things have returned back to normal. But again, there is nothing normal about this. Brooke.
It's very
Andy,
unfiltered.
thank you so much. We want to turn now to WJCL 22 News' Lydia Blackstone, who is at Memorial Health in Savannah. Lydia, just moments ago, there was a lot of action there at the hospital. We saw sirens, police, and an ambulance arriving.
Yeah, Brooke, earlier it was action outside. Now we're hoping that there's action inside, that life-saving care that those soldiers so desperately need, that have been hurt in this heartbreaking incident. And now you can see just some of all of those first responders that are out here to the incident. I mean, you can see Savannah Police, you can see GSP, you can see that ambulance, U.S. Army. It came from Win Army all the way here. Would have came faster by a helicopter if possible, but because of the weather, it's not able to do that. So they were taken for about an hour drive here. We don't have any updates on their condition right now, but one can assume, because they were taken here to a level 1 trauma center, that it is much more critical than what can be treated at Win Army Community Hospital, which is the hospital that those soldiers go to there on Fort Stewart. And really, the scene out here right now is somber amongst the reporters, the other media officials that are out here, because of what we're having to talk about here, which is something so heartbreaking when heroes have to deal with a situation like this at home on the Army base, on the installation. So of course, we'll be bringing you those updates as we see more ambulances, but we do not have confirmation that a third is coming quite yet from Memorial Health spokespeople. But as soon as we see another come into this area, we will show it to you. We will take that live, because I know there's so many soldiers that know them, that just are there on base with them. Even if they don't know them yet, they will eventually, because this it will have many impacts throughout this entire very heavy military community of Southeast Georgia and the Low Country as well. We'll be bringing you all those updates here from Memorial Health. Brooke, back to you.
Still trying to see.
Lydia, thank you so much for that live report. GSP is the one who told us that 3 would be coming to Memorial Health, so we'll have to wait and see whether a third arrives. Thank you so much for that live report. We want to once again play dispatch audio for you, capturing the moments, the chaos after this call first came in. Take a listen.
Heard this.
Mag Station 1, mutual aid request for a gunshot wound on Fort Stewart. It'll be building 8422nd Brigade, 8422nd Brigade, gunshot wound, mutual aid.
Again, I want to provide another recap of everything that we know so far at this point. 5 soldiers were shot today in an active shooter incident at the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. All soldiers were treated on site. They were initially moved to Win Army Community Hospital for further treatment.
So we heard all that. I mean, 5 is what we're hearing. I had heard early on that it was another soldier. That has not been confirmed. They're reporting that it could possibly, again, not confirmed. That is not confirmed. Therefore, which is why there haven't been any names thrown around out here, because I'm not comfortable with it until it's a confirmed situation. And I have not gotten that confirmation yet on it. I think 3 people being brought to a level 1 trauma center tells me that the level 1 trauma center means it's serious, because they're going to the level 1 trauma center instead of where the other 2 people are going, which are deal with, less severe. Level 1 trauma centers, do emergency surgery right there. They have, neurologists that are right there. They deal with gunshot wounds, people literally dying and trying to save their lives right then and there. Not that, other hospitals don't, but if it is that serious, that they get sent to a level 1 trauma center. Boston Medical Center is a level 1 trauma center. Social Hospital is a level 1 trauma center. You know, they have all the tools in their tool belt to be able to save someone's life. What really gets me is that it's an hour away, an hour ambulance ride away. That hour ambulance ride could kill someone. You know, I'm assuming that they would have used chest seals or anything of that nature to stop and impact gunshot wounds. But I don't know, you know, but an hour, they could not use the med flights because of weather. I'm guessing poor visibility, because from what I can see, at least from the shots with the news stations, is that it's very, very cloudy. And I'm assuming that means there's also some winds. So I'm guessing it's poor visibility and winds is why they cannot use the med flights. So that means they had to be transported by ambulance to the level 1 trauma center. That sucks. An hour is a long time. Seconds matter, minutes matter. And an hour is an extremely long period of time. I am hoping that every person brought to that hospital, that level 1 trauma center, makes a full recovery, and that hour didn't mean life or death for anyone, because I can't imagine the closest level 1 trauma center being an hour away. Again, rural areas, it happens. I do remember when my sister was little, my youngest sister, when she was little, we were on vacation in New Hampshire near Loon Mountain, and we were outside like a strip mall we had stopped at, and us kids were sort of running back and forth. My sister tripped and fell, and just so happened to hit her head off the corner of a bench that was, you know, a bench, old school benches that was like cemented into the ground. Now, again, this is like early 2000s. She hit her head and she was bleeding everywhere. The closest hospital was 45 minutes away. So the people, you know, who were in the store were like, you might want to bring her, you know, drive her like now, because the ambulance will take a while and then it'll take 45 minutes to get. So we had to like take towels from the car in the van and wrap her head, and she was like bleeding everywhere, and she's like, am I gonna die? And we're like, no, you're not gonna die. So but it took us 45 minutes to get her to a hospital where she ended up getting stitches. And but I'll never forget how long it took, and them telling us that it was going to be 45 minutes to the closest hospital, and that was to the closest to any hospital. I don't even want to know how long it would have been to the closest level 1 had she needed that kind of care. She didn't, obviously, but there was a lot of blood. When you bleed from your head, there's always a lot of blood. And she was little, so she was scared. And I had to hold her on my lap in the backseat of the van with this towel and the pressure. And I was only, I don't know, preteen maybe-ish. Scary. She was little. She was maybe 4. We're 9 years apart, so my youngest sister and me are 9 years apart. So yeah, she was little. And her and my other sisters were only 3 years apart. We're sort of just like playing tag back and forth, running back and forth. And she tripped, and she fell, and she hit that bench just right at the right angle at the corner of that bench. My mother felt horrible. It's nothing my mother could have done. You know what I mean? But 45 minutes, we had to drive in the van with blood everywhere, all over the van. After that, couldn't get it out. Thankfully, later on, we joked. We were like, you know, you might want to scrub your blood out there, kiddo. You know, a couple of years later when it was still there. Of course, we can laugh about it now. It wasn't so funny when it happened, obviously, but you know, we can laugh about it now. And that stain was in my mother's van. She was not happy about for a long time. We had to throw the towels away. Obviously, nobody wants blood-stained towels. But 45 minutes. 45 minutes is how long it took. If that was a level 1 trauma center and she had needed that kind of care, I'm not sure she would have made it in 45 minutes. You know what I mean? Thankfully, she just needed a couple stitches. But that scares me. It's one of the reasons why I refuse to move to a very rural area. I've talked about moving out of state before, and if I ever had the funds, I probably would move out of state. But I don't know that I would move to an extremely rural area that didn't have medical care, especially with all the medical conditions I already have that are pretty serious. I definitely want to be within 20 minutes of a good hospital. That's for sure. The trial is still not on. Still.
That is some information we got from a U.S. official. I'm hearing that we now have Representative Jesse Petrie on the phone with us. Representative Petrie, can you hear me?
Let's hear what this guy says.
Yes, I hear you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. So what was your reaction when you first heard about this active shooter situation at Fort Stewart?
Also, if you want to donate to the channel, it's very helpful. Hit the like button, subscribe, or share. Those are all free. But if you would like to monetarily donate, we rely on your support to keep the channel running, and we appreciate it more than you know. The information is on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. If you're watching from X, there's a lot of you watching from X, over 100. So all that information is there. It's also, we have a link that's pinned in the chat here on YouTube. And you can click on that link and use your credit or debit card in multiple countries and put any amount you want.
For years now, to double down on ensuring that people have the mental health support they need, to provide whatever counseling people need. These kind of reactions to whatever was going on, more than likely there's some signs or symptoms that this person was having some real mental health problems. We won't know until we learn more, but usually there are signs that that person has been struggling.
Right, and we know at this point that 5 soldiers were shot. We're told that no deaths have been reported. Have you heard any new information? We also do know that the suspect is a male soldier at Fort Stewart.
No, ma'am. Yeah, that is the extent of what I have learned. No one, it appears, has been killed or is threatened to die. But either way, still an absolutely horrible occurrence that is happening far too common.
Yeah, definitely a tragic morning at Fort Stewart. Representative Petrie, thank you so much for joining us live here on air.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Take care. All right, we have some new footage showing the moments Fort Stewart officials began warning people nearby about a lockdown being put in place. Take a look at this video. Now, again, this is a video that we got from the scene. That lockdown has been lifted. The all clear has been given. We are told that the suspected shooter has been apprehended. I've been mentioning this throughout the show, but we, again, do not know whether that shooter is injured. We don't know if they surrendered peacefully or whether officers had to use force. But we actually do have a new statement from Secretary Noem. They said, quote, "I've been briefed on the shooting at Fort Stewart. DHS is actively monitoring the situation on the ground. We are praying for the victims and their families." All right, we want to reset now and bring you a full recap of everything we know so far.
We know all this.
Special report for breaking news of an active shooting. Fort Stewart is providing a timeline of the.
So we saw that already. I was hoping they were going to give us the suspect name with new breaking, obviously, news, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm still looking at the state of Georgia seal for the trial. They definitely told us 1:30. Went back. They said 1:30, but they didn't think the ME would get there until between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. So the judge wanted them back between 1:30 and 1:45, I believe he said, and no later. And they went live for about a minute, and then the camera went back to the seal. So I don't know if that's because they told the judge, hey, there's a delay in the ME getting here. Maybe all of this, even though it's not right nearby or anything, created some traffic situations that the ME was dealing with getting to this court. I'm going to back it up for a second on this and see if we could hear anything that they said when they were live for that one whole minute there. Hold on. Let's see. I don't think I heard any audio, to be honest, but it showed the defendant for a second. Like, this is what, yeah. I remember them saying she's coming from Fulton County, I thought, maybe, which is near where all this is, but that they were already en route. I mean, so see, okay. See, the judge sits. They don't give us audio, though, okay? The judge sits down, they give us a little bit of the defendant and then the prosecutor, and then they conk the camera back out. So I don't really know. See, so then they show us the defendant. They don't give audio though. We have no audio. And they're all sitting in the courtroom, and then nothing. They show the prosecutor for a second. See? And then that lady that's been standing at the door there, I'm guessing she must be the victim witness app. And then they go back to the seal. And that's as much as we've gotten since then. Now we're back at the seal again. So I don't know. Yeah, just waiting, I guess. I'm still, looking in on the other thing to see if we can get a suspect name on this. Let's see. Yeah, no, they're just playing the 911 audio again from the dispatch caller asking for the backup when it came to the. I'm looking to see if I can. There's no name yet, at least that has been. Dude, why do people do this, right? Why do people do this? I get it. People want to sensationalize things. They think it's going to bring in more viewers. It bugs the hell out of me. And I get it. There are some things that I choose not to do as a creator that definitely put a damper on being able to make money and things, but I find them shady and sticky and I don't like them. So, for instance, some creators will not read comments from their live chat like I do. They will not do it unless people donate, and then they'll only read those ones. I refuse to do that. People who don't have the money to donate still help out in other ways, and they absolutely should have their voices heard. That's why I do live streams and not long form content. But what I'm seeing now on X is this whole person, okay, writes Fort Stewart active shooter massacre. There was no massacre, number one. Number two, that then lends people's imagination to think that a lot of people were killed. That is not what happened. That is called clickbait, my friends. Okay? Clickbait. I try to give you guys exactly what is happening in the title of the video. And even when I use, programs to help me with thumbnails and things like that, I try to make sure that even if the thumbnail seems like a little, because you want it to be bold to catch attention, obviously. Like there are things you need to do in order to get the YouTube algorithm to pick things up. And you need things like retention, people who watch your show, things like hitting the like button or these little emojis here you guys see on the side. Those help. So, and thumbnails, how many times people click on that thumbnail is going to depend on what your thumbnail looks like. Is it bold? Is it bright? Is it, some people will make that thumbnail and just write whatever, something salacious, and then people will click on it, and that's not what it is, right? I try to not do that, right? I always have the thumbnail pertaining to what we're doing here, what we're watching, what's going on, right? Things like this, headlines like this, Fort Stewart active shooter massacre. First of all, it's not an active shooter anymore. That was over, all right? And secondly, there's no massacre, okay? At first, we got reports of 7 soldiers, then now we're getting reports of just 5. This is why early reports are hard, because you can get information that's not correct. In the beginning, we were also getting reports of casualties. As of right now, there are no casualties that we know of, even though it was reported early on. It's also reported early on that there was 2 active shooter situations or 2 separate situations. We now know there was not. There was only 1 situation. So again, this is how misinformation spreads. But I would see this guy here, John Guandolo, okay, is 34 seconds ago. Okay, this guy here is reporting 5 shot dead on U.S. Army base Fort Stewart. That's not what happened. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. Okay, that right there is how misinformation spreads. Now, before you write something like that or share something like that, do you not? And again, they're sharing a article from Columbus Dispatch, okay, which is some sort of news media outlet. Now, when you click on it, okay, that's the headline that the Columbus Dispatch has. When you click on it, the article, it says 5 soldiers were shot Wednesday in an active shooter incident at Fort Stewart. It does not say they were dead or died, but their whole article, okay, in the beginning of it, when you click on it, that's what it says. Okay, so this is very not okay. All right, it's just not. I do not condone this kind of shit. All right, I don't understand why people do it. Mass casualties. Another person is breaking live. Mass casualty. There's not mass casualties. Okay, see, I understand wanting to grow your YouTube channel. I understand wanting to gain viewers. That ain't the way to do it. Okay, that is the wrong way to do it, folks. That is the wrong way to do it. There's, I mean, 100. See, here's the thing. I have 127 people watching, which is actually low for what I normally do. Most of my viewers actually come from a multitude of between X and YouTube. YouTube does not count your viewers on X. So even though I get a lot of viewers from X, YouTube does not count that in the analytics, right? So it doesn't help boost the channel because a lot of people are watching from X. It might help people find me on X, but it does not help anything that has to do with YouTube because it just doesn't get counted, right? So people assume that if they just put the link and they write something salacious, people will click on their YouTube, they'll go to their YouTube and then subscribe, thinking that it's some craze. But if somebody only pops on and they read your thing and they don't listen to very much of it and they click back, they subscribe to you, but then they click back off, they might then share that misinformation, right? That is how misinformation is spread. Before you do a YouTube live show, you should probably know whether there was, I mean, especially if it's current information that's actively sort of going and changing, you should be saying that, right? You shouldn't be reporting that active shooter mass casualties. There is no mass casualties. So we had heard in the beginning there might be some casualties. We did hear that, but that's, you don't write that in the title. You know what I mean? If that was early reporting, you're posting it 10 seconds ago, which means by now you know that there's not any casualties that have been actually reported to be confirmed. So, I mean, I think it's just, again, it's also the reason why you have to be careful with independent media as well, because some people really just want the click, okay? It's that simple. Sorry for the buffering, I'm fixing it. Me and Streamer are gonna fight about it for realsies. I don't know what's going on with the trial here. I don't understand, and I feel like the second that I go to cover something else, they're gonna come back. I feel like I want to do it anyway, but I also wanted to give the court a minute just because that's my luck. Is I'll go to start to cover something else that I wanted to cover, and the court will come back. Wait a second, hold on. Nope, still nothing. You know, I mean, I understand why people do it. I'm not saying that you don't have to have a level of pull people in. You do. Your titles do matter when it comes to pulling viewers in. But what should really matter the most is the content that you give, right? The way that people are allowed to interact in your chat. I've seen a lot, and I don't know about you guys can tell me in the chat, right? But I have seen a lot of YouTube creators that get really upset if you do very simple things in chat. Or mods. Not even the creator, but the mods will get really upset if you do certain things. I've seen silly things like, capital letters, if you use too many exclamation points, if you share that you like, if you guys share, you know, oh, I made this recipe that was really great, because you're talking amongst yourselves while also watching the content. There'll be creators that start screaming at people like, stay on topic, people. Like, they're in a chat. The whole point is so that they can create relationships, talk to each other. Like, who cares if they're sharing their latest meatball sub recipe? Why is that a problem, right? Yeah, some people do it every video. I mean, some people hate that. Don't do all capital letters. Don't do multiple exclamation points. Actually, sometimes when your chat is going really fast and someone's trying to say something important, or if they've said something they've said multiple times, actually, I appreciate when they put it in all capital letters, because it stands out. The only other way to make it stand out is to make a donation, because then it lights it up in a different color. But when your chat is running that fast, and believe you me, when I first started covering the Karen Reed case, my chat was running so fast at some point that I would have to stop it on my end. I couldn't stop it on you guys' end, but I could stop it on my end and sort of slowly kind of go through it. But then I would end up 40 minutes behind, and I'd have to sort of skip some. So I would tell people, okay, I'm skipping now. So if there's something important that you said between this last comment I read from this person and the bottom of where I'm skipping down to, say it again, because you know, I don't want to miss people saying important things, but at the same time, I can't always, you know, I can't always do that. You know what I mean? I do my best. That's for sure. I will. Thank you. Thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate you, my friend, for sending a 777 donation. $7.77. I love you. Thank you very, very much. What is a head to Walmart, use your Venmo card, and add money to your account? You can load up to $500 per transaction for a small fee. Give a boost. Is that? Did they really send me this email like, hey, go put money on your Venmo card and go pay a fee? Like, yeah, I'll get right on that with the money I don't have. Thank you. I appreciate you. She says in her comment, she says, thank you for what you do. XOXO Scorpio. Thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate you, my friends. It's not been easy since the trial ended. I'll tell you that much. It's hard to keep a channel running. There's a lot of things you have to do, and a lot of money that has to be spent to keep it running. And if the money that you're spending to keep it running is not adding up to what you're making, it becomes difficult, right? That means you're not making anything. You're losing. You're losing. And that's hard for any creator. And I know we have some trials that are upcoming. We're dealing with this one. We have, you know, the Adelson trial, which is got some big public interest. We all want to see what's going on. I hear audio coming. I hear audio. See, this is why I didn't switch over to doing Delphine Lalaurie, which I might do during lunch break tomorrow during this trial, because I think you guys
please be seated.
Will love it.
Please call the next witness.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
The state calls Dr. Keith Lehman.
The ME. This is the ME, guys. Important. And if I get any information about the suspect in the active shooter situation that happened earlier, it's no longer active shooter in Georgia on the base, I will bring it to you as soon as I get that information. Or you guys are more than welcome to bring it as soon as you get that information. I'm going to get myself a water. I will be right back.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, and please be seated.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Keith Lamar Lehman, Keith Lamar Lehman.
And Dr. Lehman, where do you work?
I work at the
Every time I get up, every single freaking time.
Which is in the Atlanta area.
It buffers every time.
For that position?
Yes.
Did you ever have to travel down here to the Savannah location or Pooler Coastal Crime Laboratory?
Yes.
And is that part of your job as well?
Yes.
What are your duties at the crime laboratory or the state crime lab?
Yeah, well, my duties are mostly centered around the performance of autopsies. Autopsy is basically an examination of the body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determining why the person died. And so I perform autopsies and then do other activities related to that, such as testifying in court. We talk to local investigators about cases to gather information. We review medical records.
Swear to God, I can't even go to the
We
bathroom
have,
because it buffers every
residency
time and I get
fellows that
yeeted if I
rotate
don't
through
fix
our
it.
office, and we're involved in teaching them, basically teaching them how to perform autopsies and do the same kind of stuff that I do.
How long have you been doing this?
For 26
Right?
years.
Has it always been
My
in that
fucking
role?
luck is shit.
Yes.
And are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
What kind of a doctor?
Duties.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Okay. And does that mean basically the job description you just gave us?
Yes.
And as a physician, where are you licensed?
I'm licensed to practice medicine here in Georgia.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
I've had my full medical license since 1999, so 26 years.
And you've always done this?
Yes.
Are you still in that capacity right now?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
Yeah, I successfully completed a residency training at the University of North Carolina Hospital System. And during my 5 years doing studies there, I did a special year of study called a fellowship in the field of forensic pathology. It's basically the field that I work in now.
Ooh, me too,
And then
Jack,
after
me
my
too.
training in North
I'm
Carolina,
like a little kid.
I
Me
did
too.
another
Me,
year of
pick me,
training, this time at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, which was another year of fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And can you explain to the jury the difference between a forensic pathologist and a coroner?
Yeah. In Georgia, the coroners are elected officials. The coroners are usually not physicians. They are involved with the county coroner's office. So they're like the first line of investigation of a death, along with oftentimes the local police agency. So the coroner is involved in doing the initial death investigation. And then if they feel like an autopsy may be warranted, a forensic autopsy may be warranted, they'll call us at the state medical examiner's office and talk to us. And then if we agree with them, we'll have them send the body to us. And then we'll perform an autopsy. One of the medical examiners in our office.
Every birthday I have, I tell my kids I'm 21 again.
And then
Swear to
after
God.
the conclusion
21
of the
again.
autopsy,
Although I do
we'll
look
determine
less
give
in my
our opinion
30s
as to
without my
what caused
grays.
the death. And then we'll let the coroner's office know. And then the coroner is the one who fills out the death certificate.
So you don't personally prepare the death certificate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the coroner has a body that they want you to consider, they would reach out to you. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And is that always the procedure?
Yeah, almost always. Sometimes we'll get notified about a death by law enforcement, but the vast majority of the time it's the coroner's office who gives us the information and asks us about the case.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury you described where you went to school and that information. Did you do any training when you came to the Georgia Bureau to the crime laboratory, the state medical examiner's office?
Well, in my last year of fellowship training at Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Atlanta area, I rotated over to the GBI for 2 or 3 months and did some of my training during that year at the GBI.
And was that all that experience that you just described? Was that prior to you starting performing autopsies?
Yeah, well, we as a fellow in training, we do perform autopsies under the supervision of some of the medical examiners there. But that was before I started doing unsupervised autopsies.
Okay. And at some point, they basically cleared you to do it on your own. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that now on your own?
For 26 years.
Okay. Specifically, have you ever testified before as a medical expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 300 times.
What counties?
Gosh, a lot of counties in Georgia. I haven't testified in all of them, but many of the counties. I've testified here before.
Okay. Have you ever been denied expert status as a forensic pathologist?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce this witness as a forensic pathologist expert.
No questions and no objections.
He is qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022. Were you called upon to perform an autopsy on a person at the request of Special Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the coroner in this county?
Yes.
And as a result of that request, did you in fact perform that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Did this case get assigned a unique case number associated with that medical examination?
Yes.
And I don't know if I asked you this. Can you explain to the jury just what an autopsy actually is?
Yes. So an autopsy is basically an examination of a body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determining.
I so badly want to get us all together
And
somehow.
Specifically, you indicated
it would
that
be
this
so
case had a case
fun.
number. Can you tell us what that number was?
Yes, it is 2022-6007185.
Excuse me.
A giant Nerf gun fight with drinks, giant cookout with just big kid games because we're all like children. That'd be so fun. I want so badly to figure out a way to get us all together because we're obviously not all in the same area. I think it would be an absolute freaking blast, especially because people like me and Jack and Grave, we're like big kids. My husband's the same way. So we're like big children. I think it would be really fun. Right, Jimbo? I think it would be fun. I mean, what sucks is for the people who don't live in the state, like I could do something for people who live in the state, but then I feel like I'm leaving out so many amazing people who don't live in the state, you know?
Yeah. Each case that we go with, each autopsy gets its own number.
And is that the same in every crime laboratory in the state of Georgia?
Right? Did they check his LinkedIn?
Meaning if you're in Atlanta, you would get a separate case number.
Mr. Emmy.
For each case, just the same as if you were here in the local area.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that case number?
Well, it's a way to identify the case, and so all of the evidence and all of the reports associated with any sort of examination within the crime lab, that all gets linked to this case number, so that all the reports can be put together into one place, and so you can find from one case all of the reports. You know where the report is and which for a report which case it goes with.
How many autopsies a year approximately do you perform?
Per year, I would say it varies. It's varied depending on how busy we were in our staffing. I'd say I performed at the GBI probably anywhere from maybe 210 to 450 autopsies a year. It could range. Yeah.
And is an autopsy always associated with a criminal investigation?
No.
Can you tell the jury when an autopsy might be performed that's not associated with a criminal case?
Yeah. So for forensic autopsies that would be ordered by the state to be performed, there's certain types of deaths that we might autopsy. You know, everybody that dies doesn't get an autopsy. So certain examples of cases that would get a forensic autopsy might be relatively young people who die suddenly and unexpectedly and don't have a medical history that reasonably explains their death. Somebody who dies and is suspected to possibly be a death related to a drug overdose. There's certain types.
She was here yesterday, day before. I talked to her.
And some of the examples we might see are.
She has a lot of her own stuff going on too.
Self-inflicted gunshot wounds, people that die from drug overdose, intentional drug overdoses. And many of the deaths in custody, in police custody, will autopsy.
You could never gag her. She'll always say what she thinks. I love that about her.
That's where the case appears to be or appears to possibly be a homicide. Those are autopsy as well. So those are some examples of the types of cases that we might bring in for autopsy.
And in this case, you indicated that case number and that came in through law enforcement. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
This case came in through law enforcement, though. It was not one of those other types. It was actually a criminal investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately perform an autopsy at the time of that receipt of the body?
I performed autopsy on December the 6th and December the 9th of that year, 2022.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as State's Exhibit 1.62. It is an 8-page document. I'm showing it to counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look at that, please, Doctor. Do you recognize that document, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This appears to be a copy of the autopsy report I prepared for this case.
And did you prepare that actual report in its entirety?
Yes,
And is that a duplicate of the original report that was prepared?
it does appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to seek to tender State's Exhibit, I believe it's 1.62.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I? Doctor, if at any time you need to review your report, can you just please let us know and I'll be happy to provide that to you, okay? Now, you indicated that you performed an autopsy on December 6th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall, if you recall, who was with you at that time?
I don't specifically recall. It would have been certainly we would have had some of the assistants there in the office. There was GBI crime scene specialist Brett Dickerson and Liberty County Sheriff's Office Detective Jack Frost did attend the autopsy.
Would you have documented that in your report?
Yes.
And why do you document items in a report?
Well, so when I get asked about it later, I can answer the question.
Be fair to say with 400 autopsies a year approximately, you don't necessarily remember every single detail of each autopsy that you perform?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And do you document things as you're doing them during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
Do you create medical notes?
Yes.
And are those preserved?
The notes are, some of the notes are preserved, yes, into the file.
Okay.
Some of them aren't.
Okay. And would those be done for the same reasons to assist you in reviewing your materials if you needed to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that autopsy, can you tell the members of the jury what you do when you first receive a body at the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yeah, so the initial step is we photograph, we take initial photographs of the body. We'll photograph the body bag tag that comes in. The body bags will be sealed. And before we open the body bag, we'll photograph the body bag tag to show how the bag was labeled. If the body is, if it's the type of case where we're going to do x-rays, we may go ahead and do x-rays at that time as well. And then the next step would be to open the body bag. And then really before we do any significant manipulation of the body, we'll go ahead and take photographs again, just to document the condition of the body, as it was when we started the autopsy. And then after that, we'll begin examination of the body, which may include, depending on the case, recovery of evidence. If there's clothing on the body, we'll remove the clothing. Sometimes there's medical devices on the body from a person receiving emergency medical treatment. We'll remove those and document those things as well. And then we'll do the external examination, basically looking at the outside of the body. We're looking for any evidence of natural disease or trauma or any other findings that might help us understand what happened to the person. And if we find potentially important things during our examination, we'll stop and take photographs of those.
And can you explain to the jury what a medical placard is?
A placard it's basically a structure where we can put some sort of inscription. We use a placard basically as a label in our photographs, and some of our photographs that shows the case number, the unique case number for this case that we were talking about before.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach the witness, and I'm going to ask to show him the state's exhibits 1.27 through 1.61. Doctor, did you have a chance to, and counsel has been provided a photocopy of each of these exhibits in addition, Your Honor, for the record. Did you have a chance to review all of those before your testimony here today?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And those photographs, are those some of the photographs that you took during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Are all of those a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsy, both on, just so we're clear, December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022?
Yeah, I reviewed the sets of photographs shortly before coming in here. And during my review at that time, they did appear to be accurate representations.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender all of those exhibits. Thank you.
It's 1.27 all the way through 1.61.
Correct, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say, Doctor, that there are far more photographs than what I've handed you?
Yes, there are significantly more.
How many photographs do you take? Does it depend on the case?
Oh, it absolutely does. Yes, it can vary quite a bit.
So in this case, what photographs did you take of your autopsy? Do you recall what portions of the autopsy? Would it be the entire autopsy, just part of it? How does that work for the jury?
Yes, so we took many photographs on the outside of the body. And then in addition, we took some photographs, significantly fewer on the inside of the body. So once we open the body during the autopsy, we start out just looking at the outside, then we'll open the body, we'll open the chest and the abdomen, look inside, remove the internal organs there. Same for the neck structures and same for inside the head. And so we did take some internal body photographs, in the region of the head. Yes, but mostly external photographs in this case.
Okay. And the photographs of the interior of the head, can you explain to the jury why you would take photographs of the interior of a head?
Well, in this case, we took photographs to document injuries that were present, document there was significant bruising to the scalp that it was difficult to appreciate on the outside of the body. Sometimes there are things on the inside of the body that you can't see on the outside of the body. So in this case, there was significant scalp bruising that you couldn't fully appreciate on the outside of the body, in part because of the changes of decomposition that were taking place. We also documented some other findings too, documented what the brain looked like, documented what the skull looked like, and in some cases, we documented the absence of significant findings.
When you first started performing the autopsy, did you have all of the portions of her body?
No, when we began the autopsy on the first day, December the 6th, we did not have the full body.
Okay. Did there ultimately come a time when you received the remaining portions of her remains?
Yes.
And I say her, was this a male or a female?
Female.
And was she identified at the time that you first received her?
No, she was not.
As a medical examiner receiving a person in the condition that you received her, would some of your investigation of the body be in an attempt to assist law enforcement in identifying her?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case as well?
Yes.
What types of steps would you take to try and see if you could assist with identification?
Well, the first step in a case where we don't know who it is would be for us. One of the first steps would be to take fingerprints, if you can, because there's a large databases that can be searched for fingerprints. It's different than something like dental records. For dental records, you really have to know who it might be so you can get their dental records. But for fingerprints, there's large databases that are available that you could potentially test. It's also would be important to recover DNA. There's some DNA databases also available. So those are some of the first steps that we took in this case.
And with respect to DNA, as a medical examiner, what do you do to attempt to assist in that process?
We recover DNA from the body.
Okay.
So we'll recover certain blood or tissue that we think would have the best chance for the DNA scientists to be able to use to recover DNA.
Okay. And can you explain what a blood stain card is?
Yeah, blood stain card is basically it's a special card, and you take blood and you spot it onto the card, and then you let the card dry. So it's basically a card with dried blood on it, and it's our typical sample that we use as a DNA collection specimen. Pretty much in every case where we have blood that we autopsy, we will recover a blood card.
And where would the blood card go after you collect it?
The evidence, once we collect our evidence, it's say during an autopsy, the evidence will eventually go to an evidence holding area at the GBI facility. And then from there, the evidence will be distributed to whatever branch of the crime lab would do the testing. So if it's a bullet, it will go to the firearms lab. If it's blood for DNA testing, it will go to the DNA or the forensic biology lab.
And in this case, did you take blood stain cards?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness exhibits, Your Honor, 1.63, 1.64, 1.65, 1.66.
Sweet. I'm also trying to make a channel for this case in our Discord as well.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
There are gloves if you prefer.
Is my microphone still loud, guys? Did it reset itself between the settings I had yesterday and today? Is it booming loud? Is it super, super loud?
Do you recognize the labels that are affixed to each of those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Yeah, they have inscribed the unique case number for this case, and they have an inscription indicating what's present inside the envelope.
Okay. And are those, in fact, the actual bloodstain cards that you prepared and submitted to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes, they do appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd seek to tender states exhibits 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
How about now? Isn't that better?
Thank you.
Is that better?
Why are there 5 cards?
There are 5 cards because the body was received in 5 pieces. We received a right leg, we received a left leg, we received a head with a portion of the neck, the upper portion of the neck attached, and we received the torso with the lower portion of the neck and the arms attached. So we received the body in 5 pieces. The body had been dismembered. And so we collected a DNA sample from each one of those pieces, in part initially to ensure that they all went with the same person, the DNA from all 5 matched. And then hopefully at some point we'd be able to identify who that person was.
Well, and just for clarification, you've said 5, doctor. Did you also take a sample from the spleen, or rather the liver inside of the body?
Yes.
I can rephrase. Did you document on each of those bloodstain cards where each item was recovered from?
Yes, I did.
Can you please, looking at the first exhibit that's in your hand, tell us where that one was from?
Yes, this is from the torso, specifically the spleen.
Okay. And what about the next one?
The torso.
So the torso itself was one, and the torso spleen was the second?
That's right, yes.
And what was the third bloodstain card?
The right leg.
And the next?
Left leg.
And the next?
The head.
So there were 5 in total, but those were from the 4 pieces plus the spleen?
That's correct. Yeah, there was.
Or rather, I said the spleen. I meant the liver. My apologies.
No, it was a spleen. You were correct. Yeah, it was. The body was in 4 pieces. That's correct. And there were 5 cards because we collected 2 from the torso. Yes.
Did you also at some point collect from the liver? And if you need something to refresh your recollection, please just let us know, doctor.
Yes.
Objection to the extent he's looking at his notes right now. I'll overrule the objection.
You can refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yes, we did collect liver, along with other substances that we would potentially use for a toxicology testing. Yes.
Okay. And all of them would have been prepared in the same fashion? Meaning a bloodstain card and then preserved in the way that you've just shown us?
No, the specimens for DNA that we talked about here would have been prepared on a card. The liver, we would have actually saved a relatively small portion of liver, the actual tissue, and saved it and kept it refrigerated for toxicology testing, a different kind of testing than DNA testing.
So without being graphic, doctor, does that mean you literally cut a piece of the liver off and preserved it so it could be transported to another section of the laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
That's clearly not in this courtroom today, correct? As far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. But that is something that you did in this case?
Yes.
Now, when you first testified, you talked about a placard. Your Honor, these are now in evidence and I'd like to publish. That's off, correct? Can you please turn that on now? I'm going to start on image 100 and counsel, if I may approach you. I'm going to start on December 6th with the first image in front of you. Just for the record, so I'm clear, Your Honor, I'm referring to...
It's gory in my opinion
100.
anyway. I'm going to change headphones. Hold on.
And doctor, if you can assist me, on the back of that exhibit, you'll see that there is a number written of slide 100. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just for your own records, did you have specific numbers associated with each one of the photographs as they were taken by the medical examiner's office in connection with the case?
Yeah. When the photographs are saved, they're digital photographs, so they're saved into a digital file, and each file has a name that has a number.
Okay, so on the back corner of each of those, I'm going to reference the number so that it's clear for the record, Your Honor. And if you would just tell us what exhibit number that is on the back of the card as well, just so the record's clear. So we're talking now, I guess, about exhibit 1.6. It's in front of you, the one I've already handed you the stack.
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.27.
Thank you, 1.27. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 1.27?
Yeah, this is the placard that we've discussed. It's basically a placard where we put information about the case at the top. Coastal MEO stands for Medical Examiner's Office. This examination was performed at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Savannah area. The date that the exam was performed, December the 6th, 2022, and then underneath the unique case number for the case.
And that is all done in an effort to preserve the information, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I turn to the next slide, that being 101, that would be 128, is that correct?
1.31 states.
Oh, my apologies, 1.31. And can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the label that was on. Some of the remains were received in a plastic box, and this is the label adjacent to the seal. It shows what the label said, how the label was inscribed by the individuals at the recovery scene.
So that's not your writing, that's the condition it was received in?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that these items come in sealed, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that display the seal that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to this, you indicated there were 4 portions of the physical body. Would this have been one portion?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 103. That is State's Exhibit
1.28.
And what is depicted there?
This is the photograph of basically the seal and the label put on the body bag, the closed body bag. It's that when a body bag has 2 zippers, and when you open the body bag, you spread the zippers out, and when you close it, you bring the zippers together. So the zippers are together here, and the seal and the label are through those 2 zippers, and it shows how the label was. The handwritten label there was labeled by the individuals at the body recovery scene.
Okay. And I'm now turning your attention to slide number 106. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.29.
And what is depicted there?
This is the torso of the decedent. It basically, it has the chest and abdomen, the very upper portions of the thighs, and it's got the arms. And it's discolored because it's covered in mud. And then the handbags have been placed around the hands, which is a routine procedure done in potential foul play cases to preserve evidence.
So morbid just to hear.
What kind of bags did you say those were?
Those are brown paper bags, but we call them evidence bags.
Is there a reason that they're paper?
Yes.
It's what standard protocol.
If you have plastic bags, paper can result in degrading of some of the underlying evidence. So paper is used.
Okay. And this body does not appear to have clothing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the condition it was received in?
Yes.
So it was fully naked?
But they found her ripped clothes, I believe. They recovered.
From looking at this photograph, were you at least able to tell the gender of the individual that was recovered?
Yes.
And that's why you indicated female?
Yes.
I'm now turning to slide 107, which on your exhibit would be what number?
This is 1.30.
Okay. And what does this demonstrate?
This is the other leg, basically the bag that the other leg was received in, and it's similarly labeled. You can see the handwritten label there was prepared by the individuals the investigators at the body recovery scene.
And if a body comes into the medical examiner's office as an entire person, how many body bags would that come in?
1.
And would there be just one seal?
Yes.
So when there's more than one piece and more than one bag, do you document each of the individual seals?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Because each piece
Yeah,
came in
this is
separately,
why.
so we will
One
document
reason why
each piece
I would
of
hate being a
evidence,
juror is to see these.
each evidence that we received, just to show how it was received for each part.
I'm now turning your attention to slide 109. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Yeah, this is 1.31.
And what is depicted here?
This is the left leg of the decedent.
And was there anything of note when you received the left leg?
Yes. Yeah, there are numerous fly larvae known as maggots on the leg and around in the body bag with the leg. There's discoloration, largely related to likely fly larva activity. And then at on the foot, near the end of the foot where the toes are, there's loss of tissue there that appears to be what we call postmortem.
I remember that,
predation.
and I called it ahead of time. I was like, someone's going to make someone sick.
Outside in an outdoor location, especially in a wooded location, animals can come and will often come and eat portion of the body. So that appears to be postmortem animal predation, where after the death, an animal has come and eaten a portion of the foot.
So as part of your investigation, is it your responsibility to determine what may have caused each of the individual deformities to the body?
Yes.
So even if they're not potentially criminal, you would still document that?
We may, it depends on the case, but yes, we often do.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
Yes.
Okay. So the top of the limb, can you tell the jury, was there anything of significance with respect to the top of the limb?
Yes, at the top, the leg appears to have been.
Oh, absolutely.
The leg has been cut from,
Agree with
from
you,
the
Holly.
body. There's areas where the skin surface at the skin edge is smooth, consistent with having been cut with a sharp object, and then the bone, the thigh, a portion of the majority of the thigh bone is present in the leg, but the thigh bone, the femur, has been cut there, and so there's the cut end of the femur that's you can see in this photograph.
And can you tell us, doctor, is there anything significant about the femur, specifically in terms of bones in the human body? What's distinctive about it?
The femur, I guess what would be distinctive about it is the biggest bone, the longest bone.
I mean, it keeps us upright, correct?
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that somebody would not be able to obviously stand without their femur intact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you said the femur was cut through?
Yes, it was.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the next photograph. That would be 110. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.32.
Thank you. And what is depicted here?
This is a label, another label for a body bag. And the inscription indicates leg found in the woods of McIntosh County.
Okay, so would this be the other leg in connection with this case?
Yes.
And does this also
just awful
reflect
all
the manner in
around?
which you documented?
Yes.
I'm now drawing your attention to slide 111.
One of the reasons
Can you
why
tell us what the
being a
exhibit
juror
number is?
sucks
Yeah,
is a long time if it's a long trial.
1.33.
And
is there
these kinds of
what is
pictures.
depicted here?
This is the other leg. This would be the right leg.
Was there anything that you were able to make as observations with respect to the portion at the top of the thigh?
Similar to the previous leg. The majority of the femur, the thigh bone, is present, but the upper part of the thigh bone has been cut across. There's similar to the other leg, and similar to all the amputation margins. There's decomposition. There's more advanced decomposition right at the margin of where the amputation has occurred. So there's discoloration there that's a result of postmortem decomposition, and there's there's fly larvae on the body here on this leg as well.
Can you explain to the jury how decomposition perhaps looks different at different portions of this leg, why that would be?
Yeah, the decomposition is more advanced at the place where the amputation was. It may be that there's more. It's a more suitable environment for fly larvae to attack, and also it may be less resistant to the changes of decomposition in the skin. The skin may be a little bit more resistant than exposed other tissue. You can see there's discoloration on the other part of the leg, likely related to fly larval activity, but the exposed tissue is more affected.
From being there, from the body being there. It's the sad part. I'm glad she was only there what they estimate days instead of weeks, but it took 6 months to understand who she was because they had to do genetic genealogy. So they didn't know who this body or these remains were until May of 2023, even though they found her in December, beginning of December of 2022. They think that her body got there around the 27th of November 2022. They found the last part of her December 7th or 9th, I believe, of December of 2022, and then identified her in May of 2023.
Can you tell us what that exhibit number is?
1.33.
And
good question. I'm not sure. But it looks like it didn't, what they told us earlier is that it didn't cut all the way through the bone. It looks like they tried, and then at the very end, the bone snapped instead of them being able to cut all the way through. I've been holding on to this name I keep seeing for the active shooter until I get a confirmation on it. I don't want to give a name that might not be the person. I mean, right now, I keep seeing the same name I've been seeing for over an hour.
Council has pointed out to the state that it appears I have inadvertently
Doesn't mean it's right.
two exhibits 1.31. So the first one will be exhibit 1.31A refers to slide 101, and 1.31B refers to slide 109. Thank you, Council.
Very well.
So as we progress through these, we were at slide 111, and we're now moving on to the next slide. That would be slide 120. What exhibit number is that for you, sir?
This is 1.34.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what, if anything, is depicted in that photograph of note to you?
Yeah, this is the end of one of the femurs, and this basically shows where it's cut. So you can see where the bone has been cut, and it's yes. So that's what we're showing here.
And was it physically cut all the way through?
It's been completely cut all the way through, but there are portions where the bone appears to have been or has been cut, but at that point wasn't cut all the way through. But obviously it's not attached to the other part, so it's been cut through finally. But yes, there's a portion there where you can see it's been cut only partially.
Okay. So did you have an opportunity to weigh the different items that were received at the laboratory?
Yes.
Okay. And is that customary practice when you perform an autopsy?
Yes. Yeah. We measure the body, basically determine the body length, which is equivalent to the height, and the weight. We determine the weight.
Okay. And so were you able to determine the height and weight of each of the portions of the remains?
Yeah, we weighed each portion, and then we approximated. We put the pieces together and approximated what an overall body length or height would be.
Okay. And is that documented in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that next photograph, that would be photograph 132. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.35.
And that photograph, what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the decedent's torso and arms, that specimen. And now we've cleaned it up. So we've cleaned the mud off of it. And so now we can see the body surface.
And did you notice any defects to the body that are depicted in this image?
Yes.
Can you describe them for the jury?
Yes. So there's the defects that we've talked about where the legs were removed. So at the very upper part of both thighs are present, but then there's a large defect where the rest of the legs have been cut from the body, where the body's been dismembered. The same thing at the top in the head, where you can see there's a portion of the spine that's protruding up into the neck. It's the lower portion of the lower few vertebrae that correspond to the neck, cervical vertebrae, remain there with very little soft tissue left around it. And then there's a defect around that area. That defect extends into the chest cavities, basically the cavities on the right and left sides of the chest, where the right lung and the left lung are located, and the pericardial sac, where the heart is located. So the defect extends down into there. Normally, these cavities are not exposed. They're covered with skin and subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and bony structures. But in this case, though the bony structures are intact, the soft tissue is not. So the defect up at the top, at the base of the neck there, extends down into the chest cavity and is associated with a loss of tissue. The upper portion of the heart and significant portions of the lung are absent, and appears to be the result of animal predation, where animals have gotten into the body and have taken and presumably eaten portions of the heart and the lungs, and then other of the organs in that area, including the upper part of the esophagus.
With respect to the esophagus and the portion of the neck that is no longer present that you described, did that make this complicated for you in any way in terms of some of your conclusions?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why and how?
Well, in part to evaluate the ideal is to evaluate the entire body to assess whatever findings might be there, injuries or otherwise. If parts of the bodies are missing, then obviously we can't evaluate those. And if there's the body's been damaged, presumably, say with the cuts to remove the legs and the head, there's damage that's made in those areas. So if there was findings in those areas, injuries or otherwise, it may obscure those and make it difficult or impossible for me to identify those.
Can you tell the jury what asphyxia is?
Yeah, asphyxia is a condition whereby it's a condition whereby oxygen is prevented from getting to the tissues. Our body tissues need certain things, certain nutrients, and one of the things our body tissue needs is oxygen. So when we breathe in oxygen into our lungs, our lungs take the oxygen out of the air, put it in the blood, and then the blood's pumped around to the body and provides that oxygen to the tissue. So if there's some process that interferes with oxygen being delivered to the tissues, that's asphyxia.
And so what is a manner in which an individual can manually be prohibited from receiving oxygen?
Well, one way would be smothering. For example, if a person covers up the airway, the nose and mouth of somebody with something that prevents them be able to breathe, that would prevent oxygen from getting into the lungs. That would be one form of asphyxia. Another form would be a neck compression or strangulation. When a neck is compressed in a significant way, and something that we call strangulation, the typical mechanism of injury there is the blood vessels that supply blood to the brain. Those are blocked. So normally the heart pumps blood around to the body, including blood up through the neck into the head. If the neck blood vessels are compressed in a significant way, that can prevent an adequate amount of blood and oxygen from getting to the brain, and that's a form of asphyxia as well.
If you don't have the neck, how does that impact your ability to render a determination if strangulation was present?
Yeah, we're really, if you don't have a neck, there's no way to evaluate injuries in the neck. That's one of the things you look for to evaluate strangulation. You look for injuries in the neck, either on the outside of the neck or on the skin surface and on the inside of the neck. You may get bruising internally, and you may get fractures of some of the structures in the neck, such as the hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone in the upper part of the neck, or the larynx, basically the voice box.
So with those being missing, did that make this more difficult for you?
Yes, that would make it more difficult. Now, at this point of the autopsy, those structures were missing. When we recovered the head with a portion of the neck, some of those structures were present. For example, the hyoid bone was present and a portion of the larynx was present.
But the skin, was that present?
No.
Okay.
At least a portion of it wasn't.
Okay. Were there any other visible defects on the face or front of the body depicted here?
Yes.
And what are those?
There are injuries that appear to be what we refer to as sharp force injuries caused by a sharp object. And there are two superficial such injuries on the right upper chest. The most prominent one is on the inner aspect of the right breast, the vertical linear, several inches in length there on the breast. There's a number of small injuries that look like cuts in the region of the right upper chest as well that you can't see very well in this photograph. And then on the abdomen near the belly button region, there are three areas of defects that are in the skin and soft tissue that appear to represent injuries caused by a sharp object.
And then what about the right upper arm? Can you tell us what you observed?
Yes. In the right upper arm, there's a defect in the skin, and there's a large amount of tissue loss there. So there's a significant amount of decomposition here. There's tissue loss, so there may have been animal predation there. There may have been an animal that came in and ate some of the tissue. The bone there, the upper arm bone, the humerus, is exposed, and there on the surface of the bone there are numerous parallel, horizontal, linear cuts in the bone, but they're superficial. They look like there was an attempt to cut the humerus, but then it appears that the attempt to cut the humerus was ceased.
I'm now turning to slide 139. What is that exhibit number for you?
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.36.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, so this is the back of the right hand and the right forearm. And on the hand, close to the wrist, there's an area of discoloration that represents bruising. And then on the forearm, you can see two areas of discoloration that also represent bruising. So this is a bruise or a contusion, which is basically an area of bleeding in the tissue caused by impact with a blunt object or surface.
Can you explain to the jury what the phrase defensive wounds means?
Yes. So a defensive wound is a wound that you would receive that you might receive when you're being attacked by someone. If someone is attacking you and striking you with an object, it's what your natural tendency to do is to put your arms up to try to block. And so what may happen if you do block the blows, you'll get injuries on the arm. And so injuries, they're often on the back of the hand and on the back of the forearm. Those are called defensive injuries.
And is it possible that they are potentially also decomposition, meaning that you sometimes see bruising that isn't a defensive wound?
Yeah, so sometimes we'll, as a result of the decomposition process, there may be discoloration of the body that mimics bruising. So sometimes it can be difficult to tell if an area of discoloration represents decomposition or if it represents true bruising.
So what do you do to determine which one it is?
So one of the common things we do is we'll cut into it, because a lot of times if it's decomposition, it will be superficial and it will be involving the skin. If it's bruising, you'll see more typically you'll see more the bruising in the tissue, not just on the skin surface, but underneath the skin. So cutting into the area of discoloration can be very helpful to determine if it's a bruise or if it's decomposition.
Is that routinely part of your autopsy to make those determinations?
Yes, we often do that.
Okay. And in this case, did you find areas that were both bruising as well as potentially decomposition?
Yes.
I'm now going to turn you to slide number 144. Slide number 144. What exhibit number is that for you?
Yeah, this is 1.37.
Thank you. What is depicted in this image?
Yeah, so this is what we were just talking about. This is the right upper arm. There's loss of tissue. A large amount of tissue is lost because you can see the bone there. That white structure there with the dark lines is the bone, and those dark lines, those parallel lines, those represent cuts, superficial cuts into the bone, where it appears there was an attempt to cut that bone, but not a successful attempt. And there's discoloration of the tissue in this area too. This discoloration is similar to the discoloration seen at all the amputation margins. It's related to postmortem decomposition.
Now at slide 145, what exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.38.
Would it be fair to say that that's simply a close-up of those cut marks?
Yes.
And you indicated what was the nature of those marks? Were they, I believe you said lateral? Is that what you said?
They're horizontal.
Horizontal, my apologies. Okay. And can you tell us anything about the humerus, similarly to as you described the femur? Is there anything distinctive about the humerus?
Yeah, with the humerus, it's sort of the corresponding bone in the arm to the thigh bone in the leg. It's a single long bone in the upper part of the arm, similar to the femur is a single long bone present in the upper part of the leg. And they're fairly thick bones, especially the femur, because
It literally apparently knows, y'all, when I have to pee. Like I literally get up from this screen, and every freaking time I get up for even 10 seconds, this is what happens. I can't. I literally cannot.
To show you the next slide, that would be 156.
I apologize, y'all.
What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.41.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, this is the palm of the left hand, and you can see better in this photograph the washerwoman change.
Okay. What impact does washerwoman syndrome have with respect to taking fingerprints?
It can theoretically make it more technically challenging, but if all you have is washerwoman change, we should be able to take fingerprints with proper techniques.
What do you do? What's the technique?
Oh, that'd be a better question for the impressions latent print section of the lab to answer.
So you don't do that yourself in the autopsy?
I don't.
Okay. So you would just document it and potentially make it available. Meaning, do you try to do prints anyway?
We do in our lab. We'll take we do some fingerprints in our lab. If they're difficult, traditionally we've used latent prints. Now in the Savannah area lab where this autopsy took place, they don't have access to a latent prints department, so they do the fingerprints there, and they have they're used to taking fingerprints in difficult cases, so they are knowledgeable about techniques. Some of the DIS there, our autopsy assistants there. I'm personally not, but they are.
Okay. And so, as a general rule, you do take autopsy prints, even if they're not, I hate to say, effective. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
We do in certain cases. We don't fingerprint every case. There's certain types of cases that we will perform fingerprints on.
Okay. Now I'm directing your attention to the next slide, being 158. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.42.
And what is depicted here?
Yeah, this is a discoloration. This is the left upper arm. So you can see the elbow on the right side of the screen, and then the underarm region, right where they've got the L-shaped ruler, that's where the underarm region is. So they're really looking at the upper arm corresponding to the humerus, like we were just talking about. And there's discoloration there on the front of the arm that appears to be a postmortem change. It's not nothing that I could identify as an injury.
So in this particular body's evaluation, you did see items that you were able to clearly say that that's not an injury, but rather decomposition or some change due to death?
Yes.
Okay. And does this represent that?
It appears to, yes.
I'm going to now turn you to the next slide. This is 167. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.43.
And what is depicted here?
So there are three defects here that look like they were probably caused by something sharp or fairly sharp. Three defects this is the front of the abdomen, basically near the belly button. You can see right in the middle of the screen, there's the belly button, very close to the middle of these defects.
Those are 167. I'm now moving on to slide 174. Is that what exhibit for you?
1.44.
And are those, again, the right humerus with the cuts at a much closer view?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 184. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.45.
And what is displayed here?
So this is one of the femur bones, one of the ends of the femur bones. So this is where the femur bone was cut, basically the cut end. And you can see there's a place where there's a fairly smooth cut in the bone that goes through much of the thickness of the bone, but not all of the way.
And is that the condition you received the body in?
Yes.
Now, what did you do with respect to the femur sites during the course of your autopsy?
So we removed the ends of the femurs where they had been cut. We removed the ends and submitted them as evidence so that it could be the potential for evaluation of these cut ends in case it may be useful to know what kind of weapon or what kind of tool might have been used to make the cuts.
Without being graphic, doctor, I'm going to show on myself. So both of the legs were severed, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the two portions from the lower portion of the thigh and then the two portions from the upper portion of the thigh, all four of them were cut by your office and turned over to the tool mark section?
Yes.
Okay. Observe then each of the cuts that were performed prior to your receipt and then given to them for examination?
Yes.
And of course, did you mark where your cut was so it was clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I presume you don't do tool mark examination, correct?
That's correct.
I'm now showing you slide 186. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.46.
And can you tell the jury what defects you see on the upper left portion of her back?
There's a superficial cut on the left upper back in the shoulder region.
So that was an actual cut.
Yes.
I'm now at slide 189. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
At 1.47.
What is displayed here?
So what we've done is we've placed the legs together with the torso just to reapproximate how the body would have been had the legs not been amputated.
And are you able to now see some of the locations where you cut into the bruising or decomposition to make those assessments?
Yes, you can in this photograph. Yes.
And where are those incisions?
You can see on the left arm. You can see on the right arm.
Can you also see on the neck area now, perhaps better in this photograph, where the neckline has receded?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see, I'm not sure if it's better vantage point in this photograph or not.
Okay. What is that that's
Me and StreamYard are going to fight, literally. Okay. Just wanted to wash a pan. That's all I wanted to do to get some dinner going in this house. I'm starving. Me and StreamYard, that's it. Like we have a serious issue right now. I cannot get up from this. It's like it senses that I got up. It's crazy.
November 9th, would this placard have been made by whom?
By the staff at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office.
Do they assist you?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you don't make your own plaques normally.
No, not normally.
Okay. I'm now directing your attention to slide 192.
Thank you, Holly. I'll look for
Can you tell
it.
us what exhibit number that is?
Yes, this is States Exhibit.
For real.
Okay. And states 1.49, what's depicted there?
Yes,
Can't
this
pee,
is the
can't
body
get a
bag.
drink. I
Again,
can't
the
do
zippers are
anything.
closed. You can see the seal here.
It senses
the
that
red
I'm
seal,
not sitting
and
there.
You can see the handwritten labels.
I'm going to
on
switch,
the,
Francesca,
attached to
after
the
this
zip-
month is
attached
up,
to
which
the-
I
to the
unfortunately
zip-
just
to the
paid
closed
for,
body bag.
like right when I was on vacation, to
Directing your
restream
attention to
because I
slide
can't. I can't do
194.
this.
What
This is
exhibit
crazy.
number is that?
And this is StreamYard. It's not my internet. It's not the computer. It's StreamYard.
1.50.
I can't do it.
Depicted here?
This is.
It is
this
holding
the
me hostage.
seat's head.
Literally, I am
And
starving
so you
here,
can
computer.
see on the left side.
It is.
Of,
It's a vast conspiracy. That's what it
there's
is.
a hair.
I knew it.
And then on the right
Knew
side,
it.
her face. It's a little hard to make out because her face is covered in mud. So it's a dark color, similar to the color of the hair.
I'm now turning you to slide 195. What exhibit number is that?
1.51.
What vantage point does this provide?
This is the face. So we're looking at her face, and you can still see.
I'm going to demand something because this is
colored with dark.
not okay.
It's got mud on it.
Not okay.
Can you tell anything about her eyes?
Well, her left eye, you can see the surface of her left eye, and the cornea appears clouded, which is a change that occurs as a part of postmortem decomposition.
Can you explain to the jury what happens, if anything, with respect to eye color during decomposition?
Well, eye color after death can change, and so it's not necessarily a reliable indicator of the color of the eyes during life. And with decomposition, you can get clouding of the corneas, so so you may not be able to identify at all the color of the eyes.
Did there come a time when you cleaned off her face and head?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next slide, slide number 196. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.52.
What, if anything, did you observe about her face?
Yeah, there's discoloration on the face. The discoloration on the face in various areas is consistent with change of postmortem decomposition. She did have some discoloration in her eyes, in the white portion of her eyes, the sclera. It was unclear to me if that discoloration was related to decomposition or was related to trauma.
I'm directing your attention now to slide 203. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.53.
What's depicted on the right part of her face?
Yeah, so there's two defects in the scalp. We've pulled the scalp back. This is the very forward part of the scalp. So very close to the forehead. It looks like the forehead here, but we've pulled the scalp away so that the injuries are visible. And you can see these two defects in the skin there. These are two of a total of 9 similar appearing defects that are present on the scalp, including here on the right frontal area, also on the top of the scalp on the left side and near the midline and on the back of the scalp. These appear to be lacerations. The decomposition makes it a little challenging to sometimes distinguish between incisions and lacerations. Incisions are defects caused by a sharp object. Lacerations are defects caused by a non-sharp object, a blunt object. These appear to be most likely laceration. There's a little bit of irregularity associated with it. And in some of these, there is tissue bridging when we look in the depth. That's a feature that we see in lacerations, but not in incisions. So this appears to be 2 of 9 lacerations that are present on the scalp. And there's discoloration here that represents contusion. It's not clear from the external examination that it's contusion, but when we opened the head and reflected the scalp, looked at the undersurface of the scalp, it was clear that there was a significant amount of contusion or bruising in the area where these lacerations were located.
Would that be consistent with being struck?
Yes.
And you said a laceration was blunt as opposed to a cut, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking at slide 204. Is that the, what exhibit?
Exhibit 1.54.
And would that be the closer version of what you just described?
Yes.
Is that how you were able to see the irregularity you just described? Meaning
Yes.
not from a cut versus a laceration.
Yes.
I'm now looking at slide 206. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Yeah, this is 1.55.
And was there any observations to the left side of her face or skull?
Yeah, there's discoloration. There's some discoloration here on the left side of the face, including in the left forehead. I could not identify these to be injuries. These areas of discoloration are consistent with change of postmortem decomposition.
And I'm now at slide number 207. What exhibit number?
1.56.
Would that be the area that you indicated was decomposition and not an actual injury?
It did. Yes, it did appear to be postmortem decomposition.
I'm looking now at slide number 225. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Uh, 1.57.
What is depicted here?
So this is the scalp, and what we've done is we've removed all the scalp hair so that we can better evaluate the scalp surface and see what injuries may be present. And you can see we're looking at sort of the back of the head, really. The top of the head is towards the right side of the screen. The sort of the top of the neck is on the left side of the screen. And the right ear is at the bottom of the screen. The left ear is at the top of the screen. So you can see over the left side of the scalp and midline scalp, there's multiple lacerations. These are similar in appearance to the 2 that we saw on the right forehead. So a total of 9, and these here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this photograph. Some of these lacerations were full thickness, meaning they went all the way through the scalp to the underlying skull, and some of them were partial thickness.
Was there any damage to the skull itself that you were able to observe at any point during the autopsy?
One of the laceration on the back of the one that's the farthest on the left, shown here in the photograph, that one, there was a 1/4 inch defect in the surface of the skull that was consistent with a skull fracture.
I'm now looking at the slide that is labeled X-ray 2. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is exhibit 1.58.
Would it be fair to say that this is an X-ray?
Yes.
Does this demonstrate anything with respect to the femurs?
Yes.
What does it show?
Yeah, you can see with the proximal part of the femurs, the upper part of the femurs are present and go into the hip socket like the femurs normally do, but you can see where they've been cut only a short distance from the hip joint.
And how is the hip joint kept in place? Meaning, is there tissue that keeps it in place?
Yes.
Is it a bone that keeps it in place? How does your leg stay attached?
Yeah, it's a whole joint apparatus with cartilage and soft tissue and bone all together that holds it in place.
And so would it be fair to say that you could cut through the tissue without cutting through the bone to remove the leg? And what I mean by that is the bone itself doesn't have to be cut, does it?
That's correct. You could potentially remove the leg without cutting through the femur.
I'm now showing you X-ray number 3. What exhibit is that for you?
It is 1.59.
And which leg does this display? Is it clear or is that not clear?
It's not, it appears to be the right leg.
Okay.
Yes, based on the R in the top left-hand corner of the x-ray.
Okay. And X-ray number 4, the next slide, what exhibit is that?
This is 1.60.
And what is depicted here?
And this is one of the legs.
Is that an X-ray also?
Yes.
Does that show the distal or the lower portion of both of the leg X-rays where the femur is?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Does that, what part of the femur does that show?
Yeah, so the part of the femur here is most of the femur, but the very upper part of the femur is absent because it's been severed.
And with respect to X-ray 5, what's depicted in, what exhibit rather is that for you first?
1.61.
Okay, and what is depicted here?
And this is an X-ray of the head and the upper portion of the neck.
You can, Madam Clerk, can you turn that off, please? Thank you. Doctor, so those images, would it be fair to say that those were images, all that you took in connection with performing your autopsy?
Yeah, all of these photographs that we've looked at today were some of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll take a short break. Go ahead. Go ahead. The jury is out and we'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, thank you. So 10 minutes is a perfect amount of time to switch real quick to the information on the active shooter from earlier. Here we go. Skip a little bit. There we go.
Before we begin, however, I'd like to go over just a couple things with you.
Cornelius Bradford. It was the
We
name
have
that I was
limited
hearing,
time for
not
questions,
confirmed.
given that this is an ongoing investigation, and we may not have all the information that we can share, but we will try to be as transparent as possible. We will not release the name of any victims until the next of kin notification has been complete. We will not speculate as to any intentions, motives, or backstories, given that this is an ongoing investigation. When you ask your questions, we ask that you please give your name and the affiliation in case we need to do a follow-up. And it's a little hard to hear, so please speak up so that General Lubis can hear you and that you can hear him. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will now turn it over to General Lubis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us. This morning, shortly before 11 o'clock, an active duty soldier assigned to Fort Stewart, Georgia, shot and wounded 5 of his fellow soldiers here on Fort Stewart. Thankfully, all are in stable condition and all are expected to recover. The alleged shooter is in custody. We have reestablished security. I have lifted all lockdown measures on Fort Stewart, and there is currently no threat to the local community. I'd like to recognize and thank our Army law enforcement and medical personnel and our partners from local, state, and federal law enforcement and emergency services for their quick response and support. I would also like to thank the brave soldiers who immediately intervened and subdued the shooter. These soldiers, without a doubt, prevented further casualties. Our wounded soldiers were initially evacuated to Wynn Army Community Hospital right here on Fort Stewart. All arrived in stable condition, and 3 of the 5 required surgical intervention. 2 have been transported to Memorial Hospital in Savannah, Georgia for additional care. We have identified the alleged shooter as Sergeant Cornelius Radford, an automated logistics sergeant assigned to 2nd Brigade Combat Team. Sergeant Radford has not previously deployed to combat. Sergeant Radford has been interviewed by the Army Criminal Investigation Division and is currently in pretrial confinement, awaiting a charging decision by the Office of the Special Trial Counsel. Right now, our primary focus is first on caring for our injured soldiers and their families, and also supporting the soldiers of the Spartan Brigade. All of the families of the victims have been notified, and we're wrapping our arms around them and ensuring we provide them all the support that we can. Before I take questions, I want to remind you that this is an ongoing investigation and we're still gathering questions. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll now take your questions.
General Lewis was in Coastal News. Can you give us his what unit he was assigned to and how long he served in the Army? If you didn't mention it.
Yeah, he is assigned to one of our sustainment units here in 2nd Brigade Combat Team at Fort Stewart. And I will have to confirm how long he served with us. Yes, sir.
Responding with the Associated Press as best you can, knowing so early. Can you walk us through where this happened, what happened in the shooting, and were the victims subordinates of the sergeants, or were they people over him in rank?
Yeah, right now it's premature, and we're gathering a lot of the information. What we know is this soldier, the shooting occurred at the soldier's place of work. It did involve his co-workers. We're still not certain about the motivations, but again, he's been interviewed by Army investigators, and we believe we'll gain more information here
what
shortly.
the right spelling is either.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. We don't have any reason to believe it had anything to do with a training event. Other than that, I can't state the motivations for this soldier.
We've heard that the shooter
Yes,
may
sir.
have been from Jacksonville, Florida. Are you able to confirm that? We also heard that he had maybe been arrested for DUI.
He had ties for Florida.
Yeah, at this point, I can't confirm where he's from. We can follow up on that. I do believe he was arrested locally for a DUI that was unknown to his chain of command until the event occurred, and we started looking into the law enforcement databases.
Robin, now from the current, can you tell us whether or not that was a military weapon or whether this was a personal weapon that the person brought on base?
Yes, ma'am. I can confirm it was not a military weapon, and we believe it was a personal handgun. Yes, sir.
What does this mean for ongoing security measures?
Yeah, I'm very confident in the security of this installation. We've got a great partnership with local law enforcement. As you can see here at our gates, we have armed guards in protective equipment. This one's a bit difficult, and we're going to have to determine how he was able to get a handgun to his place of duty.
LEPLA News for Jax. Has the suspect had any prior disciplinary or behavioral issues on base?
No, ma'am, not that we're aware of. But again, it's early in the investigation, but not that I'm currently aware of. I don't have the details on that, but I know that his soldiers in the area that witnessed the shooting immediately and without hesitation tackled the soldiers, subdued him, that allowed law enforcement to then take him into custody.
And we've got time for one more question.
I know that you can't speak to the motivation, but if this turns out to be some situation where somebody had extremist beliefs or maybe classified as a terrorist attack, I mean, how does that change the basis of response and the basis of investigation moving forward?
Yeah, currently we have no reason to believe any of that is the case. However, we continuously assess the threat environment, both in the immediate area and across our Army and DoD installations, and we will address the threat level accordingly. Yes, sir. He was a sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your questions. And again, thanks to the local responders and the local community for their help. Thanks and have a great afternoon. Thank you, sir.
I just
Hey,
saw
I'm
it
going
was
to
a
give you
different
the proper
Radford.
spelling. I'm going to give you the spelling of the assailant. The first name is Cornelius. It's spelled Q-U-O-R-N-E-L-I.
All right, so you have been listening in live to a press
Why would you
conference
cut that
at
off
Fort
while we're
Stewart.
trying to
They've been
spell it?
discussing the active shooter
N-E-L-I-U-S.
situation at Fort Stewart. She was just spelling out the suspect's name there. It's Sergeant Cornelius Radford. He was assigned to the 2nd Brigade Combat Team. They couldn't confirm how long he had served with Fort Stewart. They said interviews are currently being conducted by the Army Criminal Investigation Division, but we did learn that this individual was arrested on a DUI charge earlier this year, and I believe he said that they were not previously aware of this up until this incident.
Radford with a Q.
But
So
again, the
that's why
shooter
I said
was a
earlier,
U.S. Army sergeant, the suspected shooter.
And it
R
says
were the
that they said
initials,
that
so it was the
he
same
was with the
person.
2nd Brigade
But I had no
Combat Team
confirmation,
at
so
Fort Stewart, though he has never deployed to combat. They also said that this shooting
yeah, he's
involved
never
his
been
co-workers.
in
It
combat.
happened on his job of the day. It
Oh,
involved
boy.
his co-workers. They were asked if he used a military weapon.
Didn't, they said, which is weird.
General John Lubis, the commanding general of the 3rd
What other
Infantry,
weapon
told
would
us
he use?
that he used his own personal handgun and that they have to find out how he was able to get that on base. And then he also said that he was taken down by fellow soldiers who witnessed the shooting,
Well, he
and that if it
obviously
had not been
not going to
for
search his
them,
car when he
it could
comes
have been
to
so
base
much
because
worse.
he's got an ID.
Another thing that we heard,
you're not going
good
to,
news, is that
I mean,
all
come
of the
on, that's how
soldiers
we
were
got it on
taken to the
base.
hospital in stable condition. They are all
Everyone's
expected
stable.
to survive.
It is
3
sus.
of the
Very
5
sus.
soldiers who were shot needed surgery. 2 of those were taken to Memorial Health. As far as a motive, he could not
We
give
don't
us a
have one.
motive at this time, just telling us that this Sergeant
Happened at
Cornelius
work,
Radford is
basically,
being
so that's
interviewed
the
at the
motive,
moment,
you would
and
think.
we will find out that information at a later date.
Right, and they didn't want to speculate on a motive at this time because those investigations are still ongoing. But
So yeah, so that's what happened there. Oh shit, hockey. Just accidentally crap. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Your mother. My computer is not wanting to cooperate with me today. Okay. Cool. Glad that my computer wants to not cooperate today. So he was able to get on base with his own handgun, they're saying. And then, the lady on the news station there is like, well, how they have to, figure out how he got it on base. Listen, Otis Air Force Base is in the Cape, right? Okay, I dated a guy forever ago that was active in the Air Force and lived on Otis Air Force Base, okay? And so we would go, me in his car, all he had to show was an ID. That's it, to get onto the base. He had his base ID. I had to show my ID. He had to show his ID. But they were not searching my overnight bag belongings. They weren't looking through my stuff. They just wanted to make sure you're supposed to be there. I'm gonna guess they probably didn't search his belongings because he has an ID. He's supposed to be there, right? Like, you're not gonna pat down and search through their personal belongings, their trunk, their car, everything, if they're supposed to be there. They should for things like this, but they're not going to, because then people aren't going to go there. It's a whole thing. So they say it happened while he was basically like on shift working, that these were his co-workers that he shot at. I am going to guess either dude had a psychotic break or he didn't like his co-workers. Someone might have got a promotion he thought he was entitled to. They might have, if it was mostly men, I'm guessing they probably joked on each other a lot. I mean, even us women do that, we mess with each other, like, especially on an Air Force base. It's the same thing as a barracks for the police. Like, you make fun of each other lovingly, right? You fuck with each other lovingly. Maybe he just was one of those people that can't handle that kind of banter back and forth and snapped. I don't know. But what I do know is you're saying he didn't use a military weapon. Well, he didn't use an AR-15. Cool. He used his own handgun, they're saying, but he still had it. And why did he have it? And it was too easy for him to get in there. It's a military base. Nobody's going to question a gun. As we buffer some more, nobody's going to question a gun on a military base. It's really that simple. And so I had been seeing his name for at least, I want to say about 2 hours-ish time. And I didn't want to put it out there until we have some confirmed something of who he was, because it's happened many times where somebody's name has been thrown out there and it's been the wrong name, and someone's name is thrown through the mud for hours or even a whole day before they correct it. Hence why I gave you guys initials earlier. It was QR. You can go looking back in the chat. That was the name that I saw. You think Cornelius, you think C, right? No, it's spelled with a Q. Not found anything. I was looking, obviously, as we were listening to this, and when I was looking for anything social media wise. I didn't find anything on Facebook or X. What I did find was another Radford, maybe related, I don't know, with the same last name, a woman, different first name, from the same area, Fort Stewart. And as I was looking at it, actively looking at it, all the posts were just blank, like gray, and it was sort of doing like the death circle. So it might have been being scrubbed at that moment. I don't know. Because I went back and forth between other profiles and I could see everything fine on everyone else's except for this one person's. So I don't know if they were looking at it, scrubbing it, pausing it, what the hell they were doing. I'm going to go back and look now. But the only thing I could find was even that last name was one other person that lived in Fort Stewart, a woman, and I couldn't see anything other than the name and the location. Nothing else. It was actively just gray lines that were like almost like a death, almost like buffering basically, but gray lines where you would see words. So again, like I said, when you get the name early, you got to try to look, because they will scrub the socials before you can get a hold of them. And, you know, mainstream media usually gets the first heads up, funny enough. And once the FBI and stuff is involved, those socials get scrubbed fairly quickly. Koberger, like anybody like that, you can imagine those things just gone, disappear before we can ever get our hands on them, which is why you try to find them early. So if you get a name early, even if it's not the right person, you want to try to at least get screenshots of the socials, because it will be gone. It will be gone. If you ever see the news will be like, this is a shot we got from the socials before it was gone, now it's gone. Happens all the time now. I get it. They have to investigate it, but at the same time, it is information and public information that really should be left there for the public to see. They can look at all the private stuff that we can't, you know? They can get warrants and look at the video, DMs and stuff that we can't see.
Antemortem injury is an injury that occurs during life while someone is alive. A postmortem injury is an injury that occurs after they had already died.
Are you able to distinguish between postmortem and antemortem injuries?
Often, but not always.
Okay. Were you able to determine in this case whether or not the dismemberment was antemortem or postmortem?
Not definitively from the autopsy alone, but it's presumed that
Francesca, I need a nap like you, man.
The dismemberment's very likely
need a nap.
Postmortem as a result of trying to make the body more easy to hide and dispose of.
Okay. And in a dismemberment, specifically in the area, and I'm going to approach somewhat, where it involves the femur, are there any particular vessels or veins in the body that are relevant in the area surrounding the femur?
Yes.
What are those?
Yes, so there's large blood vessels that carry blood basically from the heart. You have blood vessels that go out to all parts of the body to carry blood to all the tissue in the body. And there's large blood vessels in both the arms and the legs, larger in the legs than in the arm. The leg is larger than the arms, but they're large blood vessels that travel down the leg to provide blood, and they also have blood vessels that bring blood back the other way. Arteries carry blood away from the heart to the tissues. Veins are blood vessels that carry blood from the tissues back to the heart. So there are large blood vessels in the upper parts of the thighs, the femoral artery and the femoral vein, and in the arms as well, and in the shoulder region, the brachial artery and brachial vein.
And those arteries that you're describing, both in the legs, are there any in the neck?
Yes.
Any particular arteries that would be relevant in terms of large amounts of blood coursing through that area?
Yes, yeah. The largest blood vessels that go to and from the neck are the carotid arteries and the jugular veins.
And if any of those were to be severed, meaning the femoral or the carotid or any of those that you've just described as, quote, the larger vessels, what would the effect of that be to the blood within them?
Yeah, well, if a person's alive, when you cut those vessels, there'll be a very large amount of bleeding from those vessels.
And if a person is dead, how does that impact it?
You would have less bleeding for sure because you don't have an active blood pressure. When you're alive, you have a heart pumping blood all around the body, and there's active blood pressure. When the person has died, then there's no blood being pumped around. So now any movement of the blood in the vessels draining out or whatnot will be via gravity.
So gravity does still apply, though, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if I were to lift physically a limb that had been severed, would blood potentially come out of the artery even if they were not still alive?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay. What about a torso with 2 legs removed? Would
Yes.
that bleed?
I would expect so, yes.
Even if the bleeding was in the form of potentially gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How much blood is there in the human body?
For an average sized person, about 5 liters.
And if you're bigger, for lack of a nice way to phrase that, would there be more blood?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 liters approximately. Can you tell us what that means in America standard?
Yeah, so a liter is about a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately 5 quarts.
Okay. And how many quarts make a gallon?
4 quarts.
Okay, so we're talking about just over a gallon of blood. Correct me if I'm wrong, or a gallon and a quart.
Still a lot of blood.
Approximately.
And so if a person were to be dismembered and moved, you would still expect to potentially see blood that had been drained from the body due to gravity.
Yes.
Is it possible to interfere with that blood being observed, perhaps in the form of tarps or some other mechanism?
Yes.
And do you have any way of knowing when you look at a body when the blood left the body? What I mean is when you get a body at autopsy in the condition you received it in, do you have any idea when the blood left the body?
No, I mean, what I could say is I can say that the lacerations to the scalp were sustained when the decedent was alive, and I would expect a significant amount of bleeding from those wounds. As far as from post-mortem cutting of the body, could you repeat the question?
What I'm simply trying to ask is there a time stamp basically on when the blood may have left her person?
Yeah, if you're asking, do I know at what point after she passed away were her limbs severed and blood drained from the body? I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea when she died? Exactly.
Well, I can't, from the autopsy, I can't state specifically when she died. I would use usually investigative means are the most accurate way of determining when a person died. So in this case, I would use investigative means, including in this case, a forensic entomologist was used. I would use that information along with investigation of the case.
Okay. So There are lots of TV shows nowadays that have doctors constantly being asked, when did she die? Can you tell this jury within a 2-hour window when she passed away?
No.
And with respect to her body, did you collect any samples? We talked about those bloodstain cards, but did you take any samples to send off to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. What did you send them, if you recall?
Yeah, they were, and I'll look at my autopsy report copy here. We sent left chest fluid, gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney.
Okay. And of those samples, you said gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney. Was the liver, spleen, and kidney tissue?
Yes, it was.
Did you send any actual blood,
No.
meaning live blood?
No.
Oh, I say live, I mean liquid is what I'm referring to.
No, we were not able to.
Why not?
There wasn't, we weren't able to obtain enough blood to be able to send for toxicology testing.
Is that because she didn't have any?
Yeah, it's because, the blood that she had left was not accessible by us. There may have been small amounts in very small blood vessels, but in the larger blood vessels where we collect blood from, or we're able to collect blood from, we were unable to. The lower leg being cut would have resulted in all the blood draining out. That's one area we get blood from, the upper thigh and the pelvis region. And then we also obtain blood from around the heart, and due to animal predation, the upper part of the heart was missing in this case. So there was no significant amount of blood. We could get enough blood for blood cards, but we couldn't get enough blood to do any meaningful toxicology testing. That's usually our first choice sample to test is the blood.
So did you try?
We attempted to get blood, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the explanation or difference is between cause of death and manner of death?
Yeah, the cause of death is the very specific thing that results in the death. And there's many, many different types of causes of death. You can have traumatic causes of death, such as gunshot wounds, stab wounds, strangulation, blunt force injuries. You can have natural disease causes of death like stroke, heart attack. System that we have, and here in Georgia, we have 5 options for manner of death. So the options are all deaths have to fall into one of these 5 categories. And these categories are: 1, a natural. Basically, if somebody dies as a result of a natural disease process, such as a heart attack or cancer, that's a natural death. Another choice we have is accident. So if a person dies under accidental circumstances, and common examples we see of accidental circumstances are people that die in car accidents and people that die from accidental drug overdoses, where they have a drug overdose, but they weren't attempting to take their own life. Another choice we have is suicide. So if a person basically takes their own life by their own actions, then that's a suicide. The 4th choice we have is homicide. And homicide is basically a death caused by the actions of another individual, usually where there's intent to injure. And then if we can't decide whether the death is natural, accident, suicide, or homicide, we have the option for calling it undetermined.
And in this case, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
Traumatic injuries.
And were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
So by determining homicide, did you rule out the other 4 options you just described?
Yes.
Now, doctor, during the course of your findings, did you determine whether or not the victim ever was identified?
Yes.
And did you ultimately determine if she had been?
Yes, she was identified.
Did you ultimately issue some secondary report concerning that?
Yes.
What does that mean? How do you do that?
Yeah, so in this case, it was determined primarily through DNA testing, the identity of the decedent. And then what we'll do is we'll put a report in our lab information system, basically stating that the body has been identified and indicate who it is identified as.
Did you issue such a report in this case?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to introduce State's Exhibit 1.68. This would be a certified copy of the Georgia death certificate for Mindy Nevin Kassotis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's submitted.
And again, doctor, you don't do the DNA that made that determination, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated at some point that you had tested and opened her body. Did you also happen to have an opportunity to examine her uterus?
Yes.
Did you determine if she was pregnant?
There's no evidence of pregnancy.
And if she
There it
had
is,
had,
folks. No
an
evidence of
estimated
pregnancy.
due date of January of 2023, and she was allegedly found on December 2nd of 2022. Be fair to say that's very far along in the gestation period of a human being?
Yes.
Would you expect to find a fetus at that point?
Yes.
And did you find anything that would be indicative of the fact that she was pregnant at the time of her death?
No.
I have just one moment.
There's the answer.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Weinstein.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lehman.
Good afternoon.
I know you've had a long day, so I won't keep you long. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Mr. Kassotis' lawyer in this case. I'd like to return for a moment to the lacerations on the scalp. You found 9 lacerations, correct?
Yes.
And those lacerations, you believe, were caused by a blunt object.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how heavy that object would have been? Anything at all about the object other than that it's a blunt object?
Yes, it would have to be something with a significant amount of weight. It would have to be a heavy enough object to where if it impacted the head, it had the potential to putting a defect in the scalp that goes to the full thickness of the scalp.
And the scalp is heavily vascularized, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what vascularized means?
Yeah. So yeah, it means that there's a lot of blood vessels, a lot of blood flow that goes to the scalp. So if you have a scalp injury, you're likely to potentially have a significant amount of bleeding, what appears to be a large amount of blood.
So with a single laceration to the scalp, one that does the extent of damage that you've described, you would expect to see a great amount of blood, correct?
Potentially you could, yes.
What about with 2 lacerations?
You would expect even more.
And with 9?
Yeah, even more so. Yes, you'd expect, I would expect the scene where the incident occurred to be, have more than a small amount of blood.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No,
I'm sorry. May I just?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Can the doctor be excused?
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you, doctor.
How much you want to build it? Pull a cannoni right now. I bet they pull a cannoni. Sorry, we were buffering.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the testimony for today.
Knew it.
Again, I caution you not to listen, watch, or access any media reports regarding this trial. Again, we appreciate your cooperation in that regard. So have a good evening. And again, we'll see you at 8:45 in the morning I'm going to go a little early because of the school traffic.
Oh, wait,
so
they do
I hope you're
8:45?
able to do the same. Thank you. Have a good
All right,
evening.
that's it's a little late this morning, a little earlier tomorrow, so I don't miss that. My bad. Okay, well. Let's check. Let's see. Let me look. Hold on. Why is it saying 17 years? I don't know if that's correct. Let me see. August 6th, published at 3:18 p.m. So, Crystal Rogers murder case, sentenced to 17 years after a jury found him guilty in May of tampering with evidence and conspiracy to commit murder. So, looks like it was 17 years. It is weird. That is weird, but that is what it says. It says 17 years. It's a weird number, a very strange number. But that is what it says for that fella. Well, it looks like they're not coming back to do any other things with the judge, unlike Massachusetts. Right? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. This guy is bizarre. Absolutely freaking bizarre. Well, I mean, at least while you were napping, Francesca, really all we did was cover the active shooter situation down in Georgia because they're waiting for the medical examiner to arrive at court. It didn't look like they did very good scheduling. Shocker. But I've been on 7 hours and 11 minutes, and I can't even get up to pee without buffering happening apparently every time I move, which makes no sense because it has nothing to do with the internet or me. It's StreamYard. So it's like StreamYard is conspiracizing against me, you guys. It's totally conspiracizing. I don't freaking appreciate it, StreamYard, and your bullshit hockey. Okay? So I'm gonna go eat something because I'm starving. I love you all. Do me a favor on your way out, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm trying to grow this little channel of ours. You know, we gotta add people to this community, make it bigger, better. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, share it on your social media. Do you have Facebook? Do you have Instagram? Do you have Snapchat? Do you have Twitter? Share it. Talk about it. Be like, hey, who else likes true crime? Are you on true crime Facebook pages? Let people know we exist, my friends, okay? If you feel inclined to do so and you want to support the channel another way, we have a bunch of different ways to do so, one of which being these right here at the bottom of the screen, Cashapp, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. Even for those of you who are on the replay crew, if you're on the replay crew, I will read it in the morning. If you decide that you're going to donate to the channel and I'm not live anymore, we have a link that is also in the description and on the front of my YouTube. And it's in the chat pinned to the top that you can click on and use just your credit or debit. Any of that stuff works. We have wish lists as well. Those are also in the description of the video and on the front of our YouTube channel. Whatever way you decide to support the channel, we appreciate it. I love your stinking faces, and I will see y'all in the morning. Bye.